Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Games Saturday. If it's Saturday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, this is your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness. Now, tonight we are having another viewer request. We had one last week with Toe Jam and Earl for Sega Genesis, but we're having another one this week. And it's also a case where we're recording, as you're seeing up there on the PlayStation 3 menu here, on August 16th of 2025, so that'll save me an edit on when I recorded and aired this. Hello, everyone. Hello, DollyFinn. So good to see you tonight for the show, which I was just mentioning that we're actually only 76 days to Halloween, and usually we do our Halloween block on the show. We do that in October, but this year we got to start it now because we got too many things set for it. And we're gonna, because I'm covering a bunch of viewer requests for some of these, including one of yours, which you're gonna be doing in 2 weeks, and she'll be in on the show for that one. But tonight we got to start another one as far as it, and also hers. We'll mention that as we go along. So yeah, we're 76 days from Halloween, but tonight we're gonna start Halloween block, which usually start in October, but for 2025 we're starting in August, and that means that this show and the show we're doing in 2 weeks. Yay, says DollyFinn. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that show in 2 weeks, and also to tonight's show, and next week's as well, and all the shows we do. But as far as this, well, I'm going to still have the Halloween block shows. They will be linked below when I edit, and I'm counting this one. I'm counting the show in 2 weeks as well for that one. And let's talk about that. So our first shout out for Halloween block of 2025 is going to be a game that was requested by, I'm laughing to death, last year we played, well, that's what we're playing, but last year we played Twisted Metal for Halloween block. When we did that show, I'm laughing to death came in and said, "Are you gonna do MediEvil?" And I said, "I don't have a space for last year." But I said, "We're gonna do it this year." So yeah, tonight we're starting our play of MediEvil. This came out on the PlayStation on October 9th of 1998 in Europe, and on October 21st of 1998 in North America for PlayStation 1. It was published by Sony. It was developed by Sony Computer Entertainment Studio Cambridge, who is also known as Gorilla Cambridge. Their background includes games like Beast Wars, Transformers for the PlayStation, Prime on the PlayStation 2, C12 Final Resistance, which was a late era PlayStation 1 game, Ghost Hunter for the PS2, a lot of stuff from Sony's that you're getting a sense. They did the game based on 24 for the PlayStation 2, and also they did Little Big Planet on PSP, Kills a Mercenary on PlayStation Vita, and then they closed in 2017. But this was an interesting case as far as this company because they go back a ways before. This goes back to about the 80s. Because this company started as Millennium Interactive. They're the remnants of a company called Logotron from the 1980s, who are known for products such as Cloud Kingdom, Starblaze, and Eye of Horus. And this game was directed by someone specific. Beware the Sorcerer Zarok. Oh, you know this game then, DollyFinn. Feel free to go in the memories as far as MediEvil. If you played it, I honestly had not played this game until this year. It says right here, play was considered by some to be the best classic Gothic horror games ever. Encompasses themes and times of the medieval age, as well as Gothic art and Gothic horror. It's rated teen for animated violence and blood, and we were running it through PlayStation 3. It's funny at times. Yes, it is. There's also cases where, if you know your British television, there might be some nods to you there. Also, I just want to look at something. Yeah, because just to let you know, on this one, on OBS, it looks like it's flickering the video, but it doesn't look like on Twitch it's doing that. If it does at some point, let me know. I just want to make sure that everything's going right, because I had this happening with Toe Jam and Earl last week. I don't know, maybe my capture device is on its last legs. Maybe I need another cable as far as a thing for that, so OBS looks weird. It's up to date. I just want to make sure that it's all set. It looks okay. Yeah, it looks okay to me too on the Twitch end, but since I have that window to OBS, and I know you've seen it when you've been on the show, yeah, I just was kind of nervous. I delayed the show like by 15 minutes last week on the back of that. But it's good to have you for sure, DollyFinn, as far as that. Yeah, this game was directed and produced by Chris Sorrell. I sent Edwack, who is on the show earlier this year, into a little bit of a rabbit hole in this one because Chris Sorrell, his background goes back to the Amiga days. He was designer on James Pond, Underwater Agent. I'll picture what that is. People talk about games that are insanely Amiga as far as that style of that, I believe, European computer line, and games that kind of went along with it. And he also did direction of its 2 sequels. But it was a case where, yeah, you have this kind of weird James Bond, like, frog fish guy, and they ported that to Sega Genesis back in the day, and they made a couple other ones. But that was one of his early cases, and he would go on to be creative director on Primal for PlayStation 2. So I've actually heard a lot of good things about that one. The game based on 24, and he did do a lot of development on the Amiga, particularly those James Pond games. Hercules, which I'm trying to remember if I actually saw that game when I was growing up, as well as Ghost Hunter, which is on PlayStation 2, and the Prototype games, both of which are on the PlayStation 3, as is the case. But I think we're going to get ourselves started as far as it. By the way, we're running the PlayStation 3 version for this because we had our choice of 3 different versions of this game, worth pointing out, to play. Because even though this game did come out in 1998 for the PlayStation, it also got remade as MediEvil Resurrection on the PSP, I should say. And then 2019, it got remade for the PlayStation 4 completely. And within that version, you can also, from what I understand, unlock this original PlayStation 1 edition. When I asked them laughing to death last year as far as if there was a preference on what version, there was no question saying, I want this specific version. So I said, let's go with the original. And it's downloadable on PlayStation 3, as well as PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. It's worth pointing out, we're going to be running this with PlayStation 3 because when we do part 2 in 2 months, we'll come back, we'll finish the game, and we will be doing a look over of the digital instruction manual, because on PlayStation 3, you do get access to the digital instruction manuals. PS4 and PS5, you do not. And it's also worth pointing out, you can still buy this on PlayStation 3 nowadays if you have money in your PlayStation 4 or 5 wallet, and you can use it on your PS3. That's actually how I bought this baby, as it was going back in, actually it says right there on the screen, December 31st, 2025. That actually shows when I bought it and the time it downloaded as far as when it finished. So that's the idea of where that is and how we got here tonight. Also, DollyFinn has quote as far as the idea of this background on MediEvil, that being the fact that it was named as finalist by the Academy of Interactive Arts and Sciences for Console Adventure Game of the Year and Console Game of the Year during the second annual Interactive Achievement Awards in 1998. I'm going to assume that was behind The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, which I think won that. Having said that, and there is actually a lot of Zelda influence, I think we start ourselves going on as far as MediEvil. Also, my edit, I will have the Sony PlayStation 1 music going on as far as that. Yeah, very impressive, and indeed it is, as far as how it is. Alright, so let's get started. Also going to have an intro. I don't have to mute Mike on this one. I just have to have the case of it going, because there are going to be subtitles to the background of what this is. And just to go on this quickly, this was initially intended as a mix of Ghosts and Goblins, the Capcom franchise, and The Nightmare Before Christmas, and you're going to see some echoes for that, for sure. Or, reference to Elgato the Cat, is that in this game? I don't know if I even got that far on my practice. Because those are one of the cases where I want to make sure I was ready for this play. Because actually, the first time I played this game was this year. For years, since I didn't have a PlayStation, I did not get this. Or yes, like Tim Burton. Yeah, you're seeing the look there. In fact, that is the look. There is Sir Daniel Fortescue, and there is Zarok, the evil sorcerer that you mentioned. I'm pretty sure they had that on their mind as far as the look, as far as it. I remember seeing that as far as it. Oh, the first screen said Elgato. Oh, okay. Oh, right. That's normal. That's because it does a feed cut whenever I come into a PlayStation 1 game, because of the fact that it is. The screen resolution changes for PlayStation 3 from 1080p to 240p, which is what PlayStation emphasizes. So that's the reason why. When I edit, it will not be there, but that was intended. So thank you for indicating that. Although maybe that is the case of like the mascot of Elgato, who by the way is the company that does the capture device. I have the Game Capture HD 60X. So telling the story, as DollyFinn mentioned, is a sorcerer named Zarok in the kingdom of Gallowmere. An arrogant, pitiless man who is hated by his fellow citizens, or he hated their simple, peaceful ways, so he raised an army of demons from the dead and said, I'm going to take the place over. And the king of the land sent in Sir Daniel Fortescue. That's going to be us. But, thing is, we were the first to die. And this is not one of those cases like when you go to war and you die and you're considered a hero. We were literally the first to die amongst everybody as far as the first firing shot was going to see. So, our death was worthless, basically. Our life was considered worthless. And that was back in 1286. But now it is 1386. Zarok is back. And we're going to see a perspective of him coming back. And we are going to be playing as Daniel Fortescue, or Sir Daniel Fortescue. As we're going to have our case of potential redemption of ourselves. Yeah, even though the king handpicked us as far as fighting, we didn't show it at the time. So now it's going to be a case of us stopping Zarok. As you're seeing this FMV cutscene that does look very, very nice. Going back to 1998. Of stuff we played on the PlayStation from 1998. I know we played Parasite Eve. which also had cutscenes similar to this as far as that style. And with that great gothic architecture, you're hearing the terrific music in that right now, which was done by two names, those being Andrew Barnabas. His background includes Amiga stuff. He did the Amiga version of Cool Spot, which we'll show the Sega Genesis version of someday. He also did the music for FIFA Soccer 96 for the 32X. He did music for the remake of Frogger for the PlayStation, as well as the game based on Beast Wars Transformers that this company made. We talked that when we played Spyro the Dragon, another game from 1998. Actually, now I'm realizing that. And that came up and said, maybe we should show that game off. Because we're curious about that. I know Alec first brought that up, and gotta have some Transformers representation somewhere. There's also music for F1 Manager 2023, Primal for PlayStation 2, Defcon 5, which is on PlayStation and Sega Saturn, this game's sequel, which came out in 2000 for the PlayStation, as well as Shell Shock 2 Blood Trails. And also joining him was Paul Arnold, who also worked with the remake of Frogger on PlayStation and Primal, but also did sound recording on Gran Turismo 2 and Gran Turismo 3 A-Spec on the PlayStation 2 as far as 3. 2 was on the PS1, we've actually briefly shown it. As well as Juiced, and did music for MediEvil 2, Beast Wars Transformers, and provided 2 songs for Forza Motorsport 4 for the Xbox 360. So we're seeing Zara came by, he came to town as we're seeing the not quite Halloween town, which we did have an indication of when we played Kingdom Hearts as far as the Nightmare Before Christmas. At some point I should probably get and show off the Nightmare Before Christmas Oogie's Revenge, which is on the PlayStation 2 and Xbox, which is it's a sequel to the movie. There's a lot of people from the movie, and it also apparently plays like Devil May Cry. I've heard it's actually really, really good. But for the time being here, we have all the people in town. They're possessed. You're seeing there, and like even the Little Red Riding Hood young girl with an axe. So yeah, they're gonna come to us as is, and he's causing havoc around, I guess, the Fortescue grave. That is where we are buried. And you're seeing also the Ghosts and Goblins influence, I think, as well, with the graves coming up and creatures coming out. Okay, yeah, I'm on that screen for Elgato. It's distracting the hell out of me just because I was like, I don't want this to go bad on the video, but it looks like it's fine. But yeah, let's quickly also go into a couple things. I'm just seeing now it's going into the game graphics, which do look really, really nice. So yeah, here's MediEvil, spelling out with those nice blocks in the graveyard. Came out in 1998 for PlayStation. As I said, this version is downloadable on PS3 and 4 and 5. And for MediEvil 2, that is downloadable on PS4 and 5 only. So when we get to that one, we're going to have to play it that way. Not least of which, because MediEvil 2 is kind of an expensive one, as far as how it is. So that probably is going to be our best way to go. Let's see. Yeah, I want to talk about who did the game design and everything. As we're seeing the menus here, which, by the way, you're having the nice touch here as far as when I'm moving up and down on the D-pad. It's going to new game and load game with the skeleton. That is a great look. And you mentioned the idea that, you know, kind of a case of being a funny thing as far as it, because, like, it is a gothic horror look. You're gonna know with the great music, for sure. It's fantastic stuff. It is all a full orchestra recording this. And a case where it also has this kind of funny thing, because, like, seeing, like, the skeleton going, like, I don't want to load the game. I want to do a new game. Although, actually, one thing I have to do, since I'm playing on PlayStation 3, I do have to go in here. I have to turn on the analog mode. This game does use the analog controller because we're playing it on PlayStation 3. I do need to go and turn that on turn that on manually because the PlayStation 3 does not have that analog button that it had as far as or the PlayStation 2 or the PlayStation 1 have. So we're gonna get ourselves started and start with a new game because what's gonna go on is we're gonna see another cutscene that's gonna go into the background of how do we get here. Because all right, now we're seeing that yeah, the graveyard's been overtaken. Here's Daniel Fortescue in his tomb down here, buried down there as far as laying on top of the grave. But what Zarek did, it reanimated us. So going back 100 years, here's the Battle of Galamir. So he's saying, like, fire! And also get his stuff with voice acting as well, because there's voice acting going on in this game as well. Yeah, that one person who died, that was us. So that was Daniel Fortescue. So in that case, we got to redeem ourselves. We are born again. We have only one eye. We have web where the other one is, but here we are. Is that nice smile? So there you go. Here comes our hero, and we're gonna start in script. Yeah, just to go into this. Well, actually, there's some story stuff, and I'll go into stuff as far as people involved. All right, so let's start talking with the gargoyles.
It has risen again, Sir Daniel Fortescue. See? The hero of Gallowmere who fell at the first charge.
Yeah, we're seeing now is that's what happened. We did get shot down as far as the first case of it. And the gargoyle is going to be shit-talking us as far as this.
Into the savior of the day. But we knows better.
And Daniel, he never speaks. He just speaks in those grunts like, So I'll show you. He's like, yeah, I want to show that I actually did have work this way as far as a fighter.
A chance to forget the ignoble truth. A chance to defeat Zarok and live up to the legend.
There you go. So we do have our potential redemption arc going on here as far as Sir Daniel, as we make our walk down as far as the tomb. All right, let's talk voice acting because this is going to dovetail actually really well when it comes to people involved in this, along with, as I mentioned, Chris Sorrell. But as far as this, as far as two voices, Daniel here is Jason Wilson, who wrote this game and also was the game designer. His background goes to actually a lot of European computers, particularly doing graphic work on Pac-Mania for the ZX Spectrum, as well as the version of it for the Amstrad CPC and the MSX and the Atari ST and the Commodore 64 and the Amiga. And also, I did Space Harrier 2 on all those systems I mentioned, as well as graphic design for James Pond 2, codename Robocod. Super Troll Islands for the Super Nintendo. DollyFinn, I think we mentioned that we played Tomba because you mentioned that Tomba was looking like a Wishnik doll or like the Good Luck Trolls. I said, is there a game based on it? It's like, yeah, I forgot this one on the Super Nintendo as far as it. And he was the lead artist in Ghost Hunter for the PlayStation 2, and he did designing on Silverlord on the PC. As far as the voice of Zarok we heard in the cutscene, that is the late Paul Darrow. He was the voice of Fry Shaman in Primal for PlayStation 2. He voiced Grand Moff Tarkin in Star Wars Empire at War for the PC. He had a bit part as a doctor in the James Bond film Die Another Day from 2002. And he was Mr. Verity on Emergency Ward 10, and he did guest spots on TV shows of UK origin like Coronation Street, The Flaxton Boys, Fiddlers 3, and he was Kier Avon on Blake 7, and he was an uncredited role in Queen, The Eye, which is a PC game from 1998 based on the band of Queen. And he also did the narration of the intro to Death Trap Dungeon for the PlayStation, which I only remember because of its advertising campaign. We have that dominatrix woman who's whipping the guy against the wall. He said, there's only one thing more torturous than playing Death Trap Dungeon. Not playing it. But I never played it, so I don't know if it's any good. He unfortunately passed away in 2019 at 78. I think they recorded dialogue for him for the remake before that happened, if I remember correctly. Okay, so we saw here as far as what our goal is going to be. And also just briefly go into this as far as the idea of this game. This was a bit of a hit for Sony. On PlayStation 1, it sold 830,000 units, so it did get a greatest hits release as far as how that was. The PSP edition, that being MediEvil Resurrection, I should say, sold a tick under that at 820,000 units. Weirdly enough, it was the PS4 remakes numbers I couldn't find for sales. You'd think, well, I'm gonna find that for sure, right? But apparently not. I don't get it. And I don't know how that is. Chad, if you've played the remakes of this, which technically there are two of them, as mentioned, that PS4 version and MediEvil Resurrection, which is on PSP. People let me know, what do you think of them? Are they good? Are they better than this? I've heard through the grapevine as far as cases of this, they tend to like this one the most. Not least of which because we're running on a CD here, and the way the music is, I think they had to compress the music when it came to the PSP edition. There's some changes they made to the PSP edition. I know that were a little contentious. I don't know on the PS4 version. I've actually not even seen it. But before we start our stuff here, I do want to get some stuff set on our settings, because we have aspects as far as controlling audio of stereo or mono, and you control sound effects, speech, music, lighting that's going basically on brightness. I'm going to keep that in the middle. Screen adjust, this is 4x3 as far as this version is just keep it in the center. And your controls. I do want to go over this a little bit because this does have rumble if you have a DualShock controller for any of the PlayStation systems you have that runs this. You also have walk, run toggle. I'm going to turn that on. I'll explain that in a second. And you can sort of change your button layouts of 3 types. I'm going with default. This is what they are going to be. Select button is going to be our inventory as far as our items. This is a game you do not use the X button for jumping. Use circle for jumping as far as this. The X and the square buttons are going to be your attacks. X your main attack, and you have secondary or power-up attack for the weapons that let you use that on the square button. I tend to forget this when I do play, but I'm not going to forget it now after doing tests on this for the past couple of days. using the triangle button to do defending when you have a shield and do ducking, and then camera, which is controlled with L2 and R2, or press both of them in and you activate Dan Cam so you look around, because that's one thing I'll say about this game. The camera is kind of a pain, and it sometimes gets stuck in areas, but not too bad to be a case where it can't be played. I'll say that. And then changing enemy targets when you have weapons that are projectile-based, that's on L1. R1 is your sidestep and backstep, and we'll get an upgrade later called Daring Dash, that's on triangle. And then L3, that is pressing in the left analog stick. If you do have the analog controller for the PlayStation or the DualShock controller, you can press that button in and you can toggle between walk and run control. You can also have that and toggle between it by moving between the D-pad and the left analog stick, so it's very much like Tomb Raider, if you're familiar with that one, if you've not played yet on the show. Yeah, in this case, I'm just moving D-pad here, but if I use the left analog stick, I'm doing running. But if I press in that left analog stick, now on the stick, I'm just doing walking. And there's cases where you're going to want to do that. So you kind of want to balance between that. As we're getting weapons, we've got a small sword. And you talk to the books by hitting the X button, I should say. When you're in the crypt, find eggs at the end of the hall. To unlock the grates, you have to find rune stones and plant them in the ornate hand set next to the doorway. Okay, so that's going to be kind of what we're doing. You're basically exploring around. You're going to be finding keys to open doors, not dissimilar with something like Doom a little bit. And you'll be fighting enemies and solving some puzzles as well. And doing some boss battles. Yeah, must be out of shape after 100 years lying on your back, so use this to get a hold on your lethal life. As I mentioned, left analog stick is your movement. Circle is your jump. When I have the sword here, I hit the X button to do the slice. I can use the square button to do the spin around. I hold it up and charge it a little bit. Like with The Legend of Zelda, I can set it going and go, yeah! I'm doing the swing. And then also the crouch, that is on the triangle button, but I do want to have a shield, because when you are crouching and you use that, and you have a shield and an enemy hits you, you will not take damage, but the durability of your shield will go down. Also, go to these books and hit X again. Your travels, you have items, hit the select button as far as your inventory. That is right here. So you have your inventory of weapons and also other things. Arms. If you do run out of ammo for something, you can just toss your armor, people. And this is infinite, so it will never run out. And it does look funny. That's the idea that, yeah, you know, Daniel Fortescue is going to do what he has to do as far as getting this stuff going. Regardless of what it takes. Yeah, just gonna have a nice case, and also love the atmosphere. That's the thing I love about this game. Do power attack, hold square button for a second or two and let go of it. Alright, there is the star room. And for now, we're just gonna read all the books and get going. And chat, feel free to go into memories on MediEvil if you played it, where'd you play it, and also what you think as far as well. Okay, also, Daniel, he cannot swim in water, but if it's shallow water, you can walk in, but if you go into the water, as far as fully get submerged, that's an instant death. And we do have to get stuff to help us as far as avoid instant death, as we've got a copper shield. So that goes into our inventory. When you do crouch like that, he puts the shield up. At that point, when an enemy hits into it, you'll be set. But we have no enemies here. This is a safe area. And then your treasure find goes into your coin score, which you use to buy items from the merchant gargoyles. We'll see them later. And so we have 10. And also, yeah, here's the camera that's in L2 and R2. We some have cases where it's like, can't move it. So, yeah, get used to seeing that, by the way. But also, if you hold L2 and R2 down, you have that Dan Cam. So in that case, you're kind of looking around as far as that. But sometimes you also can be in cases where you can't do that either. I will show. Not completely, but he's giving us the looks like, yeah, here I am. I can show my worth to everybody else. So yeah, that idea of, you know, being able to be proving himself, as we're also getting this. That's a life bottle. You get one of those, that increases your life. You normally have 300 points worth, but you also have that bottle. It's almost like, sort of like heart containers in Zelda, but in this case, it's a second life bar. So in that case, when I lose those 300 points worth, that goes away and I have another bottle in reserve. You do want to find as many of those as you can, because if I lose all my health, that is a game over. You're going back to the title screen, and if you didn't save in a while, well, you lost a lot of progress. Although when you clear levels, they will ask you to do a save. So you don't have to worry about that too much. Alright, to track down Zarok, that's the idea. We retrace the steps through Galamir, and you have this stinking trail of slime. We'll be able to find him that way. So in that case, we can leave our tomb. Okay, so in this case, we're at the map. And in this case, you can also save anytime you're at the map. I will do that by hitting square button. It runs on memory card or virtual memory card as far as on this console. So it's selected on memory card 1. This is my practice file that I went going to the Enchanted Earth. As far as this, we are going to go through this game as far as we can go for about 5 hours. And then we're going to come back to this in October, so we're going to skip a month. But as I said, at that point, it will be in time for Halloween, and we will complete the game then. We also have the live reading of the manual at that point. So, in that case, we'll do a save. It is one block to save, as we want with most games on the PlayStation. In this case, here we are. You're going down the path, or up the path, and we're going to go to the graveyard. Alright, so, and we'll also mention more stuff on the voice performances as we go. Most of them are voiced by people on the dev team, but there are other famous people as far as it going into, and we'll mention that as we go. Okay, and you also have the throwing knives. I picked those up, or throwing daggers. They run on ammo, and you hit the L1 button to do targeting. The other thing's a little weird, and you gotta be careful of this when you're using any projectile weapon. When you're next to the book, if you're not right next to it, hit the X button, you will waste one of your knives. So be either really careful on how you aim that way, or switch to something that does not use ammunition, and you'll be set. So here's Galamir. But the dead have come back to life. They want to do dancing with the lifeless living and do it over my dead body, and they will do it over my dead body, as there are the zombies coming around. Alright, I killed him, and you saw that percentage go up into the chalice. As you kill enemies going along, that increases. And there's the targeting. You basically hit the L1 button to switch between targets. I'm going to use the sword. But anyway, what happens there is that as you kill enemies, that will fill up. When it gets to 100%, you can go get the chalice. And you have to find it in the level, and when you find that, you're able to get a passage to the Hall of Heroes, and when you get there, you have to go through the level with it, get to the end of the level, and when you do, you go over there, and you can get an upgrade. And we hopefully get ourselves in a better sense when it comes to being an actual hero. It's actually not dissimilar to like Donkey Kong Country 2 in the sense that we have to prove to everybody we can actually do this. Although, in this case, we were already defeated. But if nothing else, Daniel does have a lot of gumption, and he is a very strong and, you know, brave knight. But also someone who doesn't take himself too seriously, kind of like the game does. And you also have this, which the game will also explain. Yeah, this is the Fountain of Rejuvenation. When you step into this, it'll recover your health. It will cover it up to the maximum point of itself, or it will cover it up to, I think, 700 or 800 points, and that does include filling up your reserve stocks there. We're pointing out when you use it up too much, it will disappear, and from what I understand in this game's sequel, MediEvil 2, if you use them up completely, they will disappear forever, they will never come back. Whereas in this game, if you do need them again, you can restart levels, retry levels to come through them, and go and get the rejuvenation fountain again, but you do have to complete the level. There's no leaving level when you come in, even if you've beaten it already. In this case, I can charge up my sword and hit him. And basically, that's what you kind of want to do. You want to keep the enemies at bay enough, especially later, but for now, just keep slicing and slicing. It's pretty basic as far as how it is. And nothing else is also given a great sense of atmosphere, and also great stuff as far as the art direction. When we talk aspects of colors, DollyFinn, I know you've done that a lot. But also, this game, that is a factor, but I don't know, I think with this game, maybe art direction is maybe more of a case to talk about with this one, because look at this. We're in the graveyard of Galamir. You're seeing here as far as how we have the green of the grass, but also the idea that it actually has some really nice texture to it, which sometimes on the 32-bit console, sometimes question what's it look like. But everything looks really distinct, including all the runes, because in that case, you put that one right in the door, and it opens. So I get the idea of why people love this game, and I guess also why Sony loves to remake and re-release this game. I've remade and re-released this a lot. Another remains hidden under the gaze of an angel. So yeah, remember aspects of riddles. It has to be factored in this game. They're talking about this. Basically what you do is you whack the statue, and when you do that, when you point the statue at that doorway, or oh wait, not yet I can't. Because that's where the chalice is. I need to kill more enemies, and you usually have enough, almost always, will have enough enemies to kill in order to fill it up. So you can go get the upgrade. Which there's no reason not to as far as, but sometimes the chalices can be a little hard to find, and can be a little cryptic in some cases of where you're going, but not too bad. And not a case where you're gonna say, oh, I don't want to play this game anymore. But here they also come up as far as from the grave, so rise from your grave. So that's the Altered Beast case, but in this case, yeah, they're dying. Or they're dying again, that's the case. And you do have, as mentioned, they said the, let me kill these guys. The chalice can be collected, okay, because I got that set, so it's going 100%. They're the gargoyle statues, the gargoyle heads. Hit X on them, and you can buy supplies from them with your gold. In this case, all he's offering are the throwing knives. I will hold off. I don't necessarily need them. But I do want to hold them for later just because. And since I can go get the chalice, I'm going to go back and get it. We will be getting all the chalices, we will be getting all the upgrades, and we will be getting the best ending because you do need to get all of the chalices, all 20 of them, in order to do that. Oh right, the angel's facing the wrong direction. Alright, so here you go. They're talking about the chalice, which is every time you dispatch an enemy, the chalice fills up. When it fills, you can get it, and when you get that, the Hall of Heroes awaits at the end of the stage. There's one in every region, and if you're a true hero, you get them all. That's what we're doing, so here you go. The Hall of Heroes awaits. That'll be at the end of the level. But in the meantime, we'll kind of get going. And going into the Nightmare Before Christmas thing, yeah, that is a factor, but also, I'll tell you this. This does, to me, have a little bit of an aura of games that Rare makes, or has made, I should say. And as far as stuff they've done that's horror-based, I know they made Grab by the Ghoulies, which was on Xbox. We've not played that game yet. We should. It's pretty interesting. And a good one for Halloween Block, for sure, as you're getting another life bottle. Basically, find every single one of those you can to get yourself to have as much health as you can find. But like that case, because this is also a game that was made by British developers, the same way that Rare does as far as how they are. And the case that it is this kind of particular vision of saying, hey, we're going to be looking at the undead here as far as that with sorcerers and zombies and skeletons and things like that. But then saying, yeah, let's inject it with some humor. Let's inject it with this kind of unique style of itself that does make it stand out and makes a case where people know who Daniel Fortescue is, even if it's a case where have people played this game that much. And the answer is they kind of have. I mean, although not in my case, I didn't, only because I didn't have PlayStation, but I used to remember seeing the commercial of this. So I knew this game was around. Oh, that's kind of cool. I wonder what that's like. And it wasn't until I was asked for it this year that I played it. But it's always one of those games I knew it was around, you know. And it's one of those cases where Sony knows it's around, and they also are in a case of saying, well, we're gonna, you know, get people remembering that because they put them in to PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale, which is like their Smash Brothers like from PlayStation 3. It's like, hey, here he is. They have aspects of that, and here's the end of the level. You do get the end of the level when you see the slime trail of Zarok. I'm going to talk to the gargoyle.
Tread softly. Zarok awaits beyond these gates. The master meets with the demon from the mausoleum, hatching plots of purest evil. Forgotten nobodies would be wise to make themselves scarce.
Okay, I'll also mention this, the gargoyles. They're voiced by Harry Dickman. He voiced the gargoyles in the remake from PlayStation 5, or 4, I should say. No, those work on PlayStation 5, you have that. I guess in MediEvil Resurrection on PSP. As far as his other credits, he doesn't have much. The only other one is an uncredited role in the 1980s UK dub of The Smurfs and the Magic Flute. And he also was Mr. Cobbin in the 2015 film Orthodox. Outside of that, not too much. We will get cases of some other people, as far as including people I did not know were in this game, which kind of is pretty interesting. We'll go into that in a little bit. But when you get to the Hall Heroes flashlight warning, by the way, when we come in and also we get an upgrade, and there is one really bad flashlight warning we probably are going to see tonight. I will warn when we get to it. It's really bad, but I'll get to that later.
Welcome.
But here we go. When you have the chalice at the end of the level, you come to the Hall Heroes. And the bravest warriors are here. They spend eternity feasting, singing, and arm wrestling. There you go. That case of having a lot of fun with itself. And if they think we're worthy enough, we can persuade them to give us a new weapon or something to help us on our quest. Yeah, some of them might not necessarily look on us kindly, saying, hey, you're the one who died as far as the first shot in that. Or, I know years later, people said, there's a line in the Elder Scrolls V Oblivion saying, I used to live a great life as far as this, and then I took a arrow to the knee. And that became a massive internet meme, and people always make fun of it, and bring it up, and sometimes bring it up in the case of this game, so I may as well bring it up here. In this case, he got an arrow in the eye. He was the first to go. You saw everybody in the opening cutscene. They all did the charge, but Daniel's the one who got shot. It could have, feasibly could have been bad luck in this case, you know. But pay homage to the heroes, stand in front of their shrines and look for the spiritual guidance. Now, I think later in the game you can choose which ones you want to take, but for now they are set, and the way you can tell which ones you gotta take, you have to look for the glowing light around them, as far as this guy in particular.
Captain Fortescue, it's me, Canny Tim.
This is Canny Tim.
Does the battle go well?
He's like, yeah, no, sorry, it doesn't.
How I wish I could fight at your side again, sir.
Okay, he seems to think like, well, I loved fighting aside him, alright?
And you can ricochet the darts off walls to shoot around corners.
Okay.
I used it at the Battle of Ganymede. After you were slain, I shot Zarek's champion, Lord Kardok. A clean kill through the eye at some 1,000 yards.
And he's like, yeah, I don't know if I want to hear that, but at least he did, you know, take our death seriously, saying like, oh my god, Sir Daniel fell, so I'm gonna kill the second in command of Zarok, and we did. And by the way, when I hit will you accept, it's gonna be a little bit of a flashing light, just to indicate that. Well, after he talks, but not there's anything clever about shooting something that it was clever. You did a good job. Don't back down from that, okay? But be careful where you aim that thing.
Oh, goodbye, sir.
All right, there you go. So he's right. We did get the crossbow. In this case, it is a projectile weapon. Those 150 arrows. Well, for now it does. And then it will bounce across walls. It's a little more powerful than throwing daggers, and it's worth pointing this out. When you are in the Hall of Heroes, for now you only have access to the first floor. Let me also make sure I'm walking into this right so that I don't waste one of these. Yeah, when you get to a better case, these stairs become solid. I try to walk over them, boom, I'm falling. Okay, so with that, we gotta go. An embarrassing case, first time I played this game, I didn't know where I was supposed to go. I was like, am I stuck in here? But what you have to do is you have to go out the way you came, and we're gonna leave. And that takes you back to the world map, and at that point, you get a free save, and you're able to go on to the next area. As far as who voices Canny Tim, there's no one specific, so that means that it was one of two other people who had credits for voices who were not specifically indicated. Those being Tom Oswald, who worked on this game and also did, in particular, with video editing, so a lot of stuff with the FMV cutscenes. Also video editing of Frogger for PlayStation 1, Beast Wars Transformers, and Spice World for the PlayStation. We talked about that before. And also Jason Riley, who did level and modeling in this game as well. So it's one of those two, as far as how it is. But we can do a save after each level. We are going to do that. Also, there's going to be a little bit of backtracking going on. Not too much, but we'll have that going on as it is tonight, and also we do this again in a couple months. Okay, so we beat the graveyard. And you can go back anywhere as far as that. There's Daniel's Crypt. We don't need to go there yet. We're going to go to Cemetery Hill. This is going to be a bit of an interesting case. And I got to be careful around here. A little bit. But it does look nice as far as how we're looking. And the lighting. You're going to see stuff with the lighting. We'll get into that as we go. Here's Zark again.
So, even from the shackles of death, my old enemy pursues me. You're too late, Fortescue. Already my army has risen from the grave. You will never leave this necropolis.
Yeah, Paul Dara is very good as far as Zarok. He does have this great sense of menace, but also a case where he kind of seems a little nerdy, but it's also the kind of thing, it's very endearing the same way this whole game is. Okay, so he is getting barrels rolling. So we gotta be careful of that, and I might rush my way up as far as that. I'll show that in a second. So this truck should be smashed down with clubs and other weapons. We do have to find a club here. Yeah, haha. No, that's that idea. You're right, and that's kind of an interesting thing to think about, because you're right, with this game, DollyFinn, you made a good point that way. I love the voice. Yeah, absolutely. And I think if nothing else, it goes to the idea of what makes this game really interesting. Well, there's a lot of things with it. But I think the thought being that, well, it could be this kind of... They could be aping The Nightmare Before Christmas a little bit as far as the idea of what are they going to do. Because at the time, there were no games based on that. So they could say, well, we could do that, but well, let's kind of have this British flair to itself. Let's have the case where it's kind of... It's almost magical horror case, you know? And also the case where the way the villain's kind of interesting, too. As far as how, like, the yin and yang of how Daniel and he go, but also the idea that we're on second level already, and he's already showing up. Usually in a lot of other games, you think, like, well, go to the end of the game to see the villain. He's like, no, I'm just kind of come here and, you know, taunt you. I know Dr. Robotnik does that in the Sonic games every so often. As we're getting an energy vial, you get that. There's a full recovery of your current energy tank. But they do have a lot of fun with that, and what he is doing there is bad news, though. It is worth pointing out. I'll buy some crossbow bolts as well. Because, well, okay. Okay, I don't want to hit that yet. You hit that chest over there. What that does is it is sort of screen clear, kills everything in the area. But what I want to do is I'm going to actually rush my way up in something that I don't know if this is an homage to Donkey Kong. You know, we're seeing the boulders there. They're rolling down the hill. The ones that are like yellow, gold, like that, they're gonna just roll and bounce that way. But if they're ones that are red, they'll come down the ladders, or I guess the steps, as far as the same way that some of the barrels in Donkey Kong do. Although that one says like, no, I'm gonna go my own way. Now, if you have the club, you can bash these things. I'm not gonna go yet. I'm gonna basically wait. I'm gonna try and rush my way up, because if we get up there to the top, these will stop rolling. Now, I can go and get the club now. Like, you know what, let's not do that. Let's just jump. And as long as you just follow where the steps are and take things carefully, you'll be alright. But these can hurt badly, so you have to be very careful with that. And don't be afraid to use your crouch, because you also saw that my points on my shield went down, because one of them crashed into it. I didn't get hit, but I just lost durability on my shield. But there are going to be enough shields for the purposes that it will not be a problem going forward. Like, oh, except now I got to go back down, so that's going to be a little bit of an issue. Oh, there you go. So it did clang on, so that can actually help you out of a jam really nicely. And also, at this point, they go a little faster, but jump there and get up to the gargoyles. And we made it.
We have failed the master. We give our lives.
In this case, they can't imagine being seen as far as the master, so it's like, we're just gonna explode and die. So, like, yeah, we sacrifice our lives in the name of the master, because otherwise he probably will kill us anyway. Alright, but we do want to explore the area, because, yeah, we can leave now. But, we're not leaving. And I'm good as far as that, so I don't have to use that. So, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to walk down the path. Also, be careful, because that is the bottomless pit. If I do fall down the bottomless pit, I do lose one of my vials. I am brought back, but if I have none left, that's a game over. And you only have one life and no continues, and you have to go back to the title screen. So, I want to avoid that. So, in that case, I can get Copper Shield to at least build up my strength on that, get some more money, and just go along. Enjoy the great atmosphere. Again, I do love that about this game. And we're going to see that. It's one of those games, we've sometimes mentioned this, when it comes to, I guess, an original property or something like this, which is that, is it able to hold its creativity going on the whole time? Do I play this game so far? The answer is yes, it does. All right, there's another shield. I can not take it because I'm at full capacity. But come down here. Actually, I will hit this chest. I got a club. The club has a percentage to itself. When you hit something, you lose points. It's 2 points when you hit something. But one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here, hit this, get that going. The energy that comes out of that will sort of be flashing light, and it will kill the enemies in the vicinity. Now, for the club, it will eventually run out, so I got to be careful as far as that. So I can't completely go willy-nilly with this, but it is also a tool. And it's a case where, mainly the game doesn't completely mention this, although it's one of those cases where I think the manual might. Which is also why we'll be doing the read of the manual. So we can come over here and see that rock over there, we can bash it with the club. Destroy the boulder and plunder the valuable treasure within. We're going to want to do this. Boom. And also see a gargoyle. Let's see what he has to say.
Fresh air. We hate these dark old caves and their filthy stench of old witches.
Alright, they kind of have, I guess, the Gollum thing from Lord of the Rings going, saying we hate these perspectives, but also they're giving us a little bit of a clue as far as how witches are concerned. Yeah, because perfect Halloween game, even though it's August. I don't care that it's August, but also I said, Laughing to Death made this request, I was gonna fulfill it. We fill every request on the show that we can, which usually is all of them. In fact, I think it's almost always all of them. I don't think I've ever had a case where I have to say to somebody, no, I can't show your game because I don't know it's licensed content or something. And even if it was the case, I would do everything I could to try and make it good. Okay, so he gave a hint as far as a few things. Now, I do need to use the club here to bash that open. Alright, here we go. So let's look in here. Love the great atmosphere and also the lighting. I want to talk the lighting in particular because this game does have dynamic lighting to itself. At a time that honestly didn't have it much. Even a game as great as The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, it sort of had light, real-time lighting, sort of. but not like this. All right, we have an element as far as witches, so we got to get our witches ready as far as it. So, the Witches' Coven reached the height of power when all of its sacred flames were alight. And there are games that are using that word alight all the time, and I was in school. I remember, I'm going to go a personal way this way, and I'll talk about this when we play Super Mario 64 as well, because it also indicates that, which is, you have to have something alight. It's like, what the hell does alight mean? And I realized, wait a minute, it's when it's raised up. But anyway, they've been known to offer help to questing adventures, but they're reclusive and you need to use a charm or a talisman. And they won't give you help freely, and they'll often not make a request as far as that. Or they'll say like, oh, you gotta do something for me, otherwise I won't help you. But you have to look for witch activity, and we're gonna have a way of doing that. But one thing you can do with the club, it's what point out, hit square button. You put it in front of fire. Let me just make sure I set it on fire, because I do need to do that. Use it to light a torch. Also, that will go down as far as my durability. So what you gotta do is you have to light this thing. And aim it enough, or be careful to aim it enough. That perfect. There we go. And oh, enemy. Also, the game does pause when you do the what is it? When you pull your inventory up. But yeah, these enemies can hurt. So I can collect the chalice. I can say, yeah, you know what? Let's pull the sword out. Yeah, look at that. Because, yeah, we're in front of the fire now, so it is reflecting a light as far as it, but then we go over here, it's like, yeah, it's kind of dark. But we do want to grab a couple things here. We want to grab the Witch's Talisman, and another copper shield, and the energy vial, and the chalice. So now we can go to the Hall of Heroes once more. And that is mostly, or no, it is everything we can do here. And the level's also really, generally speaking, well-sized to start. A little bite-sized as far as kind of getting you started. And some that go a little longer, although none that are cases are that would be really, you know, annoying to traverse. You sometimes have to go back and forth between places, but they're not necessarily cases where you're like, oh, they're massive. Okay, so yeah, we're just gonna climb up again since I did take care of those gargoyles of Zarox that he, enchanted. We're gonna be fine going on. Alrighty, so let's see on health. Okay, health we're fine. And I have everything we need. Let's go in, and we're going to go to the Hall of Heroes. Remember, flashlight when we come in here, sort of, and then also when we get the item from them. But, not too bad now. Actually, never really too bad here. But, we're also going to get a case from the local gargoyles each time we come in. So, hello.
Back from the battle so soon? It must think it is a hero by now. But only a true hero is worthy of a place in the Hall of Heroes. See the ghostly statue of your fraudster self?
Uh-oh.
When it has turned solid, a true hero you will be.
Yeah, because we did see that in the opening cutscene, which is a case where they said, yeah, there's that statue. It was like, wait, if we died really quickly, what's going on? But yeah, we do have an element. We're gonna get in here. I promise. We're gonna make that happen. Okay, so for our next case, let's go with you.
Hurrah! I knew
Oh,
it
it's
would
you
take
again,
more than
okay.
an army of the
Kenny
evil
Tim
dead
once more.
From your strider. I've something that may help you on your quest, Captain. I give it to you freely, though I have no idea what it is.
Okay, so he's gonna give us something, but he doesn't know what it is. And I do like that theme going on, because there's cases where they'll give us items, and like, I don't know what this thing is, but maybe it'll be of use with you. And usually we can make use of it. Alright, sure. Alright, that is actually of use. A life bottle, so we have that at 3 now. So awesome. And there's a chalice we cannot yet drink out of. And I guess that's where we're going to be sitting when all this is done, I would think. Okay. So with that, we can go on to the next area. So yeah, so far, so good. And we're going to be able to cover a decent amount of this, and it's worth pointing out this. When I was doing my practice, I initially was thinking, oh, we're going to beat this game in one show, to which I realized, I don't think so. And the reason I say that is because, A, I don't know this game nearly as well as other people, and B, there's, based where I ended as far as Enchanted Earth when I was doing my practice, there's a lot more as far as what it was. So, we're going to have enough content to fill another show, I think. And it's worth that way, because I said, well, we're not going to here's the thing, if I know this game really well and I knew it well enough to do it in one show, I've understood this to be like a 5-6 hour thing, I could do this. But since I don't, well, we'll go as far as we go. But also, in case we're gonna go the complete way as far as it, but and we'll go the whole way as we do as far as giving everything for it and going deep into it. Okay, so we're going to the Hilltop Mausoleum. That is our next area. And this is a very nice and very atmospheric place we're going to go. But also one that's filled with danger and one of the most annoying creatures in the entire game. It's a house of pain. Rumors abound of evil doings and secret catacombs. They're not wrong. You get this great organ music. Oh my god, it's wonderful. I guess a little bit of a preview to when we get to stuff like Castlevania. Because remember, in 76 days, we are going to be playing a Castlevania game on Halloween night. That'll be Castlevania Chronicles for the PlayStation that we're going to be playing. We're going to be playing it through this as well. Yeah, so here are the imps. They got fire. They're going to try and hurt me, which is okay for now. But just slice, 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 and build up the chalice. It's worth pointing out not every enemy in the stage will fill the chalice. For now they will, but other cases they might not. So what we got to do here is we have to bash the grave over there and also this one. So you get a club. If you don't have one, there's also one over there in front of the pews, which I'll go grab, because if you do grab it when you have one already, it will increase the durability of it to 100% again. It is that idea of like, hey, we're kind of going to church as far as this, and the idea that we've indicated this when we played Shadow Hearts Covenant, the idea that church is a peaceful place as far as it's sorted, but then of course opening that game, like no. It's a case where a lot of danger can happen, but the case of what's going on, and also great as far as the Gothic architecture going on, the organ music going on, what's going on. And it sounds great. Again, the fact that they have real orchestra and real instruments as far as this, it's incredible stuff. All right, there's Club as far as the new one. Now you have to bash this one down as far as this grave. Right, yeah, unfortunately I missed. Not too bad as far as getting your stuff set. Alright, so we're coming down here. I love this perspective because we have stained glass windows. Boom, crash them. It looks so good. In this case, just crush the imps. Go down each of these areas, and also, as we're pointing out, you have these spikes that are also stained glass. Use the club to bash them. I actually did not know that until I was doing my practice yesterday. The first is like, oh, I gotta jump over these things. And you can, sort of. But since there's a way to get rid of it, get rid of it. Unless it's a case where, you know, I'm not gonna run out of juice. Okay, it's worth pointing out also, they're the imps that have fire, but... Okay, there aren't any in there that don't. If they don't have a torch, you gotta be careful. What they'll do is they will take your weapons... and you'll either have to buy them back again, and I think some of them also will be cases where you might not be able to ever have them. So I want to be careful, and I also want to kill them from a distance, so I want to run throwing knives, or throwing daggers. Fine, I'm thinking throwing knives because that's the golden eye in me as far as that. Because at the time, that's what I was playing as far as gaming in 1998, and actually with Nintendo 64, there weren't a whole lot of games that were horror-based, explicit. I mean, there was Banjo-Kazooie that had horror areas like Mad Monster Mansion. We'll get to that when we play that eventually, which is going to be Edwack's case. When he's ready, that's when we play it. And I guess stuff like Big Boo's Haunt in Super Mario 64, but as far as specific horror-like games, I mean, the Castlevania game was not out on Nintendo 64 yet when this released. It wasn't until 1999, early 1999. And I'm gonna try and see if I can't... You know, I'm gonna jump over this. I'm gonna slice this thing, or... Now I'm over it, let's just throw knives. Or you also charge up my knife and toss it. Right, back off. Okay, now I do need to go get that room before I do. Bash that, and go. Because when as soon as I grab... Oh, shit, no! Okay, that's one with the fire. That's another with the fire. So right now, just kind of stand still. It's like, yeah, get back, get back! They look kind of like the gremlins a little bit, but yeah. Like the gremlins, they need to die, and in this case, I'm just going to slice them. Okay. Yeah, because as soon as we grab that, this floor is going to collapse in on itself, and it's a great effect. It's kind of almost like rolling into itself, and it looks awesome. But if you're caught in that, you're going to fall down and lose a health bottle, so don't get caught. And by the way, it's worth pointing out when the collapse happens, it will not collapse in to this center room. So we're all set that way. But I do need to go down here and get the other... Oh, wait, no, it's not that one. There's another thing as far as that going... Okay, that's going upwards, because I'll do that. And then there's... Yeah, that's how I came. Oh, right, I can't go down that one yet. I just cleared it out for later. Because I don't have the rune for it. I need that rune to get in here. And now I gotta be careful. So let's get the crossbow out and start firing. Yeah, that one that came out that doesn't have anything, he has his hands up, just kill him quick, because otherwise we're gonna be in trouble. Because he can steal this nice crossbow, and if that happens, I'm gonna be very mad. I mean, if he does capture it, or if he does take your stuff, if you are quick, you can get it back. But in that case, I'm gonna use the small sword. In fact, they will also tell you this. Okay, Master of the Mausoleum is the stained glass demon, so we have to go find him and take him down, but... Oh yeah, right there, yeah, because they put it right there by the door, so you have to be quickly running out of the way. So this game's not screwing around, also it's worth pointing out. They put a health recovery thing there, it's like, yeah, you better run. Alright, he's set, and there's some health, so I can do recovery there. And at least not here, there's not enemies that are coming out of there. Thank Christ. Otherwise, that would be bad. Okay, so I need to get that moon rune, because I did need that. And actually... Okay, I do want to come here. Oh, we have this guy here. He's like the not fan of the opera, and, in fact, we'll talk to you. Well, that's the, what was it, the supplier. Also, if you do lose your items to the imps, you can buy them back here, but they cost a lot. So, you want to avoid that. Okay, coming here to get the Chaos Rune, but yeah, here we go. The would-be fan of the opera longs to play a different tune. He seems doomed to repeat the same chords of despair over and over again. Yes, he does. So, what we're going to do, and I probably shouldn't have gotten that because I didn't need it. He's hitting the same note, so we're going to have to help him. So the way we're going to help him is we're going to go back to where we came. I'm also using the Chaos Rune to go through here. And we're going to do a block push. In this case, you want to use D-pad, because in that case, you're moving slower. And also, you can kind of go on this direction. And you can bash those stained glass things with the club, but I don't have much energy on the club, so in this case, may as well just do that. And you basically want to move the fire over to the beaten heart over here. Okay. Yeah, because that will trigger the boss, but we don't need to do anything with the boss quite yet. But one thing I'm going to do is I am going to use this to bash that out of the way because... to grab Copper Shield, just because. And also the thing with the light, look at that. I'm in total darkness, and it looks great. So in case we're, yeah, the idea that this is a 32-bit system compared to Nintendo 64 that was a 64-bit system, but that doesn't mean that PlayStation didn't have some tricks up its sleeve as far as making games look really, really nice on it. Okay, now we can fight this boss now, we're not gonna do that. But by going here, you can come out the front, and I'm gonna loop my way around. Because we are gonna go get that, the thing where the moon rune was. Oh shit! Crap. Well, that's what happens when you fall. You fall, you have that drop there, but you do use a life bottle, and so in that case, we're set. And when I come back up, as far as going upstairs, I'm gonna use the rejuvenation fountain for that. Also, I'm gonna get out the crossbow because I want to kill these things from a distance. Because there is one that can be trouble. Okay, we do have enough to get the chalice, but... yeah, there they are. You get back, but I don't want to completely use this. We're pointing out the crossbow shots are a little stronger than the throwing knives. We need to get the energy vial, and we also want to get some sheet music. There we go, let's get going. Keep running. And also, the rumble for the controller does work really nicely. So yeah, if you have a DualShock controller, use it for this game. It's cool stuff. Although, weirdly enough, I'll tell you this. I did test this a little bit, running this through PlayStation 5, because as I mentioned, if you have a game, as far as a PS1 or PS2 classic that was on, or that is on the PlayStation 4 or 5, you bought it on the PS3, you can download it for free on the newer system. But, it rumbles a lot. Even in case, to the point where I'm kind of questioning, is that even intended? Even just like you're doing walking, it's like, even as far as the controller here, it's not really doing much. Alright, we gotta fight the boss now. We can still deliver the sheet music, we'll do it after the boss. I do love the design of this boss, though. As they mentioned, he's the stained glass demon. Yeah, look at that. Look at the colors there. The demon's heart is his weak point. Hear the thumping and thumping. There's his health bar. And he'll have a couple tricks. What he'll do is he'll do that. Then he'll also do that. When he has his heart exposed, start shooting him with the crossbow. Or if you don't have crossbow, use your arms or use your throwing knives. But just shoot a little bit, because what'll happen is he'll do an attack. He does the shots out there. The other thing he can do is he can do the split off as far as the glass. Basically tossing glass at you. He'll also jump towards you, and he will usually jump to the center, and then he'll do the thing with the heart. And you do have auto aim, so you don't have to worry necessarily about saying, oh, I'm going to be off with my shots. But he also can put you into this, and if you're stuck in that, you're going to get yourself hurt, and you got to wait to get out. So yeah, I'm glad I got caught by that to show it, but not glad because of the damage it took. But basically what you want to do is you basically want to start shooting him as much as you can when he has his heart exposed, and then run out of the way when it's safe, or say, I'm close enough. Okay, I'm almost. And then we'll be able to win. If you time the jump right, you won't get hit necessarily by the stained glass. Alright, there we go. Boom, he's done. And remember, since his heart is made out of stained glass, boom, and a little flashlight warning sort of kind of. And with that, we got the skull key. That's our way out, but... Oh shit, did I not... Oh crap, I can't... Oh no. We're gonna have to play this game level again. I thought I could go back and, you know, do that again. Okay, fine. Alright, so I gotta go back, because unfortunately I left before I got the chalice, and I also left before I was able to deliver the sheet music. So, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna replay the level, and you do have to replay the level. We cannot leave the level after we do that. Or, after you can't just leave it early. The way, I'm so used to doing that in, Yoshi's Island, we're gonna start in a couple of months. And the Donkey Kong Country games, but yeah, not in MediEvil we can. It also does mean I have to go and get the chalice filled again. So unfortunately, I got to kill the enemies again. But the good news is I know what I'm doing, and I can kind of just bum rush my way through. Enjoy the atmosphere here. It also does mean you have to fight the boss again. So what I will do is I will actually not do the thing I did before. I kind of sort of screwed that up in the sense that I triggered the boss when I shouldn't have. And I thought, oh, you know, I can do that afterwards. Because there are a lot of cases where you have levels that have bosses in them and you don't instantly leave the level. But for this stage, that is not a case. So, alright, let's do this again. In this case, I only care about filling the chalice and getting that sheet music. That being said, it's not too much of a big deal. And there are parts of this game I'm a little more nervous of than just this, so not gonna be too bad. I just have to be careful on the imps as far as how they go as well. Alright, get out of the way, imps. But if nothing else, I do like this level because of the atmosphere of itself as well. And I don't know, I think I might have mentioned this at some point on the show. I sometimes be a sucker when it comes to like stained glass windows as far as the effect of a game. And weird enough, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I get the sense that maybe I don't see that enough in games. In some cases. But that being said, a case where, oh no, I do, no. Oh, right, them dying counts for the chalice. Actually, I did not know that. That's good to know. So in that case, alright, I got it that way. They died. But I'm still getting credit. Yeah. But you're also seeing why you do want to get rid of the spikes here as far as the stained glass, because they hurt pretty badly when you touch them. If I do the Fountain of Rejuvenation by coming in here, it means I can get a full refill as far as that. Okay, so I have that ready for a little bit. And we'll keep going. And I'm glad I'm able to get to this game, because I will be honest here. I think I said a couple months ago, I said, am I going to be ready to do this? Because I've always said, hey, when it comes to the viewer requests, I don't want to rush them. I don't want to get a sense of, oh, we just play it to get it off the master list because people want to see it. Look, I know people want to see it. I do want to get it to them as well, but it's also a case that I want to get it to them right that way. So, am I going to be okay doing this game? And I'm going to throw those knives at him. Oh, no. If he takes my knives, I'm not going to be necessarily too nervous, but I want to keep him out of my way. Alright, well, oh, the one with the fire. Okay, good, he died. Or the one without the fire died. Yeah, you're seeing here, it's not too bad to kind of get myself back. But as I said, I just want to make sure that I was going to be set for this. So that's kind of what I was kind of going in and out a little bit, saying, can we do this? Oh, no! Yeah, get away, because he'll do the jump. In this case, maybe just run around the side, or say, no, what am I doing? Just pull out the, crossbow, I don't care. Oh, right, I didn't select it. Alright, in that case, it felt better slicing and killing him that way. Okay, so let's do a recovery. Let me just go get the moon rune. I'll go down and get the sheet music, and then we'll be able to get that set. I will fill up my, my life bottle, and we'll be all okay. Fine, so there's that, and then we're gonna go in, because that room, by the way, where the music is, that is where the chalice is. So yeah, sometimes the chalice can be hidden, but other cases can be out in the open. I guess the other benefit also come here again means that since there is money to be had in some of these graves, I can use that and say, hey, I can get some more crossbow shots. I think there's money in some of these. And all the items do come back when it comes to going through a stage, which is good if you've missed or something. Okay, well, okay, let me rephrase that. The items come back if they're cases where they're not permanent, like, key items or things. Because you do need to get some of those, and you do have to remember to get them as you go along. There's one a little later. I think we'll see that tonight. That I actually forgot to do when I was doing the test. Wait a second, which one was it that it went down? I think it was, okay, it's this one. I don't want to walk off and die again. There we go, chalice set. I don't care, let them go, I got the sheet music, and it only happens as far as the room collapsing when you pick up the key item. So you don't have to worry about the fact that it's going to collapse while you're in there without the thing you need. Okay, so now that we got that, we can go finally back and do this. Although, not too bad. You're just seeing here, as I mentioned, the way the levels are set up, it's not necessarily going to be the end of the world if you have to kind of go through a level again. And sometimes it would behoove you to do that. And in this case, what happens when you have a key item like this, walk up to him, hit select, and pick up the inventory and select it. Hit X. There you go. Here's your music. Nice. By doing that, we got tons and tons of money, and also that for the Hall of Heroes, and we do still have to beat the level, but since I do have the rune we need, just go down here, open the door, and push the block into the heart again, and then we'll fight the battle. Oh, actually, wait a second. No, we won't. Well, not yet. I'm gonna go back, and I'm gonna go buy crossbow shots because I don't have a whole lot. There will be enough money to pick up to fund whatever you want to be focusing Daniel on. As you go along, this stuff gets a little more powerful, so you want to usually focus on that. Unless it's the case where I don't have enough, or not enough money to fund that. So in that case, that should be good. I will also buy some throwing daggers just because. And let's get ourselves going. Oh wait, they're free throwing daggers anyway. Oh crap. Oh right, my club broke. Not that it needed it. And if it does break, you go back to level that has it, or there's something actually pretty nice. I think it might be on this one. That'll make the club a non-issue, as far as it busting. Whoa. Okay, in this case, yeah, I was being a little risky by saying I'm gonna run through the darkness to not hit the stained glass spikes. Alright, so yeah, let's fight the stained glass demon again. It is a fun boss, and it is a great look to itself, so I don't necessarily mind doing it again. Okay. So same deal as before. I'll just take it down as far as the... What was it? Oh, fine. I do need to... Oh, wait a minute. Alright, I have the crossbow set. Also, I can use the shield you're seeing down there. In that case, I was able to avoid that shot. In fact, what? In this case, just keep hitting that X button. Right, it is only X. I don't know, but I got stuck. Yeah, and in that case, that shield's not gonna help you. Oh no. Oh, you get too close to slice you, so don't get too close. Alright. One more pass we should have. Well, okay, two more. Oh, but also as we're pointing out, showing that, which is that we're only using the life bottle. Since my shield did disappear, well, first off, they give you another one. That's nice. And second off, when it disappears, you can't use it anymore. So you crouch, you will not be protected. But we almost have them, so it's fine. Okay, now we can go to the Hall of Heroes and get a move. And as we go, chat, feel free to go into other stuff as far as this game, other insights you got. Or other stuff as far as, I guess, Halloween-based stuff, because I know it's, I know we're, early as far as Halloween block for this. But, that being said, still a lot of stuff to kind of go into. And other stuff, I guess, that we could do next year as far as it, which I haven't really thought, what do we do next year? I guess going to focus on this year so far. I'll talk about a whole lineup as it goes when we get to the schedule.
Bargain hunters should check out the ground floor.
And some of that's going to be potentially subject to change a little bit if we finish certain games quicker than we expect. I thought MediEvil would be one of them. I don't think it's going to be. So, in that case, that one's not going to be affected. Okay. So we did get here. Let's see who is next on our list. Alright, it is you.
Ah, Fortescue! What's this I hear about that archcad Zarok still being alive?
Yeah, we are going to get the upgrade here that's actually very useful. He's like, yeah, he knows that Zark's alive.
You old warhorse. Better show him what's what, eh? I expect Johnny's zombies a bit more of a handful than you remember. how are you doing for weapons?
Well, he says not too good. We got a couple nice things.
Here, take my warhammer.
Alright, we got a warhammer. It's the club, except it doesn't break.
I only ever get to use it cracking walnuts around this place.
Alright, fine, we'll take it. You can also say no, but it's a case where I think you eventually have to say yes.
Nonsense.
That is, unless you don't get the upgrades coming in here, because you can beat this game without ever visiting the Hall of Heroes. Alright, let's do that. So there's the hammer. It's very powerful, and also works the same way a club does. Also, like the club, I didn't show this, you do charge up as far as that and smash the ground. You can still pick up clubs, though, I guess because they want to make sure you're not going to get soft-locked, and this game, generally speaking, is pretty good as far as that. Though there's one area where actually I think I sort of did, although it's a case where I just had to restart the level. I'll bring that up later because I think we're going to see it tonight. Also, as we're pointing out, when you get some of these things, you can go back to earlier levels, and I'm going to do that now. And also, the levels are going to kind of branch off. It's not exactly like a Metroidvania case exactly, but we are going to have cases where we go different ways. You see, when we get to we went to the mausoleum, there's like nothing there as far as nowhere to go, as far as further, so we have to go back. But I'm also going back to the crypt, and the reason I'm doing that is because now I have the hammer, and you'll also use the club here if you have that. Along with all of the items respawning, so that does mean I have to get through this again. I get a couple of bucks, which is fine as far as that. But what I'm really here for is something on the wall over here. Alright, so there's throwing knives, that's that. Let's open the door. But before we do that and go on, pull the hammer out. Right here, this wall looks a little different than the others, so charge up your hammer and bash it. You might hit a couple times, but boom, there it goes, and you get another life bottle. So we're at 4. Yeah, it's definitely worth the trip back. Okay, so next up, we're gonna go back to the graveyard. And since we got the skull key, there was a door we couldn't pass, and actually didn't show it when we went through, but it also is technically another level, so don't necessarily go to the graveyard again. We have to go to return to the graveyard, so it's a separate level. In this case, since I did get that life bottle, I'm gonna save. And not too long as far as the save, and also not too long as far as the loading of this game either. Okay, so return to the graveyard, and in this case now, the enemies are gonna get stronger, so I gotta be careful going through here. I can also use the hammer. The other thing about the hammer that's worth pointing out is that it doesn't necessarily have much range like the sword. But that being said, it can make up for in power. Also, this bridge, it will collapse, so I want to run and jump and make sure I don't fall in the water. You can be in the water for a very brief bit of time if you're standing on the graves, but other than that, you don't die, so not gonna let that happen. Or in this case, I'll lose a life bottle. But they're all zombies here. They do hurt more, it's worth pointing out, so the damage output is going to increase as we go. So this game does ramp up well, but there's other parts like, Jesus Christ, you gotta be careful. Because otherwise, yeah, you can get yourself hurt. Okay. Get the baby charged up. That's also seasonal. Anything else I can hear? I guess so. And combat, admittedly, this game is... Well, okay, it's not mindless. I don't think that's the right way to put it. It's a case where you're just gonna want to just smash anything as is, but also you do have strategy on how you want to do it because of the fact that, hey, you have to get a sense of do you want to fight from a distance, and when is it worth doing that, and also when is the damage output worth getting in close. Alright, there's Silver Shield. That is a stronger shield. It has 250 points worth of damage that it takes. So that's good to have as far as that, and we're going to start seeing those more now. Alright, as far as my stuff, I do want to get more crossbow shots. I usually want to keep my crossbow shots set as we go along. But he fell down, so it's a case where the zombies are not necessarily... Well, I mean, they don't know necessarily what to do, but I like giving that attention to detail. Yeah, they'll kind of trip and fall. So it makes it a little easier for the picking, but it's also a case that they can still hurt you. Right, it's this door. There is... Oh, shit. Yeah, because they hurt. But also in this case, yeah, that door over there, the gate is locked, but there is a rejuvenation fountain, so I'm gonna go and grab that. Because after those big zombies hit me, I need that. Yeah, in this case, I do want to go off this way as much as I can. There you go, because over here is the rejuvenation fountain. Okay, there we go. Got it. Yeah, you are seeing the way the camera's getting stuck as far as it, but it's not as bad as it might look. It's not a case where the camera's actively getting you killed, if nothing else. And I guess the PS4 remake of this is better on that level? I don't know. But yeah, in this case, we got the skull key. You come here and you use it on the door. So in we go. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, we got the zombie dogs. They're coming by. So unfortunately, I gotta hit them with the damn hammer. Again, they're trying to kill us, so I can't really do anything about that. But not too many cases then. Okay, so we do have to go in here. I don't have that idea would be thrown in the camera. When we fasten your feet, want to be able to bash down walls when charging into them. Defeat the guardians of the graveyard. You never know why you left the grave without it. Okay, so that's indication of what we're gonna get. Now we do need to. Actually, maybe they're wolves. Oh no, well, okay, that. Well, we'll get a sense of that a little later. All right, because we do need to start with. You're seeing the pattern as far as how this game is. Even the door creaks. It's the little touches in games that really make them special. Yeah, you're right. And I think that's the thought I think about this game, and clearly what the people who made it, in particular, as I mentioned, Chris Sorrell, but everybody really on the dev team. And that's the really interesting thing about this, the idea that you get the sense that they kind of were paying attention to these little things, and I guess then going to the idea of, I guess, what Sony was doing when it came to a lot of their first-party stuff. Because the thought is, well, what is first-party gaming looking like nowadays, aside from Nintendo, where the case is that a lot of games of companies like Microsoft, a lot of stuff is on all the systems. Even Sony saying, the stuff of ours, we're gonna put on the other consoles. But especially in the PlayStation 1 era, because I guess at that case, they had a lot to prove, saying, well, we're going after Nintendo. We're mad at Nintendo because of the way that CD add-on for Super Nintendo fell in on itself. They stabbed us in the back with Philips. They said, what are we gonna do to convince people, saying, well, you're going on the turf of Sega and Nintendo with this one, and saying, what can Sony, a company that was all about a lot of their electronics, like the Walkman and things like that, what are they going to provide to gaming? And I think then what happened is, what I think Sony did very smartly with this, is they said, you know, let's look around as far as a lot of teams, including teams like Sony Cambridge as they became, because the other context of that is that this company, or fine, Millennium Interactive, as far as what they were known, Sega and Microsoft were courting them. They were kind of looking to them saying, hey, you know, I guess they had a connection with Sega because the James Pond games that came out on the Genesis. And Microsoft at the time, they were starting to carve out their niche. What was Microsoft games looking like as far as the PC? And they already had connections with Alexei Pajitnov when it came to like his elements of Tetris, because he was involved with them as far as Pandora's Box, which they made on the PC. You mentioned that we play Tetrisphere. But then the case of saying, well, Sony, what are they going to have? And also they said they were really impressed by the concept of this game, because that's the other thing. This game was not originally called MediEvil. It was originally going to be called Dead Man Dan. And I know you love Carnival, and the name sounds similar on this one. The thought of this game was originally, it was going to be like an arcadey on-rail shooter that was intended initially for the PC and for the Sega Saturn. So it was gonna be a game like that. But then they said, well, alright, we're looking at other games. They looked at, I guess, what Nintendo had. Crap, is a fall in the water. with The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, which everybody knew was coming out. That was in development for 3 years, and we mentioned when we played it. And that was the big game for Nintendo 64. People saying, this is going to revolutionize a lot of stuff. And they said, well, we're going to go this adventure direction. And then they said, all right, we'll have this going, but also saying, let's have these details going on with the idea of even the way I'm pushing this. I mean, I'm clipping into that, admittedly, but also the case he's kind of leaning his shield in to kind of push this block. You can make that jump without pushing the block. But given me just falling in the water, probably a better idea just to do it that way so you avoid getting the life bottle lost. And there's the challenge. We'll be able to get that in a little bit. But Casey, you're right. The little details as far as how it looks, but also you're right, the sound design. And that's the thing. The sound design in this game is really something. I think that's what Sony, I think, really emphasized the most. Because I know we mentioned this a couple times when it came to PlayStation as it is. The thought that, well, what did PlayStation offer as far as technology? And that was CD. Because remember, they had the compact discs. That was how it was going into cases of the 80s and the 90s. And then also then with DVDs when it came to the PlayStation 2, they won the console cycle on the DVD case, saying, wow, that sparked the market for that in places that they weren't expecting. Japan, that took off massively. PS2 sold terrifically. Partially because of that, but also because people were liking what they had. But then saying, well, we're going to focus on that audio tech, and Sony was doing that even when they were publishing for Sega and Nintendo, because we've shown that a couple times when it came to stuff Sony ImageSoft. We showed that when we played Smart Ball, we showed that when we played Mickey Mania, and we played the Sega CD version of Mickey Mania, saying, what are they doing when it came to that? As we're also getting a recovery area, which I definitely want to be set for when we go. And I got the chalice, right? I think I did. No, I did. I believe I did. But anyway, you're right. That thought of saying, well, compared to Nintendo that went cartridge direction, and Sega went CDs as well, but also saying, well, what can we do? We can make this game sound like a movie. And I know that's something Sony oftentimes has looked around for as we're going to fight the Guardians of the Graveyard. They're these wolf creatures that go invisible. What I want to do on this one is pull the hammer out. They will appear as far as that, so what you want to do is you want to crouch, wait for they appear, block, and then hit them down. Basically, whilst you're blocking, basically just slam them. It's not hard if you do that. If you try to hit them otherwise, it is. In this case, I might also want to use the copper shield just to get it, to make sure I keep... Oh, except, yeah, they can tear that thing apart. And even the silver shield... Yeah. And also, as it's walking around, it can hurt that way. But that's a good observation, DollyFinn, as far as that, and we did get him. Alright, so we vanquished that, and we got the Daring Dash. Use it well. The Daring Dash, you hit the triangle button, you do a run across. Sometimes bash into things for that and knock enemies down. And this gargoyle will tell us a little bit about it. But good insight, as I mentioned, especially on the thing with the audio. And how it kind of captures that and saying, well, let's have this kind of... production quality. Not that games and cartridges didn't have that necessarily. But it was always that question of what were they going to do with that when it came to either cartridge games, because we showed off great music with Toe Jam and Earl last week. But then how Nintendo countered the Sega Genesis because it came out later. They said, we have an audio chip by Sony for the purpose of the making it more harmonized with the music that's capable for that console. And then the push towards CD. And then Sony saying, well, you know what? We can make it into this kind of media event. I'll tell you this, I'll have a link list item for this. The commercial for MediEvil, so every time I saw the commercials for PlayStation games, even without owning one for a while, it was something where I kind of knew what they were. It's almost like, and it was a kind of interesting time where, not that you didn't see this with other consoles, but just the case that when I was seeing those commercials for PlayStation stuff, it almost felt like, oh yeah, I'm seeing movie trailers on television. And you hear that sound, like, boom, as far as like, oh wait, there's a Sony case as far as PlayStation. And you hear that voice going, PlayStation. And it's the case like, oh wow, like, okay. But look at something like this, and even the weird way they sometimes market stuff like this, like Spyro the Dragon, like, I mentioned Wild 9, we played Twisted Metal last year, and Tomba as well, as an example, and saying, those games I just mentioned, those are cases where they said, you know what, these are not on other systems, number one, but number two, cases of showing what can PlayStation do for this, and also what can it do on audio tech as well, to deliver that as well. But we're at the shopping mall, as far as the Hall here shopping mall.
Hunters should check out the ground floor.
Unfortunately, we are the bargain hunters for now.
Should check
But that's
out
the idea.
upper
We were able to
floor.
bargain hunt, and we'll be able to
Very
build
tight.
ourselves up. So yeah, upper floor is coming later, but unfortunately for now, we do not have upper floor. But we're going to go and see... let's see who we're going to see. Sometimes we'll see the same person again. In fact, I think we're going to do that. Hi. Your hammer's, your hammer's doing good for us.
Bravo, Fortescue!
I was looking, he's bravo! He's like, yeah, so he's like, jolly good case as far as that. And the idea that also it is kind of loving the idea, or kind of relishing in the idea that, yes, this is a very specific perspective of itself as far as the atmosphere goes, as far as the idea that it is a European, like, British horror take of itself. That is that it's kind of interesting dichotomy the way we have this when it comes to the supermassive games. I mean, because those are games that are UK-developed games that are emulating American horror. And this is a game that's UK developed out of Cambridge in particular that is emulating, I guess, Gothic horror, but also, as I mentioned, kind of a comedic stream, almost like British television or British films or something like that. And the way that kind of comes together really makes it stand out, and stand out as something unique that, honestly, I don't know if I can think of other games that have that aura of itself that are quite like this. All right, let's take this out. So, yes, please. All right, we're going to be polite. Okay, in this case, he's giving us money. And it is a good amount of money. It's 100 coins. It's not necessarily a new weapon, but it's something that we can use, and when it comes to buying from those gargoyles, that's going to be worth it. Okay, so off from the hall here as we go. We're going to the next area. And with that, that new area opens. I also love that touch, the idea that it's kind of fading as far as saying, hey, we're going to make our element. Okay, so checking memory card data. And we are going to cover a lot of this game tonight. It's worth pointing that out. We're not going to beat it, but we're going to cover a lot. Okay, so we do have a couple places we can choose to go. We can go to the Enchanted Earth, or we can go to the Scarecrow Fields. I think we do have a choice of where we want to go. I'm going to go to the Enchanted Earth because there's something I want to have before we go to the Scarecrow Fields, and in all honesty, the Enchanted Earth is a little easier, but we also have to come back here later. So we can't get everything here now. And we're starting to get these nice FMV cutscenes. I will not have to mute on these because they're not voiced. But in this case, Daniel's walking through the gate there in the forest. Yeah, it's great looking stuff. And yeah, this is a great selection as far as, I'm laughing to death as far as getting ourselves started with Halloween Block Right. And also a good variety, I guess, of a lot of the stuff we're going to be looking at as far as horror stuff this year. Horror adjacent. Because I guess, well, I was going to go on the schedule as we're also killing the frogs because the frogs can hurt quite badly. Because I guess what we got, I'll mention that at least. Because what we have horror-based this year. We have Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights. We're starting that in 2 weeks. DollyFinn and chat's going to be in with me for part 1 of that. And finale as well, which I think we might... Well, I think we'll figure as far as having her on finale. I think that's going to be a December thing. I think. We'll question that or figure that later. We got this. We technically have The Wolf Among Us because of parts of that going up, and the finale is going up in October. We have Mega Man 7. That is a little on the edge, but there is Shade Man's level, which is a direct nod to Ghosts and Goblins. And we have Castlevania Chronicles, of course. We got that. And so in that case, we do have a good lineup as far as we got. But also cases we'll have more for next year, as is the case. So we do have a pretty good variety of what's going on here, as well as having there are the frogs there. Now, we do have to take that cart up, but there honestly right now is not much reason to do that because we're going to have to come back here a little later. It's going to be one of the last things I think we do tonight, or close to it. Also, we're going to have the worst flashing warning in this game that I've seen thus far, because full disclosure, I've not beaten this game yet as far as on my practice, but I will be doing that as far as it will be set. As we're pointing out, you're seeing me killing the frogs. They're not giving me any chalice stuff, but it's fine. Like a giant magpie, the dragon bird sits upon its hoard of stolen treasures. Yeah, we're gonna see that a little later. So yeah, because you take that rope bridge up there, they're gonna be there's a bird's nest. We have to get items out of that. Yeah, but all those games I mentioned, as far as what we got, it is a good variety as far as like what's the horror looking like. Although I guess the most horrifying one, I guess, is The Wolf Among Us. That area over there. Let me just show this brief. They have that laser. We can't get past there, and we're not gonna get past there for a while yet. I guess it's Wolf Among Us, but also parts of this. In fact, this next part is kind of one of the most terrifying parts of the game. And you don't have to do this, but we are going to do this because it is a nice case and you get a nice reward. Alright. He's been covered with witches in the caves beneath Cemetery Hill, but the forest never smelt the same since. Okay, because remember, on stage 2, they said, hey, you know, you pick up that witch's talisman. If you know where a witch is, you can do a call out. We're going to do a call out now, so I'll pull that out by the coven. Alright, here we go.
Who has summoned the witch of the forest? Oh, it is you, Sir Fortescue. Forgive me, my lord. I have never met a real hero.
There's also someone pretty famous who voices her. I'll get into that in a little bit. He's like, yeah, I don't care. Keep going, okay?
Forgive me. Just an old lady's little joke. In truth, I am glad to see you, Sir Fortescue. I need 7 pieces of amber that are hidden in the ant's nest.
Okay.
Bring them to me, and I can grant you a special reward. I will only offer you this quest this once. Are you willing to give it a try?
Sure am. Okay, before we go on with this quest, though, let me talk about who voices the Forest Witch. Okay, I'm trying to get the sense that this is actually her name. Imanzi Shungama, or if we're going to see her later. But I think it's the Forest Witch. That's what we're talking about here. That is Helen Lederer who voices her. She is Catriona on Absolutely Fabulous. That includes every element of that show. That also includes the movie that came out in the 2010s. She also was Mr. Saunders in The Kid from 2010. She's also Miss Bowline Hitch on Old Jack's Boat as well. So yeah, Catriona from Absolutely Fabulous is in this game. I'll have a picture of her from Absolutely Fabulous. You're probably thinking like, wait a second. Never thought you'd get that connection going on with MediEvil, but that's what we're getting. And she's very good, by the way, as the Force Witch. I was like, she sounds really familiar. I looked like, oh my god. Because I have seen Absolutely Fabulous every so often. I think I remember it used to be on for me. I know late nights on PBS, and I know it also used to be on Comedy Central back in the mid to late 90s. And I also remember seeing Are You Being Served around as far as stuff like that. But yeah, there you go. I don't think there's a... See, okay, I'm playing a dangerous game here, AbFab, as far as the case of DollyFinn, which is also short of, for fans. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for indicating that, because I probably should have mentioned that. Because, like, yeah, that's what people call it. It's called AbFab, and sometimes they've called it that way. But I'm playing a dangerous game here for the case of the edit, because I'm saying, well, wait a minute, there's not a game based on this. I could be totally full of shit for all I know, because we found this out when we did Shadowheart's Covenant a few weeks ago, saying... Fine, every time we bring up something like that, I always ask, is there a game based on it? Because he quoted Mean Girls, said, is there a game based on it? I was like, what? I was like, I don't know. And I looked up, I was like, oh my god, there is a game based on this that was on PC, and there was a canceled game on DS, and sending me around. I was like, wait, that has a game? It's like, did you expect this? I said, kinda, yes. Like, well, it's you. Of course you'd expect. It's like, but no, I don't know. It's the case where everything gets a game pretty much. Until it doesn't. But that being said... I also have edit down here, does Absolutely Fabulous or AbFab, does that have a video game? If it does, we probably should show it. We'll see. But having said that, we're going to accept the quest. Let's go on. Except she is going to shrink us, so we do have to go down into the anthill. And this is actually...
Sorry.
There's no game. DollyFinn, you looked, I guess? Is that the thought? Oh, also, she didn't tell us this one aspect, which we have to be an insect size to go in. It's like, oh, what have you done to me? This is also the most terrifying part of the game. If you don't like bugs... Being Crusader 64, I don't think he's played this. This would be a nope case for him. We're going to the ant caves. It is also one of the most atmospheric parts of the game. We'll say that for sure. We'll show that. There is the film. Yes, that came out in the 2010s. It was 2017, 18, 19, somewhere around there. I think you've seen it. You said it was good. Am I right about that? If you were to go on that.
Onward and meet your tiny nemesis.
Okay, because we're gonna go and fight, what is it? We're gonna fight ants. So, alright, this one, I guess we'll hold the hammer. So, okay, we have a couple of goals here. We have to go and find Amber, because, the witch needs it. But we got something else going on here. Get the music, the movie came out in 2016, thank you. I didn't remember when it was, but the point is we do have that element there, because, we come in here. But there's a dead bug down there.
Thank you for releasing me, sir. My people wish only to live our lives in blissful harmony with nature. But alas, the wicked Ant Queen has many of us in prison.
Okay.
Rescue my people, Mr. Fortescue, and you will be richly rewarded.
Yeah, we do want to get that reward. So yeah, we got the fairies there, so we want to go save them. So we got 2 goals here. We have to go through and get the amber we need, which is going to be enough. You have to go and save the fairies who are locked in here by the ants as far as it. And then we have to defeat the boss, which is the ant queen. And they give you a free club as far as this, but since we have the hammer, we just need that. But the fairy will help us in, they'll take us out as far as that. Oh, you have the link as far as that. Thank you, DollyFinn, that'll go in the link list as far as that. I guess I should see that movie as far as well, you know? Just myself. And I didn't know that as far as going through the notes. Like, oh, wow, okay, that's kind of a cool thing. That's why we'll go in the voice discussion notes. Oh, a clip as far as well. Thank you, of course, appreciate that. We'll definitely have that in the link list. It's also good because I didn't have much in the link list last week. Although, honestly, I also was not in much of a good case for talking last week. I mean, I was and I wasn't. We had a great time last week. We did Toe Jam and Earl, but it was also something like, yeah, I'm fighting off a sickness, or was. I mean, I still, I guess, sort of am, but feeling fine as far as I'm just congested. Like, maybe it's allergies. But having said that, I'm feeling good as far as tonight. No problems going on. This is the magic portal going down to the tunnels. Because last week I only had one thing in the link list. I'm surprised I only had one thing. But here's the thing. Also, when we're down here, you do have the light. So talk about the lighting effect. This is a great case as far as the lighting effect. But you talked about the thing with the sound. Talk about the little detail. You know those creaking bugs. Uh-oh. Yeah, Crusaders, nope. And look in there in the shadows like, holy shit, that's scary. I'm not gonna be honest. I'm not gonna lie to you. This did kind of scare me as far as the idea of, you know, going through here when I was doing my practice. Holy shit, but you hear that? Yeah, because they come out of the, they come out of the way. And also, this is a case where, I'll say this, I think we've sometimes talked in the Answer Infinite. But still, if they get in your way, smash them. Basically, I just want to kill every single one, pretty much. But that being said, this is one of those cases where the way the draw distance works, because on the PlayStation and also on Saturn and Nintendo 64, you had cases where the draw distance usually don't see that far. And in this case, it's like a light, because in that case, we can't see too much, but you can also see like primary aspect. You can see the amber is in gold. And it does glows. All the glows is golden in this case, and you also have the larvae there. Smash the ever-living hell out of them, otherwise ants are gonna come out. But that being said, because it's kind of a short distance, it's something where you get a little blindsided, sort of, in case like, so it's a good jump case as far as what this is. Like, oh no, there comes more ants and more, you know, bugs and things. Keep going. And by the way, the way the ants will go is usually they don't touch you, they don't hurt you by touching you, but what will happen is that they will, it's eating away at me. I will, get out of my way! I will get my hammer ready as far as hitting that to get a recovery. Yeah, usually they'll kind of slice you, that's really where you gotta be careful. Also the fact that it is very minimalistic as far as how the music is, but there are health vials, so when you need them, use them. But I am fully healed right now, so at this point, I don't care. Also to point out, when you bash the larvae, sometimes you'll have money in there, or you'll also find amber. There's 3 collected, 4 remaining. That will give you an indication of how many you need. So actually, this probably is the most straight horror we're doing of anything this year, perhaps. Well, I mean, debatably. Because we're not doing Resident Evil this year. That is, unless, all right, one little, I'll mention this, because the whole idea is go through here, find where the amber is, and you also find where the hidden where the fairies are, because they're trapped in, I guess, like glass enclosures. So I'll go into this. We have a little bit of a wild card when it comes to October, because if we finish Shadowheart's Covenant on September 20th, and we don't need a part on October 18th, and it will be October 18th, by the way, if we need one. I have a free show, so that means I think I might do a preview program on something I might do on Resident Evil. I might. Because I say, yeah, what's the most explicitly horror-based thing we got this year? And I think this section alone, I think, might be that game. Not to say we're not going to have thrills and chills and scares in the other games, but it's also going to be maybe different about how we have it. And Shadowheart's Covenant, I guess it's also something where it's kind of a lot of the stuff with, you know, necromancy that we have on that same with this game a little bit as well. Castlevania, you have aspects of that going on. And then Mega Man 7, well, okay, Mega Man 7 can be kind of a scary game as far as maybe difficulty if you don't know it. In that case, I know that game, so we'll be fine. And there's one of the fairies. Bash them open as far as that. Get rid of the ants. Yeah, there's 6 of them here, so make sure to find them all. That being said, you will be indicated when you're getting to a point where, hey, you gotta be careful, otherwise there's no going back. And there's no map in here, so please just walk your way around and just look around for where the glass is. Alright, but we are going good on the larvae or on the amber we need. Get out of the way. You're also hearing just the hammer going off repeatedly as far as this, to the point where I don't know if this is getting too loud. But when you get to a point, you'll see a book, you'll see another health recharge station. There's 2 of them in this area. And you won't... It'll be a case they'll warn you enough, so it's not a case where you'll necessarily miss. At that point, it was like, no. If you just go on, at that case, you'll be in a case of saying, okay, you have yourself to blame, saying, no, I missed, and in that case, they tell you, by the way, there's no turning back. And yeah, I guess it would be nice to have a map in here, but then again, I guess that's the idea. Oh, actually, this is the area that I'm thinking of, so... Actually, you know what? I don't want to recover my health completely yet. Okay, there we go. We have enough ammo for the witch now, so that's good. We won't do anything with that. Alright, there's the gargoyle. So I do want to read that book, because that's where we need to go. Brave enough to go beyond this point. This is where the Ant Queen is. Once you counter her, there's no going back. So, if you didn't get all of the fairies like I so far have not, don't go there. That's basically what they're telling you. In this case, we're just going to make our run, and I'm going to make sure I get all the fairies, and then we'll come back there and we'll fight the boss. And since there are health vials around, I'm going to try and find one of those, just so I don't have to use the recharge station. Or the rejuvenation station. Here. Right, there's one right there. As long as you just keep walking, you're going to find them. Just look for that glass. So it is a case where, yeah, the way the draw distance is, it's light in the way enough as far as that, but then it's also something that those will stand out. The amber will stand out, as will the areas where the fairies are. Also very atmospheric. That's the other thing about this. We're talking about little details and getting the player invested as far as the world they're in. Yeah, this is absolutely a case like that. And I guess if you do get lost, hugging the walls can help, because it gives a sense of, oh yeah, go this way. And I think we are back at the start, which is fine, because I do need to retrace my steps to make sure that I can find the rest of the fairies. In fact, yeah, right here, perfect. Get out of the way of those larvae. Or just get rid of them. There you go. Okay, 2 more. Okay, and by going this way, rocks will drop down. You can barely see that one. Yeah, use the club or use the hammer to bash them down. That being said, I think I might want to turn the camera around a little bit. And this also goes to the idea, fine, I may as well mention this, because this is the case of ants. Fine, they are ants, but it's also a case where, yeah, because they look otherworldly as far as that they're surrounded by darkness, it's a case where, yeah, these things are kind of scary that way. As opposed to a case where maybe it's more stylized, and hey, it looks like a cartoony case of itself. Yeah, I don't know if Crusader 64 would like this, because it's not spiders. I know he'd absolutely be no on the spiders, but for this, they almost move like spiders. And the idea of like how bugs are as far as that. But that being said, it still is a case where even myself, where I can usually take this kind of thing, I can't. But it's, oh Jesus. Maybe because of the darkness. I think the darkness kind of makes it a little more of a case of itself. I'm like, uh-oh. Two more. Let's go over here. There's the other vial. Talk about setting the mood. Going back to that, you're right about that. Absolutely. This is absolutely setting the mood. It's like, yeah, we're shrunk down. That's the other thing. So I guess this makes sense. This is the most tense part of the game I've played so far. Because we're shrunk down. He even asked, what have you done to me, witch? But let's see. Where is it? Okay, there's one. Okay, we got them all. Awesome, we can go. Back. Okay. So now, as long as we keep going down here, we're gonna be. Oh wait, that's another way. Okay, perfect. But nothing else you're seeing this whole area. There's more amber. You pick it up, it doesn't do anything. But that being said, you still have it. So it gives an indication that, yeah, there's more than enough. You just keep bashing everything. Yeah. So yeah, this is an ant massacre as far as it's. Okay, so let's get back to where the queen is, where her lair is, and then we're gonna fight her. Okay, good. As I said, I don't know what's going on the, what is it? On the thing for OBS, where, like, it's flickering. As long as it's not affecting the video, I'm fine with that. And actually, looking back to last week's video, I said, hey, you know, I'm going to show you what it's showing on the video, because it looked like it was showing that way, but it's only showing that way if I have, I guess the Windows video player running at the same time I have OBS running, which... When I had it off that way, I was like, oh, the video was fine. So I was like, alright, I can't even show the idea of that with the clips I took. Because I saw it again when I started the show tonight, and I was like, uh-oh, I didn't know it was doing that. But if I can just get a sense that, oh, it's just OBS acting weird, I'm gonna be okay with that. I'll look into it to see if there's anything to it, just because I want to see that. It's also the case I know when we have guests, you're gonna see it, I was like, what is this? Initially, I would get nervous when I see stuff like that, but alright. I do want crossbow shots, which I do have. I don't need much more on that. Out of the way, ant. Also, fine, I want to go in there fully recovered. Okay, let's go. Alright, welcome to the Queen Ant's lair. Now here's the deal. She's over there, she's invincible to start. She looks more like Spider, but as far as this... She's there. There's her health. So, what you gotta do here is you gotta kill the other ants and avoid her shots, and... Actually, I didn't know I didn't have a shield. Crap, okay. So basically what you do is you keep beating your minions down, and you wait until she goes into that pose, and when she does... Or, no. Yeah, she goes into that pose, pull out the crossbow, and start firing. She also drop rocks, they usually will not hit you, so don't worry, just keep firing. that case, I took down about 300 health, and do that every so often as far as that will be said. But you do have to kill enough of her minions around in order to make that happen, or get close enough or let enough time pass. So I basically just killed the minions anyway, just get them out of the way so that then I'll have a free shot. But also be careful of her ink shot, or find her junk shots, because those hurt bad. And also don't get close to her, otherwise her slices will hurt too. Ouch! Okay, no, she didn't do that. Oh, there we go. And the game pauses, by the way, when you pull your inventory out, so take that in mind. If you don't have a special function on square for this, just keep hitting that X button and you'll be right as you're in. Alright, boom. This is going a little better than it went on the test, although it didn't go bad. It's not a case where I got game over. There's other places that happened. I'll mention this when we get there. But I didn't come into this thing without a shield before. Although, actually, to be honest, when I was doing the test, I didn't actually think, oh yeah, you want me to do crouching to avoid that. Okay, there you go. Oh, no, she's doing that. Ow. You go into your other post so I can start killing you, please? Yes. This is also why you want to use this, but if you do run out, you can use your arm or you can use your throwing knives. Okay, the rock did hit me that way, but it's not often it does. Okay. Also, I'm feeling better as far as being able to do this. As I mentioned, I wasn't sure if I would pull this out, but I didn't want to pull it out, and I also didn't want to be in a case of saying, hey, you know, I'm not ready. But I think more as far as I'm playing it, I am. And I've also been having a great time playing this. Again, you're right, because the atmosphere puts me in. Also because of its, or, okay, maybe it doesn't pause. Or maybe it slows down. I didn't know it did that. But alright, yeah, she's done. Alright, we made it. Okay. And look at that detail. The fact that, yeah, you know, that's, like, the larvae is coming down. By the way, wait for her to, you know, disappear before you walk into that. Alright, so, let's go. So we did two of our things. We saved the fairies and we helped, I'm forgetting her name already. Catriona from AbFab. Or, in witch form. Hi.
Bless me, if it isn't Daniel, Lord of the Ants.
Yeah, we're Lord of the Ants and we're Lord of the Harvest now.
Spell.
Thank you.
Oh, lovely, lovely.
Yep, here we go. Here you go.
Once a night, a wart-covered and cabbage-smelling old crone I may be, but I always keep my promises.
There you go. Yeah, the witches do have their code, and as long as you're good to them, they'll be good to you. Alright, got the chicken drumstick. That actually is a very useful weapon, despite the fact it might not look like or might seem funny. It is helpful. And by saving all of the fairies here, we do get a free chalice fill. And we get to go to the Hall of Heroes and get upgrades. So technically this level has two chalices to it. Yeah, it's like they got a cool bar. Oh, they have a table, as far as it, where you can have like nice mead or drink something nice out of the chalice. But we're not going to be able to do that for quite a while yet. We had to get in their good graces. So that's why you also want to find all the fairies, because you get a free Hall of Heroes element. If you, oh, there you go. That's the chicken drumstick. When you throw that at an enemy, what happens is they will usually instantly die. Almost every enemy will die when you throw that, and they'll turn into health recovering chicken. That being said, you don't often get recovers of that, so you want to use that sparingly.
Check out the upper floor. That's where it's at.
Yeah, he keeps teasing us as far as that idea of going upper floor. We'll go upper floor later tonight. Oh, here we go.
Fortescue, you jawless arrow magnet. What are you doing back here?
Yeah, he's not happy to see us. He's like, what are you talking about?
What? Call me Mr. Woden the Mighty. How I pity the people of Gallowmere, that their fate should once again be in the hands of a chump like you.
Okay, yeah,
Still,
he's definitely not happy
I
of us dying
suppose
quickly.
It's not fair to take it out on them.
Hey, yeah, he's saying like, yeah, I'm not gonna take it out on
Do
the
try
other
not to
cases, but
stab
yeah, why don't you take your
yourself in
sword?
the foot. You know, I've always had my doubts about you, Fortescue. You're just not carved from hero material.
Oh, he's like, well, we're gonna show you. Although, hey, we got shot. Fine, our thing was we weren't prepared, I guess, from getting shot in the eye. It wasn't a fact that we were gonna drop the damn sword, I think. But we're gonna get a nice sword. Oh, this is the broadsword. There's a percentage there. You can pay money in order to upgrade it to be even more powerful. It also has a longer reach than the short sword, so this is gonna actually be very useful, and I'm gonna use it a lot. Alright, so let's go to the Hall of Heroes. Or out of the Hall of Heroes, I should say. Yeah, we're going well as far as this one so far. So far, I'm having a really good time. And more stuff of PlayStation coverage, because it's one of those cases where sometimes I talk about the idea of our coverage of certain systems and certain games within it, or within them, I should say, or within that console company or console area as far as it. But cases where sometimes... Oh, no, I don't want to go there again. Shit. Okay, so I did not mean to come here again, but what I can do is I can show... I'll go out the quick way. Fine, the quick way would be resetting the game, I guess, but I'm not doing that. Since I just saved. But I can show off my nice sword. And since I am coming in here, I can get myself recovered, so actually it's not going to be a totally worthless trip. That, and there's another exit, so we don't have to go through that again as far as going to the anthill. I mean, no, actually I don't know if we can. I've actually not tested it. Maybe I should test that, although I don't know if I want to use the show to do it. I'll edit down below, I'll tell you that when I edit this in a few days. I'll say, can you go back in there? Because she did say I'm only going to give you this helmet once. I mean, maybe we will. I mean, I guess you can if you don't go to the challenge. Alright, I'm coming here to get the help. Or, well, I'll start taking the help, but we do need to go up here. This is a preview of what we're going to have to do later. But for now, I have to use this to get out of here. So I'm going to take this nice pulley up, or this nice, I guess, cart going up into the trees. And you are hearing the wind going. So you're right, there is a subtlety to this game that, yeah, I don't know if I necessarily expected. Alright, so what you gotta do here is you have to climb up the side of this. I'm just gonna walk, why not? There's that great attention to detail. It's kind of just lumbering as far as how this is. So yeah, they really pay attention to what this is. I really don't want to make this something special. Okay, so the bird here, or there will be a bird. Crouch in order to avoid getting grabbed, but you have to roll the eggs off. And you get them in the orders of these three. You get money. You get a copper shield, so now in that case we can do that. And the last thing you get is you get the earth rift. We do need to grab that. And because I came back here, we're gonna have to do this a second time, but that's fine. And also, I am switching between walking and running. Oh shit, no! It's like, if they knocked me off, that would be horrible. Consider the preview when we get to Tomb Raider, as far as which one we're gonna start with. As far as the old ones, the only one I have is Tomb Raider 2. I kinda wanna do, the first one on Saturn. I gotta get a copy of that. And then there's 3, there's Last Revelation, there's Chronicles, there's Angel of Darkness. And then there's, actually, fine, we have to do the full recovery on this because I need to do that. And then there's Legend, which I have. Anniversary, which is a remake of the first. Underworld, the 2013 one, Rise of the Tomb Raider, and Shadow of the Tomb Raider. And the ones on the Game Boy Color and the Game Boy Advance. Yeah, we haven't touched that. Chad, I don't know, do we start at the beginning on Tomb Raider? I guess? I'm not sure what you think as far as that. In this case, yeah, oh crap, fell in the water. Oh, no. You know, I want to see about getting that vial recovered, especially where we're going next. The next area can be a bear, so I want to go and run over to grab it. I mean, I guess with Tomb... Oh, he already used it all. Okay, so, yeah, because they do get used up, so never mind. Okay. I was saying with Tomb Raider, I guess we start with the first one, although I don't know... I kind of want to start with the very first one, and not one of the remakes, because Tomb Raider 1 technically has 2 remakes to itself.
None shall enter.
This is going to be for way later. We got to get the Shadow Artifact to come in here.
Separated from the world of goodness.
With Tomb Raider, there is the Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3 collection
No one,
that came
not
out
even the Dark Lord
a year or
Zarek,
so
can
ago.
release them
There's
without
Anniversary.
the shadow.
Anniversary is represented as DLC for Tomb Raider Legend on 360, which is where I own it. So that's technically a method of it too. I kind of want to play that original one as far as, you know, the very specific movements as far as that. I'm going digital only with that. But yeah, coming through here, this is your way out. So I'll make sure I do not go back in here again. But it was a worthwhile trip to get more money and also to get some health. And we're going to go to the Scarecrow Fields. This can be a hard place to go through. And it's a case where on my practice, I did not remember to get everything out of that. Actually, when I went through it, how do I get everything from here? Actually, I will not lie to you. I did kind of watch the Super Gaming Brothers play of this game. I'll link to that below. It was also a funny case. I did not mention that we were in the anthill. The idea that Elliot Cancel was part of the show. He basically saying, when I was growing up, one of my cousins, she asked me, like, what would happen if you kill ants? And he went on, like, this ant genocide. It's like, you're a sadistic bastard. It's like, yeah. He was like, and you seem like you're not even at all ashamed of this. But, yeah, it was an interesting case, one of their early cases as far as that. But anyway, we were at the Scarecrow Fields. Okay, they're almost unstoppable, so don't try being a hero. Try trapping them while you're making your escape. Despite what that says, first time I saw that, I said, that means they're invincible. They're not. They just take a lot of punishment. So the Scarecrows are here. Slice, slice, slice. But they do a lot of damage, so you gotta be careful, and they will increase the chalice stuff in a good way. By 5% each. Or 6% in the case of that one. And also we have these pitchfork workers, like the farmers. Cut them down. And you have this cart. You think push it. No, slice it with your sword. Also, you can sort of mine enemies out of the, what was it? Out of the haystack. And you do need the club for this, because the club is the only thing that can be set on fire, to point that out. And also, they burn, so they actually die easily. But if you light this on fire, they'll come out, so you can actually get a few more. It's not infinite when they come out as far as how many of them, but it is still something that you do get a couple extra cases of that as well. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to... Oh, you can't do that yet. I'm going to go to the merchant. I'm going to grab the money and go to the merchant. Merchant's over here. There is also an energy vial. I want to check my weapon loadout. And also services. You pay 100 gold to enchant that broadsword. I'm going to do that. The bar on that will go down as far as the percentage when you have it equipped. So equip it when you need it. Crossbow shots, I want these. Yeah, they cost a lot of money, but I definitely want to have them for what we're doing here. Because we're going to go in this gate and let me pull them out. Here we go. I'll show the chicken drumstick a little later. Yeah, because you come in here, you have this metal thing walking along. You can walk under its feet or over that. There's like a imp controlling it. Shoot at the head. The crossbow shots destroy it quicker than the knives. You can destroy it with the knives and also, of course, with the arm. But you want to use the crossbow shots. Because, yeah, in that case, it takes him down in less than 30. Boom. There you go. Alright, so there's the moon rune, and in order to get in there, we have to go over to this door. Put that down. I'm also going to pull out... I'll pull the hammer out. Yeah, because there are moths here, they can hurt, so just smash. There's a club. There's another, oh, that's the earth rune, so we need that to go along. You do have to kind of go back and forth as far as the Scarecrow field, and this place can be very dangerous. And there's a lot to keep track of. And here's the windmill. Those fans of the windmill, they can hurt you, so make sure you make your run and time it right. And there's another recharge station. Don't... Oh, okay, I need a little bit. And this one I do want to have myself recharge as much as I can. This was a bear when I was doing the test, so I gotta be careful. Alright, here we go. So we have... Oh, there's another, you know, let's show the drumstick off. You throw that. There's a flashlight warning, and they turn into, roasted chicken. And it recovers your health. That being said, you do not have a whole lot of those, so use them, when you really need them. I will be very specific on how I use them. If I'm in a case where there's enemies that are really giving me trouble, I'll use them. There we go. There, smashed him. Okay, so we got another one of those walker things coming up. Again, pull the crossbow out. So this one will start shooting lasers. Or shooting fire, I should say. So again, go underneath him and fire, but he also can shoot backwards. So put him with his head back. But in that case, as long as you get rid of his head, you're looking good. And just hit the imp in the back, and he can't do anything. Got it. Now let's... Yeah, let's move here. In that case, we get the Chaos Rune right away. And we can go in the next area. Okay, now we're getting to the cornfield. This is where things are going to get a little hard. Okay, the farmers are getting in the way, so they get crushed. Sorry. Catriona, the Serpent Lord, yearns to fight alongside you. Been captured by Zarok and sealed in the chest. Free his mighty spirit and earn a powerful ally. Yeah, he is. Okay. Cornfield's there. I want to see if we're seeing anything from here, from this distance. It's not showing. But here's the deal. If I go in the cornfields and I get caught, that is an instant death. Or an instant loss of my vial. So I have to be very careful. Do not be afraid to swap off your, you know, your walking case. So either pressing that L3 button to let yourself go in walking or use D-pad. I'm gonna do the former. Yeah. In fact, they'll tell you right here. They have to wait to the cornfield. Pick your route carefully, do not linger in the corn. And it's like a demon, just to show that briefly. If I go in that a little, you saw that thing walking towards. If it catches you, you die. So, do not let that happen. Alright, they mentioned also that serpent in the book. Hit this and release it. This is actually very useful because it goes around, it'll follow you, it'll basically kill anything really, really quickly. And it'll follow you in between screens, so in this case, we have to go in the barn. Well, actually, we don't have to go in the barn yet. In fact, I think I'm gonna go in the barn later. I'm gonna go through the rest of this to start. Because that's how we're gonna get the chalice. And we have to go through a large amount of this level first in order to get it. So this is just walk along the path. Just be careful, and at that case, also be careful when the screen does transition, because sometimes the game does screen transitions that way. It's like, yeah. So it's like the Resident Evil thing a little bit, but not exactly. Oh shit! You did it again. Okay, I can get more of them out, so let's grab the club. Ouch! Also, don't hit the fire, because, Daniel is not, fireproof. Alright, she's running a fire. Also, one more enemy and I'll be able to get the chalice. In fact, there's my one enemy. There we go. So we can collect it, but we have to go through a bit of a rigmarole before we can do that. I don't remember doing that much when I was doing the test, but alright. This is a pattern. It has 3 spins. 1, 2, 3, run after the third one. Ouch. But even then, I was off enough that I got myself hurt. At this case, let's use the hammer again. Also, be careful with this roller. It'll crush you and it hurts. And I don't know if it's instant death. Sometimes I've seen it is. I got this MediEvil device here, as far as that. I want to go over here for the money. I do put the camera over you so you can see where you are, so that is nice. Alright, we'll hold that coming back. Because you do have to come back. Right, there's a thresher as far as it, so run around. And yeah, for this, as you go, use the crouch. As soon as the crouch goes, wait for it to pass, and then jump and crouch again. Or wait for the third case, because 1, 2, 3, jump, because then you have a little more of a distance as far as that. Okay, now for this one, I do need to... There are 2 paths to go this. I need to go that path up there. So don't go to the right, that's the end of the level. Go over here. You need to grab the harvester part. Ow. Now in this case we have to go back, which is, in some cases, a little easier, but other cases not. It's probably also why they give you, what is it? They give you the rejuvenation station on the way back. Or on the way out, as is the case from before. Alright, so far so good. Okay. You know, of the design on these things, it does look like, I guess, farming equipment will also mix with a little bit of a medieval torture device, which is kind of an interesting case of thinking that. I don't care about the, I don't care about the, you know, the scarecrow. I was saying, the windmill, I do care about. Alright, stop doing that. You know what, I overdid. There you go, hammer that thing. There we go. Okay, now we're going in the barn. It is over here. Now, for this, we have to push this hay bale. Now, on the book, corn cutting machine up there, it's missing a part. That was the harvester part. We had to go get that. That's why I waited to come in here. Cog fell off this miracle modern architecture and it hasn't worked ever since. Well, we're gonna fix that. Also, if those things would die already, that would be nice. Or let's grab the throwing knives. Why not? There we go. Okay. Alright, so there's a bronze shield, but also, or copper shield, I should say. Let's hit this. You have to hit this to bring down the thresher. And you have to put the harvester part onto it, but you have to be standing in the right spot, and this right spot is right here. And off it goes. It looks a little bit like a scorpion or something like that, but with a thresher in front of it. And what that does is it clears this area out. It means that there is a recharging station over there, and across the bridge is the chalice. There's another life bottle. Thank God we got that. Money. And a gargoyle. Which... I'll get some of this. I do want to be in line with the crossbow bolts. And we may as well also recover... Yeah, you're seeing them jump there, so that's a great attention to detail. But yeah, those creatures, they are instant death. Oh wait, no. Am I not totally full? Oh, no, it wasn't. Yeah, because if there's more health to recover, you'll hear that noise going off. Or it's still going off as far as that. Okay. So yeah, gotta be careful walking through the corn. Don't want to get myself hurt or get myself killed. Whoa. Oh. Yeah, I'm not having good luck getting past the windmills, but it doesn't hurt you that much. Whoop. In this case, I just beeline it for the end. And since I'm here, since I do still have some juice for this. Yeah, just have myself fully recovered. If you're gonna leave a level fully recovered, you're gonna want to do it. And sometimes it means going back to an earlier level to get yourself set for that. You might want to do that as well. Yeah. Now, in this case, I can go this way, and now we can go to the end. Hi, talk to us, Gargoyle.
Pumpkin Gorge, dead ahead. The nursery to Gallomir's favorite side dish. Step inside and understand the true horror of fruit gone bad.
Alright, so yeah, nothing says Halloween like pumpkins, so we're gonna have some pumpkin stuff going on. Yeah, if you probably go out now and find like pumpkin items at any area you want to go to, whether it's... Well, I'm not seeing actual pumpkins in stores unless you like go out to patches or farms or something like that. You probably get like pumpkin spice stuff over at Starbucks or something like that.
Gaining allies in the Hall of the Heroes is the way forward.
Yeah, we are. I don't know if we gain them with pumpkin spice, although I don't think pumpkin spice is really a thing that way going back to the 90s, really, that I remember.
You still have a long way to go to rank as the best.
Okay, we don't... I'll say this. I don't think we necessarily are saying as long as we kill stuff, we're going to be fine. But that being said, we are almost at a case where we can go on to the next area. Hi.
By God, Fortescue, you must be the luckiest corpse ever to walk the face of the earth.
Oh boy, yeah, he doesn't think too highly of
Here
us.
I can lend to you.
Thank you.
Take it or leave it. But remember, I'm only doing this for the sake of Gallomir's doomed population, and not for you, you gangly buffoon.
Yeah, yeah, and it also goes to that, like, that Monty Python the Holy Grail case as far as, you know, the insult case, which I do love that as well. Yeah, your mother was a hamster and your father's tank of Aidenberries. Alright, I'll take your stuff. Money. So, alright, we're gonna get some, money. I'll take that. But it also shows the idea that, yeah, I said that was a kind of an interesting thing. Thinking of the thought that usually, as horrible as it sounds, the thought that when you die in battle, sometimes you see this in the military and things like that, that's seen as something noble. But in the case of this, it isn't, because he died right away. Or he died in a way that was not something that it helped out. Or it's not like, hey, he made a sacrifice for everybody. Because if he had, he probably would have been in the Hall of Heroes as it was. Yet Daniel Fortescue is still a really likable character, so we want to guide him. Okay, so that's done. Actually, this is going pretty well, honestly, so far. I was not necessarily sure. Okay, so we can go a couple places. We can go to the Pumpkin Gorge. We can also go up to the Sleeping Village. We do have to do the Sleeping Village in a little bit, but we are going to go the Pumpkin Gorge. And this is an interesting area. Okay, so here we are. We are at Pumpkin area. And this is a case where looking for that, what is it? Looking for the, chalice is not gonna be easy. I'll just slice your way past these gangly, vines. I'll also use a short sword because I want to wait for my broadsword because I haven't charged up. But I will start using it soon enough. Now we do need to come here to start because there's the moon rune. We gotta grab that. There are a lot of runes on this level. Yeah, and okay, I'm using it now because the broadsword, these pumpkin things, those can hurt badly. Also, club, bash this. This is where the chalice is. Oh, we'll go down there later. And there is a what is it? Yeah, there's the what's his name? The gargoyle. Also, yeah, you're seeing my percentage going down, so I'm gonna pull that away. Although, you know, maybe I will just pull that out. Especially when I see those enemies, because those pumpkin enemies, they take a lot of damage if you do not have the broadsword powered up. Although even if you don't have it powered up, it's something where you can still do a good amount of damage. Basically, when I get into the village, that's really where I'm going to start using it. But I also do need to swap between my other weapons because they have rocks and dash. Okay, there we go. Yeah, in this case, I'm not going to bother. I'm just going to keep walking and walking and, yeah, look at them. I do like the way they look as far as that. Yeah. Yeah, if you love pumpkins, you're going to love this area. That's absolutely for sure. Not just because of this. Alright, let's go in. Okay, so for this one, in order to get that rune, we got to run in a circle. This is a case where they put the camera at the top of the screen, but it is something that is not disorienting. So this game does use some fixed camera angles, but something that... Yeah, I can't control the camera in here, but honestly, this does make sense as far as doing it. As long as you keep doing this, you're going to get higher up to be able to jump up and grab that. And also get the energy vial. Yeah, I love the playful music in here as well. So yeah, it is that case where it is scary in a lot of different ways as far as how it goes, as far as being playful scary, horror scary, and sometimes both at once. Okay, and coming in here, we have more pumpkins. So yeah, we're smashing pumpkins absolutely in here. The hammers are not too bad as far as hitting these things, but it's also something that you gotta be careful a little bit, because... yeah, the sword might be the better option. Yeah, and I'm still running out on this, but that's fine. But yeah, we're in the village now, and there are a lot of doors to go through, so we have to go around and just hit everything. Yeah, so far I got the chalice build up pretty decently. There's some health, although, yeah, I'm gonna hold that for a little bit of time. I mean, you can fully recover it, but it's also one of those things that there are parts coming up that can make me lose the life bottles, so I want to be careful. In fact, here's one of them. These are the sinking and rising mushrooms. Up and down the magic mushrooms go. They'll take you higher and higher, but don't fall in the water. In this case, do the walk and basically do the jump. And also, the depth perception in this game is actually pretty good. So, honestly, doing the jumps like this, something like, uh-oh, I don't know if I want to make this case. How jumping in 3D gonna work? But honestly, for this game, it's pretty well. In this case, we also want to go this way. Just get the earth rune out of here. Because that lets us go up the spiral tower where that house was. Shard with the sword and do slice. Yeah, even though I don't have it powered up as far as that, it costs 100 gold each time to do that to get 100% out of it. It still causes more damage than the normal sword, so it is still worth using. There you go. And even that great attention to detail where you see the pumpkin come off like the head and then the rest of the, like the vines there, they kind of just collapse in. So great attention to detail. Go on to that. That's kind of maybe part of the name of this game, attention to detail, amongst many other things. Amongst atmosphere, amongst art direction, amongst, I guess, the aura of itself. And that's always sometimes an interesting thing, like, hey, when it comes to a game, especially one that I'm not as intimately familiar with, which this is definitely a case of that. What am I necessarily going to get into when I go in? But also the idea of what am I necessarily going to take out of it when I get into it further, you know? And there is the star. There's Silver Shield, and I'm going to grab the hammer, because that's going to be a quick way down, and open that door. And we're going to be opening a lot of doors as far as this area. There we go. Okay, so we can go on. Yeah, although as you're seeing, since I said early on where the chalice is, you have to go basically through this entire level and then go back to the beginning again. And it was also a case where I was kind of playing through, like, where is it? Where is it? I kept looking around, and then I realized, wait a second, you have to bash the wall. I was like, I didn't notice that, so I spent actually a lot of time trying to get through. Okay, now we're also getting another rune over there. And this is unique how we have to get this. We have to slice at these vines that are here in order to bring that vine down in order to jump up high enough to grab it. Yeah, but the pumpkin dudes are back. Yeah, fine. Instead of the Great Pumpkin for Charlie Brown, like, these things are, like, rising out of the pumpkin patch, and they're trying to kill us. And there isn't a game as far as the Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown, although there are games based on. In fact, there's a new one that's coming out. It's kind of like a, also like a point-and-click puzzle game. It's being published by Game Mill. I was a little concerned about that because a lot of their cases, there's thoughts that, hey, it's like a shovelware case. But I don't know, I'm rooting for it. I kind of want it to be good, because there's been some interesting stuff with Peanuts in games, and I want to show off Snoopy vs. the Red Baron on PlayStation 2. That game is really cool. And for that delisted Xbox Live show, because I'm going to show off Snoopy Flying Ace, which is the sequel to that, which unfortunately is delisted. They didn't back-compat that, which is too bad, because it's basically like Crimson Skies. That's another game I mentioned a lot I want to show. Maybe we should have that as one of those preview program things I'm doing next year. I want to show that game off so bad, and versus the Red Baron. That's a great game. Okay, we'll always show off that sequel to itself in that delisted show, because I do have the demo of that, and it is really interesting, and it plays great. And it killed me to not include it last year, but I'll include it this year. And weirdly enough, I feel like I've not prepared enough for that show, even though, like, yeah, we got 3 months to go on it. Ouch. I just have to finalize my list, and I also got to talk to people saying, like, hey, what are some other stuff you want to see? Because I have some ideas of things I want to show. But what else do you think we should cover? Okay, so how much more do I have before the chalice is set? Yeah, the vines will never disappear. You just have to knock them down enough in order to open the door. Yeah, I think we're almost at the end, and that's where I'll be able to fill the chalice, and I have to go all the way back to the beginning. In fact, this is the end right here. Hi, Gargoyle. What do you got to say?
All bow down before the master of the vegetable patch. The prize-winning plant who can summon an army of cabbage with a wave of his noble tendril. He's delicious, he's nutritious, he's Zarok's secret recipe. He's the Pumpkin King.
Okay, so yeah, we have the Pumpkin King for Jack Skellington when it comes to The Nightmare Before Christmas, and I missed enemies. And there's enough in here. It's not a case where I'm gonna get stuck, at least not on this mission. You just walk around until they come out of the ground, as far as the pumpkin things. Yeah, that's for next level. We're gonna have that as far as the Pumpkin King okay, they call him that, and they call him King Pumpkin. And it's also pointing out, just to indicate this, oh shit. Disney did not question the idea of this, saying as far as The Nightmare Before Christmas, saying like, hey, because remember, he's the Pumpkin King. Do they... Crap! Are they gonna just say, hey, this is coming off or something like that? But... I mean, it is something different, admittedly. But I guess there is sort of a bit of a Jack Skellington thing going on with Daniel Fortescue, but not completely the same. Okay, one thing to mention actually is that when you get to the end of this level, if you don't have enough, go back to the beginning, and you will... Yeah, if you go back to the beginning of the level, there will be more pumpkin enemies to come around, so you will have enough as far as it. It's basically just that town there, that's a possibility where you can go through that without being able to have enough to fill out the chalice. Because that's a bit different, and we'll show that in a little bit. Okay, and... yeah, I was gonna say, way of going back. It's only the pumpkin creatures that come out of the ground, not the pumpkins themselves, that will that'll cause damage enough for you to be able to do. Oh, there they are. Perfect. Perfect. We can go get the chalice now. Alright, so in this case, go down here, we'll go down that wall, or past that wall that I busted already with the claw. And you can use the hammer to bust that if you so desire. Fine, there's the chalice right there, boom, Hollow Heroes awaits. And this is where things get a little interesting when it comes to that, because we are hitting the second floor, I think. And also, we have a choice of what items we take. So I might actually be in a case of saying, no, I'm not gonna just take the first thing I run into. Because even looking as far as other plays of this, I was looking at that Super Game Brothers play of it saying, wait a second, they got a different item than I got when I was doing it. Did I do something wrong? And I realized, wait a second, you have a choice of what to take. Alright, now for this, we just have to walk our way back. I do like the plinking strings here as far as how this goes. It does sound, again, like a movie score, and I do love it. I think we talked about this actually no, I think I'm Laughing to Death brought that up when we did Twisted Metal. I think there was the thought that they wanted to try and get something off the ground with this as far as a movie or a TV show or something like that. And, I mean, we have Season 2 of Twisted Metal that's now on Peacock, so Sony's still pushing forward with that. The question, yeah, something like this could work, I guess. I mean, The Night Before Christmas concept makes some sense. And Sony had a decent-ish return of sorts on the movie based on Until Dawn, which didn't make tons of money, but it also didn't cost tons of money to make either. And it was apparently not going the same way the game was. Although, why am I blanking on his name? The guy who was the therapist. Why am I forgetting his name? He was in Fargo. He was in, I'm blanking on the dude's name.
Hack, choppity chop. Off with a few zombies' heads, and it thinks it can redeem itself in battle.
Yeah, you keep saying
Still
that.
have a long way to go to rank as the best.
Yeah, name down of who that was, because why am I forgetting? I don't have the notebook for that one. Okay, so here we are. We're at the Hall of Heroes. Level 1 is all set. So we're going up to level 2. Or, I don't know, maybe it's not something you have a selection of, because there is one there. Okay, you know what? Okay, no, you do have a selection. Okay, you can choose 2 things. I'm going to show both of them as far as what they are. I'm not going to take until I do this. And we have a voice act discussion for somebody.
Dan, tell me, what's a warrior queen gotta do to meet someone like you?
Alright, so she's like, hey, she's kind of has the hots for us.
Don't be shy, baby. I've seen you giving me the eye. You may be weak and feeble like old men, but I like you, Daniel.
He's like, hold on.
Oh, I love a man who doesn't talk back.
Switch the genders and that would be totally acceptable. Alright, there you go. I may take my husband. He's like, I don't know if I'm ready for that right away.
Now listen up, sugar. Your bow.
Okay, so this is one upgrade we can get. We have a choice of 2. I will show off them both.
Some serious heat. You should take this spear.
Right. So we can take spears. I'm not accepting this yet. We can also go over here and we take something else from this guy.
Look at you running around in your bones, Fortescue. You're so nouveau dead. I, Ravenhooves, last prince of the centaurs, have not galloped the earth in over 10,000 years. Do yourself a favor, Fortescue.
Alright, so we can take the spears that she was giving us, or we can take the longbow here.
Arrows, it is truly the weapon of noblemen.
Okay, before I decide to take this, I am going to take this because I was actually able to decimate the next boss with this thing. Although we will get the spear eventually, so you don't have to worry about the case of saying, hey, we're not going to get that. Ravenhooves. He is voiced by Luis Soto. He was the Spanish narrator of Busta Groove for the PlayStation. He was also the Mexican ambassador in the movie Bridget Jones 2, The Edge of Reason from 2004. He also was Don Juan and Andrew Rodriguez on Zorro Generation 2, the animated series. He's also Rockman in An Education, the movie from 2009 that starred, I'm forgetting on her name as well. She was in Shame. She was in Suffragette. She was in... God, why am I forgetting her name too? Link down, indication below of what her name is. He also was Javier Ramos in Wheelman, which was a game from Midway from 2009. He was also the voice of Greco in 007 Bloodstone. I would love to show that game. That is from Bizarre Creations. If you make Project Gotham Racing, I don't know if they get a content strike on that. It's kind of an evolution of sorts of 007 Everything or Nothing, and from Russia with Love, the EA games. This is Activision's take of it. That game's awesome. And he was also General Bull in Puppeteer, which is on the PlayStation 3, as far as that is. So, alright, for the case of this, I'm going to take the longbow.
Congratulations! You don't quite have my breeding, Mr. Johnny-come-lately, but there's hope for you yet.
Alright, so we're getting the longbow. Yeah, that is going to decimate the Pumpkin King. When I was doing my test play, I was able to destroy the Pumpkin King really quickly with this thing. I was kind of taken aback. Although the spear is also very powerful as far as that, so you have your choice. Okay, with that opening, we're going to go to the Pumpkin Patch again. Or fine, we're at the Pumpkin Village, but we're going to... I mean, sort of a patch. We'll show this. Right, that's Pumpkin Gorge. So here's the Pumpkin Serpent. Alright, let's go here. Okay. I am gonna switch my weapon though. I'm gonna use the broadsword to start. The King Pumpkin sleeps. If you want an audience with the regal plant, you should mash all his pod sacks. They're these glowing things. Bash them. There are 9 of them. Also, we got another witch location, so I'm gonna pull that out as far as quickly. But first, ouch. Where the Pumpkin Witch is in possession of a much sought after dragon gem. We do need to get this thing. The witch talisman, you can summon this kindly witch without a period. Okay, so let's get going. So we do have that, so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna pull out the talisman once more. Alright, hello.
Greetings, kind sir. I am the Pumpkin Witch. I'm like a mother to those pumpkins. I give them all the love and care a young fruit could ever ask for. From the moment they first push a shoot above the soil, right up until their heads are cut off and eaten.
I also love how playful she sounds, like, yeah, cutting off their heads and eating them, you know? She seems so happy as far as that.
Pumpkin has a bad influence on the young seedlings. If you teach him a lesson in manners, I might give you a nice present.
Yeah, by the way, that is Helen Smith who voices her. This is the only game she's been in. She also is the voice of Megwine Stormbringer, who I think is that woman who was hitting on us in the Hall of Heroes. I think. If that's not right, I'll indicate below who that was. Having said that, she's like, hey, you know, if you can help out with that, I'll give you a reward. I was like, great. So bash those pods and beat the pumpkin creatures when they come up as well. I pick up some money along the way. Basically just look around where these green pods are, the ones that are big and bulbous, and just slice them out. Ouch. But yeah, that vine there is hurting me, so yeah, don't touch the vines, or if you're gonna do that, stay away and just slice. In that case, the camera was hiding it, so yeah, something unspeakable. No, that unspeakable was slicing. Alright, health recharge station's over here when you need to use it. Yeah, not too much as far as doing the slice on the pumpkin pods. You'll be fine as far as that, but there's a silver shield. And also, there are a lot on this big-ass pumpkin over here, so let's also hit this, shoot that off, and then should also put damage around there. Yeah, okay, that destroys the pods. I actually did not know it did that. I probably should use this more on enemies when I can get them down on the way. In fact, there you go. Come over here, guys. Alright, but there is a range they have to be in, otherwise nothing's gonna happen. And there are pods here as well, so gotta go hit them. Alright, 2 more, and then 1 more after I take this one down. And we got a boss after I destroy the other one, so I'm probably gonna go and recover myself now. Pumpkins are just coming from down the hill. Like, yeah, they're rolling. Yeah, I'm okay with that, but I gotta keep going. Yeah, we're 51%. We're not quite there when it comes to the creatures. But don't worry, even after we beat the boss, it's not an instant finish the mission the way that we had earlier. Okay, there you go. That's the last one. So there is King Pumpkin. Yeah, not exactly the Jack Skellington case, and he's much more dangerous, and that's boss. So here's the deal. Pull that longbow out. This will absolutely decimate him. But before I do that, yeah, let's do the drumstick. And it recovers 20 health each time you pick up the roast chicken. But alright, let's get that out. Longbow, just shoot him. That's all you gotta do. This thing will go down in no time. As long as you hit in the right area. There you go. That's why you pick that, but also you can use the spear, although you don't get as many shots with the spear as you do with the bow. So that's why I went that way. And look at the 2D perspectives of the flowers growing again. And also we have more pumpkin creatures we gotta kill. You gotta fill that chalice up, still. As long as you walk around here, you're gonna be good, and also, by doing that, that opened that up. Let's also talk to the witch. Because we did do what she wanted.
A most edifying spectacle, sir. Man and vegetable in a magnificent duel to the death. Oh, I've come over all of a doodah. Here, have this lovely dragon gem as your reward. Oh, lovely, majestic creatures dragons are. Alright, she loves dragons too. Alright, we're gonna get that dragon gem. There are 2 of these. We gotta get that for endgame. So all I gotta do now is just do slicing of the pumpkin creatures when we find them. I also may as well just get myself recovered because I'm here. Just keep walking around. Don't be afraid of saying like, hey, I don't have enough enemies to kill. As long as you just walk around the path, they'll pop up, and then you can destroy them easily. Yeah, just about 1 or 2 more. Also, let's see. Actually, you also might need to go to the end of the level, but that's fine. As long as you don't leave, you're good. Or, oh, here he is. That can be enough. Yeah, it's enough, so never mind. I think there are some at the end of the level, but in order to find the chalice, jump down here. You have to beat the King Pumpkin in order to get this.
Okay, and here is the gargoyle. I want to look at him. Oh. Okay, at first I was like, wait, did I throw something I didn't mean to? Let's talk to you. Because I want to see arrows. Yeah, they're cheaper than the crossbow bolts. And you saw there, it was very useful to run that. And then I'll enchant the sword. I'm going to also swap the sword off so I don't ruin its energy. Because I want to hold on to that. Alright, here's Chalice. Got it. Alright, so we're going off to the Hall of Heroes once more, and we're going to get the spear. And for the next level, we do want the spear. Honestly, I find the spear more useful for the next level than this one. Although you can also go to the other level as far as where we're going next. You could go there first. So you do have choices on how you want to play this. Ouch. Okay, so next up, let's go to the Hall of Heroes and we'll get the spear. Actually, I'm getting through this quicker than I thought I would, but we'll see this going.
Gaining allies in the Hall of the Heroes is the way forward. Hack, choppity chop, off with a few zombies' heads, and it thinks it can redeem itself in battle.
I don't know, I think I am redeeming myself so far.
Way to go to rank as the best.
Well, I don't know. Oh, I guess here's the question. Does Daniel want to be the best? Or he just wants to be in the Hall of Heroes? Or maybe he realizes, oh, I will be the best because I'm doing the stuff that they won't do or they can't do. Alright, so let's go over here and talk to her again.
Dan. Tell me, what's a warrior queen gotta do to meet someone like you?
Give us spears, I think. That's the idea.
Don't be shy, baby. I've seen you giving me the eye.
I guess going back about 100 years, so maybe she did notice back then.
I like you, Daniel.
Alright, so wait, she hates men, but she's like, well, she likes him.
Oh, I love a man who doesn't talk back.
Yeah, because I know we looked at this before as far as this dialogue, but I'm watching again. It's like, alright, fine. I have a thing as far as men, but he seems like he's good. He's not going to talk back. He is strong. He does work hard as far as it, so, yeah, you know, that might be the idea.
You should take this spear.
Yeah, we are gonna need this. So we're gonna take her gift.
Think of me when you throw it.
Yeah, we'll see about that. Yeah, you only have 30 of these things, but this is actually really, really strong. And also have that attention to detail about how he's holding. He's holding it from behind, so in that case, I guess he's getting ready to throw it. As far as the way he's going to go. But I am also going to pull out the hammer for now. Wait. Okay, I was saying, we're leaving, right? At first I thought, like, wait, why is it taking a little longer? Okay, but so far we're set, and we're going to go into the town. This is going to go to the beginning of the game. We saw this in the opening cutscene, or one of the opening cutscenes anyway. Remember when Zarok went into town? We're going to that town now. That is the Sleeping Village. There's a lot to do here, and I want to make sure I remember to do everything that we need to do. And remember, from the beginning of the game, we had the creatures, or the people that were taken over by Zarok. So there they are. They're all zombified and, you know, in a trance. This is also going to be interesting when it comes to how the chalice is, because you're looking there, I'm at 59% already. I think this is the only level in the game where you start with percentage in your chalice as is. The idea is that with those people around, as the gargoyles are going to explain, the master possesses them, so the gargoyles are on the side of Zarok as it is.
Hurt them. Hurt guards, though. They seek out an object of great power.
So basically telling us don't hurt the citizens, because if you do hurt the citizens and if you do kill them, they do they will try, or you'll lose points on your chalice. If you kill too many, you will not be able to get it filled to 100%. And some of the enemies can walk into water where they'll die. So, in case the young girl just run out of her way. Now, as far as where we gotta go to church, which is where your rejuvenation station is. Now, here's the deal. What's missing in this church? Crucifix. So it is a Christian church, technically, in the sense, like, yes, the crucifix is not around here. We gotta get a replacement. That's our main quest here, but there's also a couple other things we gotta do. And over here is the blacksmith. We have to come here as well. There's a chest. And you also bust the barrels down for money, and some of them there's with a shield. Now, on the book, Alderman Willie Green of Gallows Town was awarded Smithy of the Season by our readers as far as Blacksmith's Monthly. Outstanding cast produced many intricate and hard-wearing iron goods. He's known for busts. We got pumping on me bellows, there's no stopping me. It's all rhythm going up and down, up and down. Fired by the stories of Stan Your Iron Hero, the greatest smithy there ever was. Alright, keep that in mind. So we'll come back here in a little bit, but first what we gotta do is we gotta go into town. Ignore the people. And the mice are set that way, but alright, let the kids come. They will only hurt you when they start like throwing something at you or doing a slice, like the girl there. Yeah, she seems so cute, she's gonna try and kill me with an axe. No! The room key's held aloft by the flow of the water fountain. Next to drought, you might need to wait for it in order to get it. Well, there's an easy way to get that. Alright, so they're playing in the town square. Let them. No, I probably shouldn't have grabbed that yet, but either way. Whoa! Now, we need to go down to. Well, I'll go in this house. Because I'm gonna get the moon room. So we do need that. And there's your shop right there, as far as the gargoyle. But the first thing we gotta do is we need to go down to the water and make sure not to fall in. At first I bypassed it, was doing my test, because wait, I don't want to go by water. Hit that switch. That'll turn off the fountain and we can go get that room. Now, for that, it'll also open the door that's over there. And that door opens as well. We'll go there in a sec. But before we do that, let's go in here. Oh, wait, that's the room I already went into. The house I already went into. Alright, so there's the Chaos Rune. Let's toss that in and go in the house. Into the library. Now, there's a lot to read in the library. I'm going to try and see if I can't read everything, but that guy is getting in the way. Here's your Galmir, Volume 1. There, the dark time Galmir is not too distant past with King Peregrine. Okay, with the word Zarek the Necromancer is planning to slay the land. So King Peregrine called us in as far as that. Once the king's mage, as far as Zarok was concerned, he fell out of favor with the ruler conducting outlandish experiments on the bodies of the dead, who said that deep within Peregrine Castle the dead were restless. And to be honored, not kept as playthings of alchemists, so the king said, and so he banished Zarok out. So this explains why did Zarok do this. All his living dead were routed out and destroyed. The unforgiving Sawyer went in to hiding and vowed to seek revenge. Yeah, that guy's over there. Volume 2. Rumors of ill doing and dark deeds abounded through the land of Galmir. It was whispered that he'd employed the aid of shadowy demons to help build a vast castle. Not wrong about that. His dark army spilled forth from the corrupted haven, marched across the Silver Mountains to the Silver Woods, and even the Pumpkin Lands belonged to him. Folk of Gallows Town cried out for help, saying, "Save us, good King Peregrine," or Peregrine, I should say. Town is swift and violent, and we were leading those forces as far as to drive them back from Gallows Town, but the war wasn't over. And that guy... Let's run into him. Oh, no, let me run into the dude. Can I? Okay, maybe I can't run into him. We're gonna read all these books. I know I'm putting myself at risk, but I think it's worth doing this. And honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I haven't read all these myself either. News that Zarek's army had taken the floodlands caused much concern. He marched west to take the Enchanted Forest. Okay, let's explain that. The beer defeated fell into his hands, but it didn't. Okay, so we did do some good work outside of this, saying we led the king's militia to rid the demon host from the land. He's cunning and prepared an ambush. The tank battle, which caused history's not seen the likes of. They have gone to him except for one person. We led the charge deep into the mass range of the undead, felling his bodyguard, Lord Cardok, before finally succumbing to his own mortal wounds. We slew the treacherous sorcerer with mighty sweep of the sword. Whoa, ouch. Is that dude? I don't want to kill him. That's Tourist Guide Part 2. It's mystery after travel the ruins of the castle of the king. It's where King Peregrine once hailed, and the king's crown was lost in the dungeons down there. Ghost of the region himself could haunt the stone-cold passages. So we're gonna go out to the swamps. This place we're gonna go later, probably doing this next time, I think, unless I get ahead of schedule. Place of fantastic arcane alchemy, but an age's past is consumed with the swamps. Might be treasure there if you're going along. So we'll see about that. Ouch. This is a wondrous land of breathtaking sights and adventure. That is absolutely true. If you're looking for beauty, go to the Enchanted Forest. Scout the heights and see the nests of the dragonbirds. We did do that. So you got weird and wonderful plant life. Go ooh and ah at the sight of baby dragon toads splashing out the crystal clear ponds. Kill the said dragon toads with your sword because they spit stuff at you and poison you. Want to take a walk to the Pumpkin Valley? We did. It was wonderful. Pumpkin is Galamir's favorite dish, so that explains that aspect too. And now the valley is just bulging under the weight of young podlings waiting the harvest. Alright, so the harvest is coming up. Okay. The Heroes from History, Chapter 1. Issued a being with weird spacing, strongest man who ever lived. Standing the Iron Healer was unsurpassed as a blacksmith. He would have me pounding the anvil at home as he was pounding on somebody's head. Only his fear was the end of the village smithy as the focus of manufacture in favor of more centralized units. As if. Chapter 2. Born a humble peasant to the nomadic tribes of the Eastlands, Bloodmoneth Skullcleaver gathered an army of horsemen and swept over half the civilized world. Finally died while attempting a single-handed attack on a garrison in the north while armed only with a spike on a helmet. Right, that does. I remember hearing elements about this going back. He was the richest and most powerful peasant of his day. It was a Karl Sterngard. Spent most of his formative years under siege of his family castle. Impregnable magic shield, his model's best form of attack is defense. So that his shield couldn't protect him against poor eating habits, and he died during a post-battle feast while swallowing a large sausage he failed to chew properly. And Chapter 4, truly the hero's hero, Woden the Mighty. Fearless, single-minded, and uncompromising. Unbeaten in combat, he inspired raw fear in enemies and friends alike, not to mention close family members and pets. Okay, here we go. This is where we're getting. So we're actually learning about all the other heroes. And it goes to what you're saying, DollyFinn, the case that there is a lore to this, there is clearly a passion that he had as far as telling the story and really filling it with all this extra stuff. Oh, here we go. Training birth of all forms of combat. Imanzi Shongo is the warrior queen of a tribe of Amazons. Okay, so I think she might be the one we were talking about. And it was Helen Smith voicing her. Banished all males from territory. Okay, so I was right. The one who gave us the spears is, that is her. That is Izani, what's her name? Imanzi Shongama. That's her. Okay, so I was right about that. I just wasn't sure it was. So it also means when I do that edit going back about half an hour, I'll be saying, like, yeah, stay tuned for the answer, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, anyway, the bold and beautiful Shungama banished all males from territory except the handful she kept to mow the lawns of her people. So, I mean, that's what she wants to do with this. We also had Megwine Stormbinder. She, yeah, it's worth pointing out. No. Actually, no. If it was Megwine Stormbinder, she's voiced by Helen Smith. It's Helen Lederer, Catriona and Absolutely Fabulous, which I think that's gonna be the story, who's Manzi Shungama. Okay. Alright, so Megwine Stormbringer had defended settlement from barbarian raiders while menfolk were away on a hunting trip. She fought the attacks with a pitchfork rolling pin while having a baby in her other arm. Jazz of the gods impressed by her courage, intervened and added thunderbolts to her arsenal. Alrighty. She won the battle with a couple bolts to spare on her husband, when she finally returned. Dirk Steadfast, fierce opponent thanks to his magic sword, Helen believed that only women defend themselves. Real men are always on the attack. While playing this game, you learn quickly you do want to use the shield. He's a friend and contemporary of Karl Sterngard, and while he was with him in the end, it was while Steadfast was explaining his views on Sterngard's shield during a feast that the latter had a tragic and inexplicable accident. Okay, so we did see Ravenhooves the Archer, as we saw earlier, who we got the bow from. Standing the finest centaur Bloodstock, he was the last prince of his people. Plowed and haughty aristocrat. He was an accomplished hunter, sportsman, duelist, playboy, rank-and-tier, and 3 times derby winner. And the captain of militia in the time of King Peregrine, that is us. Sir Dan Fortescue found fame when he killed the renegade wizard Zarek. So, okay, we killed him before. He came back and killed us. And now he's back again. We gotta kill him again. So there you go. That's how it is. But people only remember the second one. Career soldier raised in a royal household, he was adored by the men in his command and renowned for his loyalty to Galamir. He was always destined for greatness, slack jaw, or square jaw, steely gaze, thick shock of hair, and black as raven's wings, and every inch the hero, but, well, they had different plans. Okay. To bust that, we gotta grab that smelter. Yo, you bastard, get out of my way. Fine, I'll let myself get hurt. Let's also read this last one. To my main concern, I must make haste, for Zarek's men will be here within the hour. Taking the crucifix to the church. Oh, okay, we gotta deal with that. It's a key to a key. I used the cross to make the attached cast, then had destroyed. My hope this falls in the hands of a just and good hero. Signed, the town mayor. Okay, so Mr. Mayor will use the crucifix cast. Alright, so that was cool. So we get a lot of lore coming in here. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to go and... Let's go back to church because I do want to get myself some health for some stuff that's coming up soon. Let's fill up the other bottle. Okay. And, oh wait, no, I do have that charged up. As far as the sword, I'm gonna hold off. Okay, so there is one house we didn't go into yet. That is right here. Down by the water. Now, what we want to do is we gotta push this barrel over onto this switch. And use the wizard. And you hear the humming of the la 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 la, which we did hear in the opening cutscene, which is actually pretty nice attention to detail that way. Alright. But anyway, I want to keep her away. I don't want to hurt her. The mice, on the other hand, though, they need to die, and every time you kill them, you get a coin. This is like the mice in the basement in the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind, which, playing the Xbox version, as far as that back in the day, I could never hit the damn things. So I'm taking my, aggression out now. It's like, yeah, we're gonna smash the mice. Sorry. Alright, so there's another club. So if you don't have it, they'll keep giving it to you. Actually, just looking at my stuff. Alright, there we go. Well, I do get a full, increase as far as that's 100%. Okay, now we need to go in here. Now, I gotta be careful of him. Now, to get the Earth Rune, we have to go up here. And we have to get the bust, which is off of that. Let's, talk to that book. The book club. Bust of Mr. Shanks, landlord of Troll's Head. Or the Troll's Head. We have to lower the pedestal in order to get this and clean it. Okay. So, ouch. There's an enemy in there, but go in there, you gotta grab the Earth Rune, so good luck getting out of that without damage. But if you come in here, use the Earth Ring, go in here, smash that switch, or hit that, and that'll bring down the pedestal so we can go get the bust. We need the bust, and we need the crucifix cast, which already out. Whoa. And the guys and gals in town, they move fast, so you gotta be careful of that. But if they don't see you, that's your best option. Yeah. Alright, but the mice are still alive, or they're back alive. Ew. Alright, they will not follow me out, but when I come out here after doing that, well, we are going to get a little bit of an indication going on here.
Hurry, comrades, tear this place apart. If we don't find the shadow artifact, Lord Zarek will have us mucking out the demons for the next millennium.
Alright, so they're coming around. They also look like they're out of Grim Fandango, speaking of games from 1998 with, like, the skull face. I'll have a picture as far as that game to give an indication as far as that. But yeah, they're Russian, they have guns, they're gonna come and kill us. In fact, there they are. I'm using the spears, because the spears do hurt them really badly, or I can use the broadsword. Yep, let's use the broadsword. And they are how you're gonna be getting your chalice points. So as long as you don't kill anybody in town as far as the citizens, as long as you kill every single one of these we see, And then there's walk going on. It almost reminds me of, what's the name of... I should know this because I mentioned this when we played Kingdom Hearts. The general guy from, Young Frankenstein. Yeah, because he also is the guy who voiced King Triton in The Little Mermaid, and also in Kingdom Hearts, where, King Triton is, present. I remember Franz Liebken from, the producers, but I don't know, why do I not remember that? Fine, my movie reference elements going on tonight are, not, you know, in flux completely. It'll probably be better when we do, Scooby-Doo None of Our Frights in 2 weeks. Hopefully. Okay, but what we do need to do is we need to do some, blacksmithing. And I do love this part of it. So you gotta do is you have to walk in front of the kiln here. So let's, put in the crucifix cast, and we're gonna put in the landlord's bust. You need both of these things. And jump on this. I do love that. You do have the case here. You're kind of squeezing it down. So yeah, we are working in the blacksmith. So yeah, we're gonna cast this thing down to make a crucifix. What character from Young Frankenstein? You remember the general guy? The guy who has the fake hands? Yeah, he's played by, the guy who was Franz Liebken in the producers, and also, King Triton in The Little Mermaid. And there's the crucifix. We got that. So now we can go back to the church, which, thankfully is right here. And there's something we need to grab there. Put the crucifix right in front, right here. That opens this. I missed this on my play, or fine, I didn't miss this. I got the safe key, which opens that. Let's read this. Dear Sir and Madam, on my travels across Galmir, I've come across many enchanting and mysterious finds. But I found the tomb of the shadow demons. We are going to go there semi-soon. Key to their prison is the shadow artifact. It's in my possession now. The dress-wearing bullied boy Zarok. Inspector Kemp, thank you. That's it. Thank you, DollyFinn, so much. Inspector Kemp. I was like, yeah, those guys in town remind me of Inspector Kemp. A little bit mixed with, like, the face of the skull guys from Grim Fandango. Going into that one. We gotta play that game. And it is on console, so we can show that, but it's also on the PC. Thank you, appreciate that. Kenneth Mars. Kenneth Mars, right. It was Kenneth Mars who played him. Who we mentioned we played Kingdom Hearts, and we'll mention we played Kingdom Hearts 2. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm forgetting that. I was forgetting him. I was forgetting, the guy who was the therapist in Until Dawn, the game and the movie. I was forgetting who, was in Education. The actress who, was in that. I'm trying to, like, say, hey, do I remember who it is now? I guess not. Okay, never mind. But anyway, they don't... Okay, the mayor has this item we need. We need the shadow artifact. It is in this level. I missed it when I was doing my test, so I was like, I'm not missing it tonight. And again, if you do miss it, you have to come back and do the level again. But that safe key, that's going to be the, well, key to where we're going. So we got to go down by the water. Dr. Alan Hill, from Until Dawn. Yeah, that's him. Thank you, DollyFinn, for carrying me on this one as far as the movie elements going on. Why am I forgetting his name? I'm gonna kick myself when I remember what his name was, who played him. I mentioned all these things he was in. I mentioned he was 8mm. I mentioned he was in Fargo. I mentioned he was in The Big Lebowski. I'm trying to go all these elements like, hey, do I remember who this is? Also going over here because I can get some money. And there is, actually, do I need health? I don't think, oh, yeah, don't let him walk in the water. Otherwise, I'm going to be in trouble. Okay, I don't need that. Okay, he's just over there, so yeah, just run, I don't care. Unless you go in the water, in which case I'm going to care a lot. Okay, but going here, we are going to go to the mayor's house. We need to go here anyway, but I also need to use that safe key here. Alright, there are the guards again. Yeah, not Inspector Kemp. Thank you, DollyFinn. I appreciate that. Whoop. Okay, come down the chimney. Hit this to open the gate. This is going to get our way out. Because that's the exit. And also we go in there, it's going to be a battle. It's Piers Stromare. Thank you. Thank you so much. It was Piers Stromare. Why did I forget that's Piers Stromare? Okay, so we're gonna get the money off of the desk. Now, here is where we have to put, thank you, DollyFinn, again, going into that. This is where we have to, use the safe key. And you do have to do this, otherwise we can't progress. Because we need the Shadow Artifact, because we saw back on, back in the forest, we need to use that, the gargoyle there, he said, hey, by the way, you need the Shadow Artifact, and not even, Zara can, use it. Okay, there they are. I forget everything lately, must be having a good memory tonight. Well, I get that, but maybe it's a case of, as I said, since this show, to slice them, is a case of, alright, I'm just pulling stuff out, and I don't have my notebook that says like, oh yeah, Peter Stormare, we talked about him, we did Till Dawn. And actually, I guess, with Kingdom Hearts, that was before I was taking notes in the books. So I don't have book notes as far as, I will only do Kingdom Hearts 2. And I think he's in Chain of Memories, I think. Alright, so yeah, they're also causing trouble. I should use my spears. Why am I not using my spears? I got them here to take care of these dudes. Alright, got him. That's the way out. I'm not going yet, and I'll tell you why, because I need to get the chalice. I'm not waiting. Yeah. Okay, greetings from Zarg to his guards. Capture that greedy profiteer, the town mayor. Okay, so the mayor is kidnapped. Take the asylum dungeons. Give the fat boy a good going over. We'll get the Shadow Artifact and bring back something nice. Alright, so it's an itemized list, like a shopping list. But, we got the Shadow Artifact already. So what we gotta do is we have to go back to... Actually, go right in here. Go in here, and now we get the chalice. Now we're set. Let's go to the Hall of Heroes. Okay, now I remember. By the way, now I did finally remember the name of the actress I was thinking when it came to An Education, Carey Mulligan. I totally forgot about her name. Now I remember her name, and I did not look that up. I just was thinking, like, I kept thinking it was Ambi Cornish. Like, it's not Ambi Cornish. I think she's in a game of some sort. I don't know if Carey Mulligan's in a game yet either. But yeah, she was in Education, she was in Shame, she was in Drive, she was in Suffragette. She's been in some other stuff. That's who it is. My memory may be okay tonight, but flagging. I have to work tomorrow. Well, thank you so much, DollyFinn. So good to see you tonight for part 1 of MediEvil. Part 2 will be on October 11th. Next week is Friday's show, by the way. We're doing our second chance for Shinobi 3 for Sega Genesis. We played it already, but next Friday is the 32nd anniversary of the game. So we're going to be playing it. I'm also going to preview Revenge of Shinobi for Sega Genesis, Ninja Gaiden for NES, and the Ninja Saviors from Natsume and Taito, which is a game that Electros actually recommended. So that's going to be a nice ninja showcase, but also we're second chancing Shinobi 3, because I love that game, and it's fantastic. Super. Thank you so much, and thank you so much, DollyFinn, for joining us tonight. And she'll be on the show in 2 weeks when we play Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights. As far as start time on that, I'm thinking a little earlier. It's a great show. I'll have to watch the end of it tonight. Of course, no problem. And of course, the edit's going to go up in a couple of days, as is the case on our YouTube site. Actually, quick thing. I'm thinking we're starting early. We start earlier on Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights. You okay with that? I'm thinking maybe 4 p.m. If you're alright with that, let me know. Or we'll talk. Call me. You know where I live. But either way, thank you so much, DollyFinn, for sure, as far as that. I was going to at least get, before you go, one more visit to the Hall of Heroes. So we'll see another Halloween. Yeah, that'll work great. Okay, you heard it here first. 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, August 30th. Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights, Part 1 for PlayStation 2. And we don't finish in that part. I'll hold it till the end of the year when we got shows in December. We'll have that as one of the shows. I think. But either way, of course, no problem. Thank you so much, and thank you for that request as well.
I want to talk with you.
Okay, who are you? And what do you want? Perfect, thank you. Of course, anytime, and thank you for the request. Thank you for joining the show. Thank you for adding so much to the show, as has been the case, and it's good to see you as well. Have a good night. You too, DollyFinn, and thank you so much. Okay, this is Blood Monoth Skull Cleaver.
Always I had a pile of slain strewn around me.
Did you know?
You spend most of your time organizing a changing of the guard and playing croquet with the king.
Oh, so it's a good thing we read all that, because in that case he's saying, well, you were hobnobbing with the king. Like, were we though?
You swing her, you throw her, she thirsts for a slaughter as much as I.
Alright, he's full of bloodlust, but he's gonna give me the axe. I think I can choose other stuff. I'm taking the axe. This is useful.
Drink deep of demon blood, my proud beauty.
Alright, he has a bloodlust, but we're gonna have a nice axe here. This is a great weapon. Because you can slice and you can toss, and it does a lot of damage. So in that case, we're all set. Okay, so next up, we're gonna go to a couple areas in town, or past town, and then we'll have to go back to the forest, and that's where things are gonna go a little bit of a, well, not dicey, it's just a case that it'll actually be almost past where I practiced up to. But we're almost halfway done with the chalices, at least. But nothing else we can also do, save and have stuff set. Up on our list of the Asylum Grounds. This is a puzzle area. Kind of. And we do get these nice FMV cutscenes coming along as well. I do like that. It does give a sense of, hey, we're kind of just going in the area. And they do go with the area. It shows like, hey, the castle's over there. So everything we read about in town is kind of going in line. It's like, hold on, well, what's about that gate? Yeah, don't worry about it, Daniel. We'll be fine. And there's the Asylum Grounds. I got some words about that last area that's on the screen there. Okay, so Asylum Grounds. I believe I remember seeing this in a lot of the commercials for this game when it was coming around. Okay, so this is the Garden of Zorok. Nothing here is as it seems. So yeah, we have to find Jack of the Green. And I hope you like your riddles. And by the way, you have infinite tosses on this thing, so you don't have to worry about the case of I'm running out of things to throw. So you can use that as a replacement for like the crossbow and the bow and everything like that. But before we do anything else, we gotta talk to you. Hi.
Greetings, Sir Fortescue. My name is Jack of the Green. I am the master
so this is
of
Jack
riddles, and
Jack of
this
the Green,
maze
I
is my
should say.
domain. You are free to leave, but only once you've answered 4 riddles.
Alright, so we got to play his riddles, so we'll play your game, you rogue.
That no man has ever solved them. Ha ha ha. Now, try my first riddle.
Alright.
At night they come without being fetched. By day they are lost without being stolen.
Okay. So, night they come without being fetched, by day they're lost without being stolen. Honestly, I didn't know it as far as what it was, but you don't have to actually know until like, oh, by the way, it's this. You just have to kind of search around the area and understand what it is you're looking for. You want that thing dying, what you're looking for is... that, yeah. I do need stuff as far as Silver Shield or something like that. Yeah, that star thing there. There are 5 of these. Knock them down. And when you're done with all of them and you found them all and hit them all, come back and talk to Jack. And you're kind of, in a way, beholden to a lot of this stuff as far as getting your progression through here. But that being said, you can kind of make things go a little quicker by saying, hey, you know, as I go, I can also clear certain things to make things easier as you go on later. But they're seeing also the axe, you don't have much of a range. So it does hurt a bit, but it also has a lot of short range. Also, I want to grab... I'm going to use the chicken drumstick. Or get that ready. Or wait, I didn't select it. Now Now in this case, I'm also going to come in here. This is a bit of a trap room, but they ring the bell, toss that, and boom, they're going to die. And there is another one of those things in here. Actually, I'll use the broadsword, just because I have more of a reach. So, a lot of the weapons do still have use, even after you get more powerful things. I do like that about this game. They usually think, like, oh, everything else is completely obsolete. I mean, the throwing daggers maybe are not quite great. And you do have to slice your way out, by the way, with, like, a sword or something to get through that. But in that case, I can't slice through that. But the case that, yeah, looking at our inventory for a second. Yeah, the club is not as useful as the hammer, because it can break. But you can still light things on fire with it. The broadsword, it has that charge thing, so if you do charge it up, you might want to hold off and still use the small one. And same also with the crossbow, because it does do some power, as the longbow and the spear, but you're also limited by a number of spears on that, as it is. So, it's an interesting kind of trade-off as far as that. Yeah. But also here...
Well done, Sir Knight. But my star riddle was but a trifle. I always like to begin with an easy one. Return hither. You will not find my next conundrum so simple.
Alright, so it's going to the Shakespearean perspective, but also to point out when that dialogue is there, you can't actually pull up your inventory. Because I was waiting to hit this thing with the axe. Can I hit him with the axe? Actually, I might not be able to, so let me get, let's use the crossbow, why not? Can I? Actually, no, I don't think I can defeat that. There's some enemies that do like shooting like that you can defeat with a projectile. But that's not one of them. Alright, Jack, let's talk.
I live for laughter. I live for the crowd. Without it, I am nothing.
Okay, so I live for laughter, I live for the crowd, and without it, I'm nothing. So... basically, it seems like it's a comedian, or perhaps an actor. I guess, well, fine, they're looking for laughter from the crowd, so they probably want to do laughing, as is the case there, you know? See, it's funny, I was saying comedian because I'm in the mentality of, I'll mention this. Well, I'm gonna get close to what this is, and then I'll talk about this. It's another element. As again, with the silver shield, it's definitely want to have that. Whoa, don't want to... yeah, I don't want to be too close as far as those things. Yeah, so to go over here, we have to do a puzzle, which is those sad faces. We have to put them happy and go along this way. I'm going to use my sword for this one. I was saying, I'm thinking comedian because I've been playing, I picked up UFO 50. They ported that to Switch. There was rumor for a while they're going to put that on Switch. They did, and I've been having a great time. There's this party game as far as, and we're going to have to show that game fully on the show. And I probably should have mentioned this to DollyFinn. There's a sequel to Strange Horticulture coming out, Strange Antiquities. It's out on September 16th. I already have it pre-ordered. We're going to play it, for sure. But anyway, in case we have to kind of have a party, but you have to pull out specific people who do different things. I was pulling the comedian as far as being able to beat some of those challenges, but alright. I had to hit this sword thing out in order to make the happy faces, or the smiling faces, look something like out of the Globe Theatre or something like that in England, which is probably what they're going for up here. But the thing is that they'll spin back as far as what they are if I don't do this right. So what I gotta do is I have to hit enough. In fact, it'll say right there. Let's read the book. So we'll give you some hints. Show the clown you care surrounding with a smile. So alright, it's a clown. I guess it's meaning the clown the same way, I guess the Shakespeare perspective, because remember, the idea in Shakespeare, if you're familiar, DollyFinn would know this off the top of your head, and that is the case that the clown was more like a comedian. Sometimes the wisest as far as the way that, no, I don't want to do that. As far as how a lot of plays tend to work, especially if you've ever seen 12th Night or Midsummer Night's Dream, especially 12th Night, definitely does that. There we go. You have them all facing line. The, I guess the grass clown there. There you go. It's set that way and we're all set to go.
Return in haste, Sir Knight, for I wish to see the despair on your face when you hear my next cryptic puzzler.
Alright, so we're gonna have another puzzler. Alright. And as I said, no, the Shakespeare thing, not necessarily far on off topic as far as this, but also in case this kind of brings it out. It has that kind of talk and that kind of prose, which shows the idea of kind of what they're thinking about this game and how it kind of elevates the idea of what this could be, you know? So it's not just, they're not just ripping off Night Before Christmas. You could say that, although I could also say this. Night Before Christmas is taken off of 8.5 from Fellini, which it is. But having said that, it's still great. But it also kind of becomes its own thing because of some of its unique spins, as we have here. All right.
Face like a tree.
So next riddle.
Skin like the sea. A great beast I be, yet vermin frighten me.
Okay, so face like a tree, skin like the sea, a great beast I be, yet vermin frighten me. Okay. In this case, we're talking about an elephant because the elephants are afraid of mice. So what you gotta do here is you actually have to get the Chaos Rune. The way to get that is we have to go back into this area, and we need to... yeah, that opened. So now we go in here, we have to go and find that rune in order to continue on. They're like the groundskeepers as far as this place. But yeah, there you go. Okay, this is what I was thinking. I was thinking ahead as far as that thing up there. Let's toss the axe. You have to slice its branches down the way you would the vine, but you also have to hit the thing on the head. And also, I think for this one, I want to use the bow. Well, okay, I gotta hit that and then use the bow. Oh no, I'm missing with the spears, and also when you toss the spears... oh, there you go. Yeah, make quick work of him. Yeah, you can't go pick him up again. Alright, so there's the Chaos Rune. Let me also get the broadsword. So what you gotta do is you have to use it at the beginning of the level. So here's what happens. When you open this, you have a mouse. So in this case, I was crushing him to death with the hammer on the last stage, but in this case, I gotta guide the mouse here. You gotta be careful of the cats that are on the ground. Easy way to handle this is go and hug the wall over here. In this case, yeah, hug the wall, generally speaking. And go over here. Yeah, if that thing gets in the way... No. Ow, stop it. No. Yeah, because the mouse can get eaten. If it does get eaten, by the way, you just go back to the area and get another one. Oh, come on. Ow! It might have gotten eaten, I can't tell. Okay, it didn't. Alright, that's lucky. I thought it was gonna get eaten. In this case, as long as you hug over here, there's nothing out. Oh, well, okay, no, I'm not gonna take that chance. I don't know if you can crush the mouse with the hammer. I'm not gonna take that chance. Here we go. You have to go over to the elephant thing here with the mouse. By doing that, it bucks up and it opens that.
Spot my bluff. I pretended that riddle was hard, but in truth...
Oh, he's saying like, well, yeah, I was just pretending it was hard. I knew you'd handle it.
However, I
Did you?
almost pity you. The answer to my next missing enigma has eluded the finest minds of a whole generation.
Well, alright, what's up with the tests? And in the meantime, just slice these things, get the chalice meter up. Yeah. And the chalice, by the way, is actually really easy just to find. It's just at the end of that area where we just came by. We're gonna see it in just a second. Alright, what's next? Your last riddle?
I tolerate the moon and stars. I can't abide the sun. Banish me with torchlight and you'll see me turn and run.
Okay, I tolerate moon and stars. I can't abide the sun. Banish me with torchlight and you'll see me turn and run. Okay. So let's give us an indication of that. I do like the flow of this level, because even though you do have to go back every so often, it's something where everything seems to connect really well. And there's where the chalice is. We'll be able to get it in just a second. And in this case, wait till you ring the bell, then hit that, because that'll kill everything in the area. And it will not hurt you. Except you missed that one. But now I can get the chalice. I did lose my life bottle as far as that. But I have 5 of them, so we're actually in good shape. Alright, so there we go. We got the chalice, and we're going to do one more puzzle. And also, you can hit the bell as well. I do like that touch, the idea that you can actually go and hit that as well. Alright, so we can cover ourselves here. There's not going to be too much as far as health here. Don't really need it, so I'm going to recover myself now. Alright, so next. We do have to go that way, but that's at the end. Actually, I can kill that thing now, so I'm going to have to do that. At least I think I can. Let's use the longbow. Alright, at least so I don't have to deal with that later. Alright, so come down here, and he's saying, yeah, what's the idea of this? So, what you gotta do is you have to push these, and you have to bring light to the dark. So see those little indentations on the wall? As far as where these torches are. Push the blocks over there. When you hear that harp play, that means you got it. So you have to do that 3 times. There are 3 aspects on the wall, and that's also our way to get out of here, because otherwise we're stuck. And I think there also technically something, at least on my practice, I sort of got stuck here and I had to restart the level. I'll bring it up a little bit. It's the last puzzle here. I'll tell you what not to do as far as how it is. It's also why I do practice as far as the show. Unless there's cases where I say, no, it's just going to be a straight case.
Blast you. It took me.
Alright, so it was darkness. That was the idea of what was going on. He's like, yeah, screw you.
Very well.
Like, alright, fine.
Outrageous as it seems, my vast intellect has been matched by your badly decomposed brain.
Alright, so yeah, he's shit-talking us, but he's like, alright, fine, I'll give you your prize. Alright, so we won fair and square.
You think you're so clever, don't you?
Yeah, a little.
You are, sir, clever clogs. I grant you free passage through my maze. Find your own way out.
Okay, so my gift is my way out, and I have to find it myself. So like, alright, I'll let you leave, but... yeah, you gotta do it yourself. So alright, we did win. Now we just have to go back to that area where I destroyed that thing that was shooting at us. Yeah, we do it with the chalice set, and so we're good. But there is another puzzle here also, I'm going to tell you, on my practice. I think you can get soft-locked here. Oh, okay, rephrase that. It is soft-locked in the sense that you would have to quit the level. And by the way, if you do that... actually, you have to quit the game. So in that case, you go back to last save. This is a chessboard, so what has to happen is you have to get each of these pieces. You have the rook, you have the king, you have the queen, and you have the bishop. You have to get them on the positions that match the colors in them. So the turquoise one, as far as the bishop has to go here, the king has to go on the blue, the rook has to go on the yellow, and the queen goes on the red. Thing is, it follows the rules of how chess works. Remember our Virtual Chess 64 play, another game from 1998. We're keep coming down to that, don't we? But anyway, remember how pieces move. Queen moves in any direction, as many spaces as desired. King moves in any direction, with only 1 space. Rook moves up, down, left, and right in any direction, or up, down, left, to right, with as many moves as desired. And the bishop moves diagonally. Up left, down left, up right, and down right, as far as many moves as desired. You have to hit it. The thing is that I got the bishop stuck next to the queen after I locked, or not stuck next to the, next to the queen, after I got all the other pieces locked in, and when I hit it, I wasn't able to get it out. So maybe you can get it out, but when I was doing my test, I wasn't able to do it. So the easiest way for this to be safe is make sure you just hit the pieces and keep them separated. And they'll go in the direction that you hit them, so that's something to keep in mind. I was trying to go diagonal with the bishop, but in this case, it wasn't working. Oh no, I went diagonal. Oh, that's what happened on my test. Alright, but at least in that case. Okay, so Yeah, so I think that's the idea. If you try to move a diagonal one that's next to another piece, you can't move it. I don't know if the PSP version or the remake addressed this. Actually, I think they might have taken this out of one of those. But either way, I got it, so we're set. Saul's last puzzle to open the secret entrance to this asylum. The town mayor's a prison there along with an army of madmen. Yeah, we want to be ready for this. Okay, but before we go, we're going to the Hall of Heroes once more. Okay, so, hi. We're definitely doing okay for ourselves so far.
Back and forth like
a supernatural yo-yo, that's us, huh?
Maybe the master will make it harder to find those magic egg cups.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess that raises a question. Is Zarek the one placing them there? Or is there already? Okay. Let's go up and get some more upgrades. Alright, let's... Yeah, we can go talk to you again, but we haven't talked to this guy yet.
Ah, Herr Fortescue. You are back on the battlefield, yeah? This is good.
I guess so, thank you.
Stungard, what do you think of this sword or
Oh, yeah, this is Stungard, huh?
Nine! Modern warfare is a question of science. The science of shields.
He's like, yeah, I don't want to hear your life story, sorry.
My shield, yeah? It is magic, Herr Fortescue.
Ooh, okay.
Some say it is better to have a magic sword than a magic shield, but I say to use it, this is rubbish!
Alright, so yeah, yeah, we'll take that. By the way, if you, go talk to, what's his name? Ravenhooves again, he gives you the gold shield. I actually didn't take this on my test, so I'm gonna take this way.
So long as you use it properly, the shield will make you invincible!
I like the sound of that. Like, no. Or wait a minute, maybe this is it. Okay, that is the gold shield. Never mind, so I guess they both give it to you. Yeah, that's gonna be great. And also, in this case, now with this shield, you can pay to have it recharged. So you don't have to go and find more of them. And for where we're going next, I want that. And I want my health full, which it is. And I also... Okay, so we're halfway done with the chalices, thankfully. I am making good time as far as this. Yeah, but I'm definitely getting into the part, which is kind of good, because I kind of was thinking, am I going to blast through this game too quickly? Alright, let's go in the asylum. Now... This is a little bit of an enemy gauntlet. And the enemies in here hurt. So what I want to do is I want to get my weapon set right. I'm going to start with... We have the gold shield. That's good. I'm going to start with the axe. Now, these gates will go. Throw the axes out. They will die in one hit. If they touch you, that's like 50 points off, so keep them at a distance. And beat enough as far as out of that hole, the other cages will open. Go in here and just throw. Yeah, you saw right there, I took tons of damage from that. And that was without me shielding, so you gotta be careful and probably shield in other cases, isn't it? Oh yeah, it took off 50 points even on my shield. No! Oh no. Yeah, you're gonna see that a lot as far as using the life bottle. Then again, maybe the other thing you also should do, you might want to use your chicken drumstick here. In that case, you can at least recover health. Oh no, I didn't want to do that. Now, this area gets a bit harder because you gotta do here is... You have to be careful because there's cannons shooting out. It's the same deal as before, but you basically have to just run, and toss when you get a shot. And be careful, because when the cannons shoot off, they will seek onto you, so they will come to where you are. And they can hurt you, and they hurt a lot. But you also have a little bit of a break period, so take that into account. If nothing else, this is how you film chows up here. Basically, at this level, there's no chance of you not filming. Just remember, don't leave without it. You're also seeing the game slow down more because, yeah, this is where you're getting enemy gauntlets going on massively on this. And I'm going to use my chicken drumsticks here. This is a good place to use them. Also, the health will disappear soon enough, so you gotta be careful with that. No, I'll toss the longbow out. You just also get rid of the bats. They sort of hurt too, but it's also cases where you just want to get rid of everything. Just don't let anything live. Maybe throw the broadsword out, even though you do have cases of, you know, it not being powered up, or I don't yet. And you also have vials drop down, so make sure you keep an eye out for when those come around. Pick them up when you need them. This is also the reason why you get every single one of those life bottles you can, because this is actually one of the hardest parts of the game so far. Oh no, and now the other enemies are gonna come around and they'll rush you. In this case, yeah, using those chicken drumsticks might be a good idea. Oh yeah, I'll use my copper shield just because. Oh yeah, they take it down massively. All right, there you go. What? Let me get the axe. The axe still is good. It's just in case you do have a little bit of a delay when you toss it. And since they're gonna come at you really quickly, that's something you have to be aware of. But you do get some items here, at least. Got the silver shield and some money. Ah, here we go. Alright, so remember, this is an asylum. They're saying that, so you do have the inmates here. This is a case where you can use the axe pretty effectively. You just have to turn around and then hit him like that. Yeah, they are straitjacketed, so as long as you keep doing this, should be good, but the edges, they'll keep coming by. And sometimes they'll come forward towards you. This also might be a good place to use the chicken drumstick as well, although honestly, I get the sense that the inmates are not cases where I get overwhelmed by them the way I do with the zombies. I don't know, call it my case as far as, I don't know what chat you feel on that one, but for me, I don't think they're that bad. And they do die quickly to the axe. Or I could, you know what? I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna try the crossbow. Remember, the crossbow bounces off of walls. So I could feasibly hit him with that, which I sort of was, but not completely. Oh, it's tough. Only one. So I'll just use the axe, and then the laughter. I do love the laughter sorts out. It's like, ugh. They definitely can do damage. Well, actually, I think they do less than the Oh yeah, they do less than the zombies. Believe it or not. You think by logic they do more, because like, hey, they're crazier as far as that they were locked up here, I guess, for a reason, but they're all the same. They're not like different people. Now we have zombies. Well, ouch. That means that when they get close to you, they can't get off, or it's hard to get them off you. Alright, one thing to do is I'm going to look at services. Yeah, you do pay to get your shield repaired, and it's 120 gold for each 100 thing for that. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna enchant the sword. I'll get some spears. There we go. By killing everything, we can go through, and I do want to get the broadsword out. You get more asylum members. We also have cannons. We also have lava. If you fall in that, that is the loss of your life bottle, and you want to make sure that there are enemies coming out both sides, so you do have to jump over this in order to make sure that you don't get them overwhelmed too much on either side. Alright, so we can get the chalice. Ah, yeah. Ouch. Yeah, we see that hit it, because then they're going bye-bye. That helped a lot. Alright, let's put that away. And there's only one way to go, so you don't have to worry about missing anything. The chalice is right here. I'm just grabbing it now and then getting the earth rune because, remember, the mayor is locked here. Also, cover health. We're recovering it now. So sit here, wait, let myself get all the health I can get recovered because I lost a lot of it here. Okay. Hi, Mr. Mayor.
By heck, am I glad to see you. That Zarek tried to force me to hand over the shadow artifact. He means to release the demons from their tomb under the enchanted forest. But I said to him, I said, you can't touch me, you lanky windbag. I'm the mayor. Aye, that told him. But then he had me locked up in here with all these nutters. Oh, it's been terrible. I haven't managed to get a word of sense out of anyone in weeks.
You're not gonna get much out of myself, but even just like, yeah, tell me about it.
Right. Well, I'll see myself out, thanks. You have a good look around, lad. Zarek's left some stuff lying about that I think you might find useful.
Yeah. Alright, thank you. Okay, so yeah, I'll also talk about the voice of the mayor. He's voiced by Christopher Kent. Didn't have many credits to him himself, except for he was Malleus in The Forgotten City, and he also did commentary for Athens 2004 for the PlayStation 2. That is a game I've actually mentioned a couple times on the show before. It's an Olympics game as far as it's by Eurocom, and it also has a gymnastics mode that's controlled with the Dance Dance Revolution mat, or it can be anyway. So yeah, you could get the PlayStation 2 mat for as far as the Dance Dance Revolution pad and play it to do the floor exercise for that game. And it's kind of interesting as far as that. I think it's actually pretty good. Alright, but what he has is he has a Dragon Gem. And that's all he's got. But as I mentioned, the chalice is out there. And since I did already get the Shadow Artifact, which might test, I didn't remember that I had to get it when I was in the city. Or in the village or in the town. I thought he gave it to me, but yeah, thankfully he doesn't. So we can go to the Hall of Heroes and be done with this. Alright, hi. Hi, Gargoyle Man. What's up?
Back and forth like a supernatural yo-yo. Maybe the master will make it harder to find those magic egg cups.
So far, he hasn't really. Okay, so next up, let's see as far as what we got. I think it's Ravenhooves
Oh,
again.
Danielle, I've got something here I can give you, but I've no idea what it is. Do you fancy a little gamble, like?
Yeah, I'll take it. It actually is pretty useful. It's fire arrows, or flaming longbow. So in that case, you have fire-tipped arrows and they do cause more damage. Okay. So with that, our next thing is we have to go back to the forest. Alright, so that's 11. So actually, we are going pretty well. We will need another part, as I mentioned, but I will be able to go pretty far. And actually, I will go further than I practiced. So there's going to actually be a period of this where, for the next almost hour, it's going to be like me going blind on this game, to an extent. Alright, so we're going to go back to the Enchanted Earth. Now, we have the Shadow Artifact. That's going to let us get into that area that they were saying, hey, you know, not even Zarek can get in here. Okay. So, back in Enchanted Earth, and since we do have some nice stuff here, I'll pull the axe out, we'll toss that at the frogs. We're also going to see more of this area, and we're also going to get that chalice filled up. That's the plan, anyway. Remember, killing stuff out here does not do anything as far as that, and this is where things are going to get a little dicey. And we do have to go a couple places we've been already, as far as going up on the mountain and getting the stuff out of the exit. Did I read this before? Yeah, I did. Okay. Also, I am gonna wait as far as using that recharge station over there. That, and I'm also gonna kill everything I can see here. Even though it doesn't give me chalice points, I don't care. I want them gone. And you understand why in a little bit. I do have to go up there, but before I do, I'm just going to clear out this area. Because remember, we need the Earth Rune in order to get over here. Basically, we're going to go back to that area where they said, like, hey, you can't go past here without the Shadow Artifact. But since we have it now, we can use it to get it. Let's get the gold shield ready, and let's go. This part's the same, but it's going to change in just a second. And also, it's worth pointing out, this level is going to have a really bad flashlight warning. I will bring mention to it, and I will edit significantly to indicate, yeah, here's where it is, here's where it's coming. Do not full screen the video at that point. I'm not joking. We're talking Wizard of War level here. And if I'm saying that, it's really bad. But for the time being, we do the crouch down. Get out of the way of the bird. Not that the bird hurts much. We can avoid damage made as well. Alright, there you go. So got Earth Rune, we can jump off. Oh, whoa! I want to look at that. I'm gonna look back at that on the video. It looked like... I'm surprised. It didn't look like the bird even hit me, but I guess it did. Or maybe I wasn't outside of the area. But alright. Oh, damn it. The frogs are gonna try to do that again. But again, I'm not using the rejuvenation station, at least not yet. Oh shit, you have fall damage. I forgot about that, right. But it's only if you go far. I'm glad I got to show that. At that case, it's an instant death, but it's okay. I want that frog gone, so it's basically throw. Okay, that's not good. Shit. Oh shit, this is bad. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna go back and use it. Yeah, 'cause I'm trying to avoid not using it, but I've already taken so much damage. Well, none of those will show how much it fills up. I think it's 3 of those life balls it fills. We'll put it to the test. Alright, never mind. It's a little over 2. But still, I'll take that. But I don't want to keep doing that again or keep dying, so I gotta be ready, or falling into the water. Ah, shit. See, it's funny, I was fine as far as jumping. Maybe I'm just nervous as far as making this jump. Or this jump. No! No, I'm not doing that again.
None shall enter.
We're entering.
The shadow demons are entombed within, separated from the world of goodness and light until the earth cracks open. No one, not even the Dark Lord Zarek, can release them without the shadow artifact.
Yeah, you mean the one we got?
Now, or share their doom.
No, I already saw Doom. I already fell in the water like 4 times. Alright, just stand right in front of the door and use it, but let me get some money. Okay, here we go. So, we're here. Now we have a little bit of a puzzle we have to follow, as we're pointing out. I'll read the book. Take the Shadow Demon Talisman. It's an unholy relic and may provide to progress through Shadow Demon territory. Okay. In order to get this, you have to press these buttons in an order. You have to press it in the order of the fire, the wind, the water, and the earth. Oh no, that... Fine, it's one of those cases. I think that's water. When I do this, there's gonna be a massive flashing light warning. I want to put that out now. So, if you're watching this and you're on full screen of it, for the love of God, take full screen off of this. If you have sensitivity to this at all, do not look at the screen. I am not joking. I would not be putting this much of an indication to it. I will have down here in letters, strong flashing light warning at a very specific timestamp and also for how long it goes. It's that bad, and it does go for a long time. And I'm pretty sure the remake doesn't have this, but I've never seen it, so I don't know. And PSP can't tell either. Alright. Get ready. I believe it's this. And assuming this is the right one, I believe it is. This is what I had on my test. Flashing light warning really strong now. Yeah, right now. Yeah, and I will definitely have an indication for that. Yeah, just wanted to give you an indication as far as how that was. Alright, so grab the Shadow Talisman that's there. The chalice is here when we kill everything we need in order to get it. And we go up this way. Now we got an energy vial. Okay, so by doing that, we released the spirits of the Shadow Demons.
What have you
Or we
done?
released the Shadow Demons, period.
Once again, the Shadow Demons are wreaking havoc across the land, and it's all thanks to you.
And these things hurt badly, but they also
Most
give a lot of
destructive and wretched
juice in that
creatures
chalice.
the history of the world, and you've given them an early parole. They will be heading for the ruins of King Peregrine's castle. Galamir is doomed.
Yeah, you're forgetting who you're talking to. Alright, that's the end. Remember, here they come. They hurt bad. Hit them, or do what I do, which is run the other way. I'll be sure to use your shield. Actually, they hurt less than the damn zombies at the asylum. If you hit him from distance, hit him from distance. Also, you can kind of get him stuck behind a door, get him stuck behind a door. Or in this case, get him stuck down there. They're not coming up here. Yeah, there you go. That's how you do it. You search around all over the place, you get them trapped behind that door. Or you do this, do even better. They're not gonna jump up, so just toss over here. You have to lure them back, and that's the challenge here. Ow. The other thing is you can lure him back and then hit him. In this case, yeah, he's behind that door. I'm throwing the axe at the door. It's hit him through the door. So yeah, take advantage of the clipping in this game. You can also use the chicken drumstick as well if you want it, which I probably should because I'm running low on health. Or sort of low on health. Low on life bottles, so get him going. Come on, guys. Say, yeah, you're gonna come by, right? Whoa. And these things hurt bad, so this is a very viable strategy. You want to learn back. Oh, shit. Okay, there we go. And to start, you basically just want to look all around. Also, here's your shop. That opens up the gates, by the way. Now, we do need to get ready because we got a boss here. And full disclosure, I have not actually beaten this boss. So, yeah, you're gonna see me doing this feasibly for the first time. Or getting a game over, which I've not shown yet. I'm a little nervous about that. Like, wait a second. Oh, I was looking at it and then it just disappeared. Okay, I did not see that. Yeah, where are they? Did they disappear? Okay, I guess they did. Alright. turn the camera around just so I can not face where I'm going. I killed the one, but... There we go, so we're over halfway done, as far as that, but... I do need to check a few things, and we do have a boss coming up over there, and I don't have this anymore to use. So remember this earlier on when you get close to that shoots out. Put the shadow talisman we got right here. There we go. Now for this, I need to grab... I'll use the spears, because those I think are going to do the most damage. There's the star rune, that's good, but we have a boss here. I'm missing tons of things with that. Let's use the flame one. So I'll point out, you're standing on this platform, it's gonna tilt in just a second. And you have to run the opposite direction so you don't get your ass falling off. Just stay in the center. Yeah. And that's what happened on my test. I actually did not beat this boss. I got a game over here, so that might repeat. And if it does, we'll keep trying until we get it. Honestly, the fall is the worst part. Ah, shit. Yeah, now it didn't even have a full juice on itself. Uh-oh. Oh, crap. Alright, there you go. That's game over. So we're showing how game over works for the first time, and it does that nice melt going on as far as it. So yeah, Daniel Fortescue is dead. And with that, we have to do this again, and I have to put you through that flashlight warning again. I wish I didn't have to do that. And it does take you back to the title screen, so you do have to go and load your save again. Alright, so we're gonna have to go back and do this again. Okay. As I said, we'll try as far as this. If I can't get past this, we'll start here next time. But I do think we should be able to get through. Honestly, it's just one of those cases where this level's an endurance anyway, especially going this way. In this case, I'm also gonna not even bother killing anything. I said last time, kill everything that moves. No, not at this time. That might be hurting me later. Maybe I just want to get it over with, I guess, above anything else. This is the part in my test I was not able to get past. So I think what I want to do is I want to make sure that I have enough life bottles as far as this. And I do have more than I had on my test. I guess I missed one. I didn't remember missing one when I played. Wait a second, why am I seeing only 5? Or 4, I should say, not 5. Let's get the axe out. Alright, so I guess what happened before, I'll probably have an answer to this by the time I edit, as far as at this point. Oh, crap. Crap, I just crouched down to that. I was gonna say, I think that what happened as far as when I got hit by the bird is that I guess the game registers how the game registers that state of you being by the nest. I guess it still saw that I was there, and that's what caused it, I think. Also, let's just kill everything here. Now, in this case, I don't care about going crazy with crossbows, but honestly, the frogs are hard to kill with this thing. I guess maybe the hammer's gonna be better. And get this set, and I wanna, here's the deal, I wanna hold on to, the rejuvenation station before we go to that boss. You just hammer the damn ground. I don't care about anything else now. I can't see where it is as far as this. Okay, good. We're almost there. Just make sure I don't fall in the damn water again. Now I'll set the crossbow again because I want to kill that damn frog. Good, he's gone. Okay. You need to just jump forward and hold up. And don't let go until I hit the ground. I'm skipping this because we already heard it. And since we do have the talisman now, we can't leave, so we're stuck here. Which is fine. And sorry again on the flash and light warning. I will again have warning on where it is. Basically, kind of go into zigzag pattern. Everyone, how do you know this? Look at that picture. Basically, you got to go fire, the whirlwind, the wavy thing, and then, I guess the wind and the water, I guess is what it is. Can I skip this? I guess not. Alright, sorry, flashlight warning. Alright, hopefully I can win this or beat this time so I don't have to put you through that again. Alright, we don't have to listen to you because we know what we did and we're proud of what we did. Whoa. In this case, yeah, do what I did before. Trap him down here. Oh no, he came over here. Stop it. Oh, they're all down here. Perfect. Yeah, trust me, they're dying, even though you can't see it, because of the way the camera is. Okay. Hold on, can I change as far as this? Because even in an open area, Yeah, the camera gets stuck. That's one thing I hope the remake does better. Fixes the camera. I do like this game, but the camera's a pain in the ass. Although, to be fair, that oftentimes is the case with a lot of games in this era. It just depends, I guess, on what games did it better than others. It's basically the Super Mario 64 and the Sonic 06 problem, really, because it constantly gets stuck on stuff. It basically says, like, hey, you know, I'm turning, but it sees over there that wall on the left as a physical manifestation, so because of that, it's like, yeah, the camera can't go further past that. So I got rid of that one. I do want to grab this, take the broadsword, go over here. Charge it up and slice. Actually, on health, I'm doing really, really good. So as long as I keep this going. This actually will work out really well. Those things again, but do I really need to go back there? Probably. Okay, there we go. So actually, we're in good shape. So let's get ourselves ready for the boss. Let me also charge up my stuff for this. So if nothing else, I'll be at full health. Or close enough tilt. Alright, there we go. So we're in good shape going to this boss, but I do need to make sure that I can hit it with something. Alright, Shashal Talisman, hit that there. Got the money. Let's see what we can afford. Let's see. Spears. Oh, you know what? I'm pretty good on stuff. I'll get more arrows just because. Well, how much juice do I have on that shield? I have tons. So let's use that. I'll run the flaming longbow again. Actually, you know what? Yeah, you know what? We'll run that. That seemed like that was actually doing the best for me. Alright, I'm going in full health. This is good. Okay. So again, stay in the center and fire on them when they stop. Maybe use D-pad until it starts tilting, because in that case I'm just walking. Yeah. Or maybe I run on my own? I don't know. It looks like I'm using D-pad for this one. Maybe I just start running on my own. No, I guess not. Okay. Oh, they linger. Oh, that's good. The fire thing lingers. That's awesome. Ah, crap. Oh, I gotta make sure also, I didn't like toggle the off run, did I? I did, okay, no, so. That's good, it has residual damage. As long as it doesn't do tilting anymore, I'm okay with that. Just doing rocks. Honestly, the tilting's the worst because it means I die quicker. Alright, there you go. So yeah, as long as you get through the tilting part, the rest of it's nothing. Thank God. Okay, so we're not quite done though. I gotta go this way. There's a couple of these. Let's see. Okay. I'm taking full advantage of this. And it means I don't have to come back here to do the flashing light warning thing. We're good. Alright, I have 88%. Because remember, I have to go back down to the area where I used the artifact in order to get this thing. Yeah, looks like we're in the swamp. Yeah, this is new to me. I've not seen this yet. Oh, shit. And I'm walking. I am not running at all. I'm just walking here. And I guess I gotta fall down that. How much health do I have? Did I see that on start? Okay, I can use that to fill my energy vial. Or the energy vials to fill up my stuff with that. Okay. Oh, brings me down here. Perfect. Oh, more of these guys. Let's get... Wouldn't it be great if that's the last one I need in order to get the chalice? Yeah, it is. Great. Fantastic. I just had to say it. Okay. Now I can go through here, but I just have to be careful not to die. There we go. Now I can grab this, go down. There's the chalice, we got it. But here's my quest. Oh wait, no, I know where the end is. I got that rune before the boss, and I have to go through here. Oh no, there's more of them, but I already got the thing for that, so I don't care. So let him be here. Fantastic. And no more flashlight warrants for you, except right now when we come here. Fine, we don't need the bad ones anymore. I just needed that twice. Okay, that was hard. Hi.
Back and forth like a supernatural yo-yo.
As you say. Okay, there we go. We made it. We definitely deserve something nice for that one, I think. I think we'll probably do like 1 or 2 more areas and then we'll be done for tonight, and we'll finish the rest on October 11th. Is it? We gotta skip a month, unfortunately, on this one because we only have 2 live shows in September. But we'll still have this for Halloween block, and I'm so far I've had a really good time starting it and going through it. All right.
10,000 courses for this guy. I bet money you be back pushing all daisies by now.
I almost did because of that last level, but I have something.
You like it very much? You want?
I do want money. Okay, so I'm getting paid. All right. Well, let's go. And the rest of this is going to be blind sailing in terms of my part, but it will not be that way for next time. Alright, there we go. Save, you bet. But we only need two parts for this game, not two more. We just need 2 parts for this. Alright, so there's the enchanter. No, I don't want to replay that. Alright, next up is Pools of the Ancient Dead. Oh, that looks pretty nice. Oh, it's something coming out of the water. Okay. Now, let's see what's gonna be going on here. It is nice. It is a dark and stormy night. What do you guys have to say, huh?
Cold and dark and reeking of death. We remember some ancient battle fought here between the forces of good and the dark armies of Zarek. Now the marshes are full of the restless dead.
Alright, so yeah, this looks like a zombie swamp. Great attention to detail and great perspective. Look at that, as far as me leaving footprints in the sand. Alright. Weapons used against the heavy armor of the knights. That model never come out of the shove you in the swamp, so I'll probably die if I fall in that, so. Alright, but what's gonna kill him? That probably will. Yes. Yeah, I'm missing now, throwing all my chicken drumsticks. Oh no. So what's gonna hurt him? Well, I'd have to club the dude to death? Or maybe nothing. Maybe I can't avoid that. Ooh, a boat.
Greetings, stranger. I am the boatman. It is I who ferry lost souls on their final journey to the land of the dead. But oh,
Yeah, I ain't dead yet, are we?
before. Sir Daniel Fortescue. Not you two. Thanks to Zarok's meddlings, I'm up to my eye sockets in lost souls who've woken from the eternal sleep. Business hasn't been this brisk since before they invented sanitation. Look, if you help me to gather up a boatload of 8 lost souls and bring them here, I'll drop you off at the sunken town of Melamede. How's that sound?
Sounds good to me. Okay, so that's gonna be our quest here. Which this area is really open, so that does mean that I can just move the camera basically wherever I want. Also, what can I buy here? I mean, it's not gonna change really, but what's good to buy? I guess those things. Oh look, the serpent's back. Can't kill them. Oh, I guess they're invincible. Well, the chalice is right there. It's just that, what do I do in order to clear that out? Unless I gotta do the Super Mario 64 thing, hitting him into the damn water. Ow, crap! Yeah, I don't go in the water because I die. Is this what Lost Souls are? Yeah, I guess so. There you go. So get the, get those yellow deals. Oh, no! No, no, no. Just walk along the way. That's all I gotta do. It's Chaos Rune. I guess I gotta make jumps. Oh, can he go off? I don't know. I don't think so. Ow. It's like I got pushed off above anything else. Alright, this is going to be interesting, because yeah, this is a lot of precision platforming over areas where I'm going to die if I touch it. Get away! Alright, there's more the knights. At least I can get these guys. So I think that's who I'm killing for the purpose of running the chalice. It's right over there. Not much really to say about the chalice as far as it being anything fancy. Oh no. No, I don't want that to get a sense of that, because otherwise he's gonna come and kill me. Thank God for that walk though, because it means if nothing else I can be precise going through here. And also, in this case, I'm just using D-pad. I'm kind of doing, as I mentioned, the Tomb Raider thing. That's how we're going to play Tomb Raider. Especially the later entries of the franchise. I mean, 1 and 2 only have digital controls, but 3, 4, and 5 have analog stick controls, and that's one of those games where you want to switch between both D-pad and analog stick constantly. As far as PlayStation is concerned, and Dreamcast also for the Tomb Raider games that are on Dreamcast, those being Last Revelation and Chronicles. Yeah, that's a good case as far as controls are concerned. Imagine Nintendo 64 doing that. Not happening. But Tomb Raider never came to the system. Although I guess you could play the 1, 2, and 3 trilogy case on Switch with that Nintendo 64 controller. I'd do something like that. But I don't have that collection, and I don't know if I'd get it on the Switch anyway. Alright. Oh no! It's also easy to slide off when I'm running, but I also need to run in order to get over here. Yeah, this is where... Oh, no! Crap! He put me like right on the edge, or find the powers that be put me right on the edge. Oh no. Oh no! Don't do that now. Alright, silver shield that right now I don't really need. Right, there's a lost soul. I need 3 more. Oh, hey. Can I make that jump? Or can I make it from over here, I think. Over there. I have to run for it. Seems like they're becoming reanimated here. That's good for the purpose of being able to build that up. Let's go. If I'm gonna line up the jump, it's Tomb Raider. Crap. Yeah, I don't know. I think what's the best way to get over there without dying? Or I'll be able to, or if I can actually make a jump. I don't know if I can actually make it from there. I think I had to make it from over here. So I don't think I had enough distance anyway. Yeah, I didn't. Oh, that was lucky. Wait till he walks away. There we go. Get out of the way. Whoa! Don't push me off! Shit. Alright, well, I died. Alright, we'll try this again. And is that if I can't get past this, I think that's going to be the end of the show for the night, because we're almost done anyway, as far as like the 5 hours I was planning. And this is further than I expected to get, so I will take that. And since I did just save, we can start right back here as we were. So, in all honesty, I guess the thought is that as long as you're constantly saving, and they give you a save at the end of every level, and when you're at the map, you can save any time for that. You're not, it doesn't really get to too much of a penalty. It's basically just start the level over again. Alright, but let's try this, because, yeah, this is getting kind of complicated, so I do want to make sure we can do this. Oh no. I do need to go over here and get my quest, and then we will go on. Alright, so yeah, we will do that. We'll get you your souls. Hopefully I'll better luck this time. Ow. I'll just need to do like the belly bump as far as that, so that's where it's happening. Whoa. Oh, there you go. Yeah, right there. So just show that great attention to detail. They realize, yeah, you know, they just bump your ass off. Oh no. Also, one thing I didn't mention is that even though you do use the D-pad to walk and the left analog stick to run, if you're running with the left analog stick and you quickly change the D-pad, you'll still be running with D-pad. That's what I'm pointing out. So it's one of those cases you do have to be a little careful. Except that, okay, that pushes me off, so... Alright, those chests I said that were totally, safe for me, they're not completely safe for me because, the explosion will, push you off the edge. I did not know they did that. Blech. Thank God this is open enough you can adjust the camera. That's all I'm gonna say. And in fact, in this case, I'm not gonna hit any of those chests. It seems like they're more of a hindrance. Yeah. There's the soul. And I don't have the... Yeah, I don't have this, do I? I don't know, I don't think I do. Yeah, I don't have the Chaos Rune, I got to go get it. Okay, I did have it before I died. But, yeah, I don't think I can... You know what, I'm gonna hit that. I'm gonna hit it, I'm gonna run. It still pushed me a little bit. It was just enough to get me killed. Alright. I don't, you know what, maybe I can get back from there, but I don't, you know, alright, hold on. Oh, I didn't get rid of him, I thought maybe I pushed him off, but alas, no. Okay, I think I can make that. Okay, I can make that, perfect. So I have to go back and I have to go get... Okay, I can make it this... Can I make it here? I think I can make this. Yeah. If I jumped right, I could make it. Or jumped over there, I can make it. Alright, so I need to get that, what is it, the file. Or the rune, I should say. Yeah, hit that. Okay, so if you're in the, oh, there you go. Whoa. Oh, okay, so that's how you do it. You do push him in, and that's how you get the, parts of the chalice. Yeah, crap. So I have to jump and go back the other way? Oh. I don't want to have to do that. I guess I gotta. Alright, jump. There you go. Just go get that rune. That's all I care about right now. Honestly, this is how this is going also. I'm a little nervous on saying how am I going to be getting the chalice out of this. As far as getting enough enemies to kill for it. Whoa. Well, at least I can recover myself. It does push him enough, but it doesn't completely push him. There's the rune. So I can get past that. Keep going off on the soul. Let's see if I can find more of them. Oh, no, no, no. Shit. Halfway done with these guys, so that's fine. Alright, that's the case of being able to get that. I do need to try and get that. They're also both bunched together. Oh, stop it. If something more I can kill, I'm down with that. Yeah, I realize I'm being really deliberate on this in a way that I, so far, have not necessarily treated this game. But there's another one. Yeah, I'm not gonna risk that jump. That one I think I have to. Alright, that one I can make. That's too far. So nothing else this level's teaching you how it is your, how's your depth perception and also how far can Daniel platform. There we go. Okay, now we can get out of here. Uh-oh. Got a boss or something? Oh, no, no, no. It's just a, They're little chariots. Or something. Oh, look, the enemies. Okay, good. I can kill them. I miss killing enemies. But if nothing else, it's also showing the variety this game has. As far as its settings, but also what it asks you to do. But I do need to go and get that. Reach this. Go! I just made it. Oh, because there's another life bottle. That is absolutely worth going for. Ugh. Now, where is the... Let's use my eye, see what I can see there. Doesn't look like there's anything over there, unless I have to hit these, or push these, or go past these. Oh, or do the Crash Bandicoot thing of running away. Ow. Yeah, that was not as bad as I thought. Okay, that's the last soul. Perfect. Got them all. Oh, we got a lot of these things, though. Oh, geez, this game is slowing down like crazy here. Just kill the things I gotta kill. Now here's the deal. How do I get past this if I need to get rid of them? They bump me, but how do I bump them? I can do this. And they're immune to that. Okay, so that's not gonna work. Or, oh, I got an idea. Oh no, the shield bounces me back. Why gotta kill these things? That's not working either. I just use the hammer, alright. Fair enough, metal on metal, that'll work. Yeah. Oh, okay, that'll work. That's even better. Perfect. Okay, if nothing else, this tells me how to get rid of them. Use my hammer. Yeah, it's the Maxwell Silver Hammer, and yeah, I am killing these dudes. Fantastic. Okay, good. Alright, then now I'm not so nervous. Now I know what to do. Alright, so actually, that's really good. Oh, one of those things. I mean, I have full health, so it doesn't matter, really. I can get stronger with these damn things. Maxwell Silver Hammer. Yeah, just there you go. Kill these things. That's what I want to do now. But that is very clever, and I did have to kind of think that. So, like, yeah, don't use something metal. Or no, use something metal to hit the metal dudes. Okay, so this will work. Actually, can I get these things with this? Then maybe they're invincible. By the way, now that I know what to do as far as these guys, I'm just gonna So where are they? Well, I'm not gonna give him those yet because I don't wanna. First thing, how do I kill these things? Can I kill them? Alright, I don't care right now. As long as I can get through this. Get the chalice, that's all I want. And I think this is gonna be the last level for the night. I might have to kill these things too, but I don't know. They're not dying to anything hitting them with. They said these things are not necessarily giving me tons of juice for this. Alright, well, hold on. I don't think with these things we have enough on its own. Well, okay, I can go back there. If I can kill those things with something. Okay, they die, so kill these things. Okay, good. Actually, I could hit him with a spear. Well, either way, I shot him out. I was gonna say, yeah, I just had to threaten using another weapon. And they're like, yeah, fine, okay, you can shoot him down now. Actually, how many spears do I have? Okay, I do have a lot, and this does cause more damage. Oh, there we go. Just gotta wait. There we go. So 95%. I should be able to take everything out here, I think, unless... This might be one of those levels I gotta kill literally everything. 97%. So close. Actually, maybe I do need to go back and, go back to that island. Oh no. But I do have full vials. We're gonna do this. This is gonna be the end of it, and then, yeah, they'll be on the show, and I'll go to schedule. thinking... Oh, right, yeah, just here. So just kill the ones here. Alright. I'm out of spears, but that's fine. I don't have to kill him with spears. I'm gonna use, the bow. Because I can kill him with that. Got it. Okay, awesome. I don't need to kill the one. Fantastic. So I don't have to kill everything, just most everything. Oh no, I slipped off. Well, here's the question. If I slipped off, does that mean it puts me right back there? Yes, it does. Thank God. I just don't want to go and give the lost souls away, because if I do, and that's the end of it, I miss the chalice, and I do not want to do this level again. The chalice is over there. It's mine. And I don't even care about the money over on the island. Thank God. Let's go to the Hall of Heroes, and yeah, that'll be the end of the show for the night. So I did do some new stuff as far as this, so I'll take that. Ow! I just have to make sure I survive long enough to get over there, which I should be able to survive. I just gotta get moving. Alright, let's get some spears. Let's get some of those. Alright, that'll work. Alright, so Ferryman, give us a ride, please. Don't tell me I have to jump in your damn boat now. I have enough, right? Oh, just toss them right here. Perfect.
How gracious of you. It's a change to meet a polite young skeleton after dealing with those filthy zombie types.
Yeah, I'll take that. Okay, alright. I jumped on. Fine, I showed I could do it. There we go. Okay, so yeah, and it did end the level, so good thing I did that. Well, good thing I didn't do that, as far as jumping on. Alright, one more jaunt to the Hall of Heroes.
Back and forth like a supernatural yo-yo.
Yeah, I know. Alright, so, last case of the night. Let's see. Let's go up to the top floor, and then we'll, I'll save, and we'll talk about schedule. So let's see, what else can I do? Can I talk to anybody else? Okay, I do have a choice. No, let's talk to this guy. I don't think we haven't talked to him yet, or we haven't talked to him in a while.
Alright then, man. How you doing?
Okay, yeah, he's new. Not too good. We're getting pretty far.
Have you got yourself a magic sword?
Yeah, we will now.
What? Daniel, man, you can't go into battle against an army of undead without a magic sword. Here, take mine. You'll never have to sharpen another blade, or my name's not Dirk Steadfast. It's not enough just to have a magic shield, you know, no matter what that soft ticky stern card says.
Alright, that was totally worth this.
Good lad. Why, I'd sooner go into battle holding a tea tray than carry that weedy Gale's shield of his.
Alright, here we go. So you're getting, the magic sword. Alright, probably the best sword in the game, I guess. Awesome. And I get a good case as far as a spin on it, looks like. Alright, that was totally worth it. Alright. So let's go with save, and that's going to be the end of the show for tonight. Okay, so there you go. That is part 1 of MediEvil for PlayStation. As far as what we got left over there, as far as how it is, we'll give a little bit of a look. But yeah, we're definitely saving after that. 13 of the chalices, they're 20. So yeah, we're only going to have 7 left next time. And we will finish the game next time. The finale of this game is going to be on October 11th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. As I mentioned, we have to skip a month as far as this. And I'll get into that schedule. But our next destination will be right over here, the lake. Yeah, not good as far as Sir Daniel Fortescue. Because, yeah, given how the swamp went, yeah, going in the water is not going to be a good case. But yeah, we're going to go there as far as our next jaunt with MediEvil for PlayStation. I had a great time playing this game, starting it up as far as it... thank you so much to I'm Laughing to Death for the request tonight. Thank you to DollyFinn, of course, for adding to our chat tonight as far as how it is. I had a great time starting Halloween block a little early as far as it. So yeah, 75 more days now until Halloween. And we'll be back to this game, as I mentioned, October 11th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And with that, we can talk about the schedule. Okay, so let's talk it. Next week, we're Friday, not Saturday. We're going to be doing that because... we have our Super Bowl Game Saturday Second Chance for this month, and I realized it's on the anniversary of a game I love. A game we played a couple years ago, but one I think we can justify a return to. And we're going to make a nice ninja showcase night out of it as well. Next Friday, that being August 22nd at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're going to be playing Shinobi 3, Return of the Ninja Master for Sega Genesis. It came out on that day in 1993. So I want to give it its due even more than we already did. Electverse did want to see this game, by the way. It's worth pointing out back all these years ago. He was not on the show when we did it, so I said, that's also a point of second chance. Hey, at least we have it set. So, if you missed the play the first time, we'll have it now. I'll have enhanced tech for sure running it. We're also running it a bit differently than we did last time. Last time I used the Sega Genesis Mini 1. This time, I'm using the Nintendo Switch 2, specifically. I'm using the Nintendo Classics, or the Sega Classics as it is, as far as the app for that. On Sega Genesis, we'll talk about stuff with that game we did not talk about last time. We'll go into more stuff on credits and background and all that stuff. And then we're going to have a little bit of a showcase going on of 3 other Ninja games available for Switch. 2 retro and 1 this remake of a retro game. This is kind of a remake of a remake, specifically. We're going to look at our next Shinobi game as far as the one we'll play next fully, not next week, but we'll at least preview it. That being Revenge of Shinobi from 1989. I need to practice that, so I can at least give a preview. They'll show Ninja Gaiden from NES. That's a game that we've not yet shown on the show. Sorry, I guess I've been in case of being able to talk as far as all this time. With not too much to it, so yeah, I am feeling better from last week as it is. I still just have to keep myself set and all that stuff. As I said, we're going to show off Revenge of Shinobi as a little bit of a preview. We're going to show off Ninja Gaiden on NES as a preview. And then a game Electverse recommended to me when we played Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, that being the Ninja Saviors, or actually I'll get the full name, that being the Ninja Saviors, The Return of the Warriors. That is a remake of the home port of the Ninja Warriors from Taito. Specifically, the home port it's remaking is from Super Nintendo. I picked this one up on Electverse's request for Switch. It is really, really good. And I want to give it a look, particularly as far as it. We're going to run all this through my Nintendo Switch 2, because any case of Switch now, it runs through Switch 2 unless it's a case where it cannot be run through it. Week after that, we were back to Saturday. DollyFinn in the chat's going to be in for that. We're going to start early. We're going to start 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for our next Halloween block game. That's going to be Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights for the PlayStation 2 from Heavy Iron Studios, that being the team who made Evil Dead Hail to the King and SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom. We'll be starting our adventures with Scooby-Doo because they're going off to a mansion, and of course there's some weird mysteries and weird creatures going around. Including some creatures that maybe Scooby and the gang have seen going back in the years. And we're going to be playing as Scooby specifically. It's kind of a mixture of a 3D collectathon platformer and a Metroidvania. It is a really interesting one. DollyFinn wanted to see it. She's going to be in on that, like with MediEvil. That's going to be a case where, I think we need more than one part. So we're going to have to play it that week. That's going to be on August 30th at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we're going to have to put it on the shelf for a little bit of time. But we'll definitely come back to it, and I'll explain how it's going to go. September, we are not live for most of September, to be brutally honest. Having said that, I still have content for you on the first 2 weeks of the month when I'm not going to be here. On September 6th at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I have the Nintendo Switch Chronicles Part 2. That has backwards compatibility tests for over 40 Nintendo Switch games. We gave a full look to a bunch of these things as far as it on the show already in Switch 1 form, or maybe in other places. But I said, let's see how Switch 2 takes some of these things. It turned into a 10-hour video. So I said, alright, I'm going to upload it a little earlier, and it'll be able to be present for you. I said also last week I'm live premiering it. No, I'm not. I'm pulling back on that because there's so much there. I'm just going to upload the video and give you an opportunity to jump to the timestamps for the games you want to see, because we've got tons of stuff. And I don't want to necessarily make you wait as far as that. It's like, hey, there might be some stuff in there you want to take a look at. And it's going to be our first of 2 off-screen ones that we're going to be having on Switch 2 Chronicles, looking at Switch 2's handling the Switch 1 games. Does it make them run better? Does it make them load better? Does it have enhancements to it that make it worth playing again? Or maybe fixing games that had problems the first time on Switch 1? Well, you get some answers to it. A good amount of those to start. Then the week after that, I'm also going to be off. It's going to be on September 12th and 13th. Each of those nights, though, we're going to have a video at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on our YouTube site. Those are going to be for parts 3 and 4 of The Wolf Among Us. I've had to record that game off screen, as I've mentioned, but I do have everything set up and edited. So we're going to see the continuing adventures of Bigby Wolf as far as what's going on with that great Telltale point-and-click adventure game. And then September 20th, we are back live. We'll be back at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for Shadowheart's Covenant. That's going to be part 6. Shadowheart 64 and Chasm 22 will be with us for that, as usual. I don't know if that ends up being the finale of the game. We're close to the end. We only have one more dungeon to go to. But we have tons of stuff of side quests. I don't know if it's going to take us 9 hours to go through all those side quest cases. If it does, we'll have another part on October 18th. If it doesn't, that'll be the finale. I'll have to figure what we're going to do on October 18th, but we'll figure that. So that might be the finale, but maybe not. And then a week after that, Nocturne's returning. She hasn't been on the show in about 6 months. But that being said, we're coming back to Croc, Legend of the Gabos. We do need to finish this game, because our plan was this, which is, she did beat the game as far as how it was. We did want to show off all the extra levels, but as much as she tried, as much as I tried, we couldn't unlock the rest of them. So we initially thought, hey, let's wait till the HD version comes out, and we can make it a second chance. We're gonna do that, but it's also something where we might not be able to do that with the physical versions of the Croc HD version for PlayStation 5 that we were both waiting on, because they pushed that back to end of summer, I think. If we don't get it in time for that show, I'm gonna download the Switch version. I'll run it through the Switch 2 as far as our second chance, looking at the HD version, the extra stuff it has, and also showing off the remaining levels of Croc for in her case it would be Saturn. And she did confirm the code worked. I tested on the PlayStation because I just want to make sure. Did she test that? She did eventually get back to me and say, yes, it did. But I also checked on the PlayStation saying, yeah, button codes work to show off those extra levels. So we'll show those off, and that'll be our finale of Croc, a year in waiting, admittedly, but as I said, we're going to come back to it as far as it. And look forward to the end of the game. Then on October 4th, we're also not here, so I have the finale of The Wolf Among Us going up at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time that night on the YouTube site. And then for Halloween Block, that is our start, even though we're not going to be here for it. Starting it live on October 11th, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, finale of MediEvil here. And then a week after that, if we do need the finale of Shadowheart's Covenant, as far as needing another video, then October 18th will be the finale at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If it isn't, I'm going to think about what I'm going to do. I think I might do a preview program, maybe on Resident Evil. As far as that, I'll use Resident Evil Director's Cut for PlayStation 3 here for the purpose of that. I think, because I don't know if I have anything I can really pull out quick. But I do want to give a perspective to that, and we have not touched Resident Evil yet, and I've been looking for a reason to do that, so I think I might do that as an idea. Or I'll think of something else, but I might not need it, because if we do need 2 more parts of Shadowheart's Covenant, it's going to be a non-factor, but I do have to think that through. And basically what I said as far as DollyFinn is concerned as well earlier, I'm not going to put Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights as far as the finale there, if it's a case where we have an open show that way. But what I do know, as far as October 25th, we have our second chance. That's going to be for Mega Man 7 for Super Nintendo that was on Electrus's request. He requested that night in particular. Nocturne's going to be there with me for that game. We're going to run the Wii Virtual Console port of the game. I'm going to play through the entire game myself as far as going through the single player. The Nocturne will be on board because this is our first time playing Mega Man in quite a bit of time. And also because we're going to show off the 2-player versus mode. If we didn't show the last time we looked at it. That was a long time ago. So in that case, I'm looking forward to coming back to that, coming back to Mega Man, and coming back to that one, because I do love Mega Man 7, for sure. My introduction to the franchise as far as the classic stuff, and I think I'm going to elect for some of this one. Might be my favorites, as it is. But there's some really good ones I like 2 and 3, and I think 10 is underrated. Well, we can go into that as well, for sure. And then a week after that, Halloween night, we are going to have a Super Old Game Saturday show live on a Friday for that one. We're going to have Castlevania Chronicles for PlayStation. We're going to run it on PlayStation 3 here. It is the remake of Castlevania for NES from Sharp X68000, but also it's a remake of that within it. We'll take a look at both cases. I don't know if I'm going to beat both, but I'm going to be practicing that like a madman. Actually, I'm traveling out of the state as far as it for a couple of those weekends I'm off on in September. So, that means my PSP has come with me, and I'm practicing everything hell out of that game. Definitely need it. Then week after that, we're not going to have a live show again. We're going to be off. So, Super Old Game Saturday is Switch 2 Chronicles Part 3. You're going to have even more backwards compatible stuff running as far as that. I'm going to be recording that, in some cases, with other people. I got to figure some of the logistics of that, but also got some stuff that I was requested for. See how to Switch 2 run this. And stuff I want to see as well. I don't know if I'm going to have it 10 hours. I'm going to try and not have it 10 hours. But that being said, just how it happened as far as part 2. But either way, I've had a great time making it, and I'm glad of what we came up with for that. And I'll soon start stuff for part 3 for that. Then on November 15th, we have our second chance of Shadow the Hedgehog. We're going to go through the extra hard mode. I might ask Nocturne if she wants to be in on that one. I don't know if she would want to. I mean, she was in the chat silently when we played it the first time, but I don't know if she'd want to be in for that. And if she is, I will show off the 2-player as well. But the main focus of that is going to be showing off the expert mode and also celebrating, I guess in air quotes, depending, or reevaluating maybe, Shadow the Hedgehog 20 years to the day of its release in 2005. Yeah, I did plan that one in particular. And then the week after that is our pre-Thanksgiving Disney show. That's going to be for Pinocchio for Super Nintendo that was on DollyFinn's request. And then on November 29th at probably 3 or 4 p.m., we have our Delisted Xbox Live Showcase Volume 2. Got a bunch of games going into stuff you can't buy on Xbox 360 anymore, but you might be able to buy it other places, including PlayStation 3. Got some big stuff planned. I have Penny Arcade on the Reigns of Precipice of Darkness. I have the Fancy Pants Adventures. I have Sega Rally Online Arcade. I have Outrun Online Arcade. I have Bastion. I have Limbo. I have Black Knight Sword. I have Knights. I think I'm going to show that again. And I got a lot more. I still have to kind of figure some stuff as far as that. Maybe ask around saying, hey, what are the stuff in this list you want to see? Also, I'm going to be making up the DollyFinn from last year. Well, for a couple things from last year's showcase, but also in one case, yeah, I put it in front of NBA and Rival. I'm putting it in front of a good basketball game as far as Xbox Live Arcade is concerned. So, in that case, you can look forward to that. And then December, got to figure some stuff. I think we're going to have the finale of Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights later in the month, because I do want to have DollyFinn as far as that, because she did request this, and she'll be in part 1. So that's probably going to be later in the month, because we're going to need 2 parts for that, I'm pretty sure. But we'll see. If we don't, I'll figure something else for that. But I'm going to assume we're going to need to until further notice. Also, December, I'm starting Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island. I am not going to be ending 2025 without starting our play of that game and celebrating 30 years of that terrific spin-off of Super Mario Brothers. Despite the name, it is not a sequel to Super Mario World. Nintendo America came out and said, we put that name on there because we didn't think it was going to sell. They were fucking wrong. And thank God they were wrong, because that game is wonderful. And I'm going to be the one controlling that. We're going to start that. That's going to be a multi-part case. It's going to be my gift to myself, because I always have... Now it seems like I'm realizing December, I always have a gift to myself as far as a game I'm going to be playing as far as a full run of the show. Whether it's single part or multi, that's going to be a multi-part. And then for Super Old Games Saturday Second Chance, I don't know what I'm going to do. I've been talking to my brother Inherent Noct. He might be available for some shows later that month. I'm going to talk to him as far as that. I'm thinking maybe doing a second chance on Castle of Illusion from Sega Genesis, perhaps. And then I got to figure a viewer request. I don't know. We'll figure that. I'll have some better answers probably over the next few months. Or if you have any suggestions for that, feel free to let me know. Alright, so for that, we have started Halloween Block. That's going to be the case of it. And we also started MediEvil, and of course we'll have playlists for MediEvil New, as far as it linked below, as far as when we edit. But alright, I had a great time playing MediEvil to start off. Thank you so much to Mindful Death for the request, for DollyFinn for adding for the show for tonight. Thank you so much for watching the show for this week. Hope you have a great rest of your night, a great weekend coming forward. I will see you on Friday next week at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on August 22nd for our second chance of Shinobi 3 for the Sega Genesis and our impromptu, sorta, ninja showcase. Till then, keep being awesome, have a wonderful night. Keep an eye out as far as that Mr. Fortescue. We'll see you in 2 months. Take care, everybody.